Introduction asterisk. In the bustling modern city, an ordinary young office worker unexpectedly becomes an empress. With the world at her feet and challenges lurking at every corner, she skillfully navigates through adversity, transforming crises into opportunities and thrives amidst chaos. With a handsome man at her side and a cute child in her arms, she boldly declares, "Though my head may fall and my blood may flow, I can reclaim a lost kingdom." A certain man, with a mischievous glint in his eye, questions, "What about me?" To which she replies, "You are my one and only." Qi Qianyao gazes at him, her lips curving into a charming smile. Chapter 0001, Destiny. Prologue. 25 years ago, in a profoundly backward mountain village, vibrant clouds filled the sky, heralding auspicious signs from the heavens. A baby's cry reverberated through the valley. Within a humble abode, an elderly couple cradled their daughter, born after years of longing, their faces alight with joy. Days later, a strangely dressed young man appeared in the village, pointing at the nursing infant and lamenting, "What a cruel fate." The couple was taken aback, their faces paling at his words. Ignoring their protests, the young man swiftly snatched the child and vanished without a trace. At an orphanage, the tiny baby was left at the doorstep, a note attached, "Qi Qianyao, born on the day of the metal horse in the year of the metal dragon, at the hour of the ean." Alongside the note was a jade pendant adorned with a phoenix motif. Main text. In a bustling subway station in city, a graceful woman with delicate features, lightly adorned with makeup, anxiously gazed at her watch while awaiting the train. Today marked an important meeting at her company, the first major event since joining the M Consortium. As the minutes ticked away, she lamented her decision to indulge in revelry with Lin Rue the night before. As the announcement echoed, Qi Qianyao braced herself, ready to dash into the train amidst the rush-hour crowd, where chivalry was a rare commodity. The train arrived, and as the doors opened, a throng surged forward, trampling her in their haste. Just as she prepared to push her way in, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. "Robbery! Help!" Qi Qianyao quickly scanned the source of the commotion, spotting a distressed woman with a child, pointing helplessly. Following her gaze, she saw a young thief sprinting away with a handbag. Despite the many witnesses, no one intervened. Determined, Qi Qianyao surged through the crowd, her high heels clicking against the ground as she chased after him. Though her speed was remarkable, the distance between her and the thief only increased. The woman with the child trailed behind, but Qi Qianyao refused to relent. They burst out of the subway station just as fate intervened. The exhausted thief collided with a bicycle and fell. Seizing the opportunity, she approached and kicked him fiercely. In the midst of her adrenaline-fueled pursuit, she fumbled for her phone to call the police, unaware of the malevolent glint in the thief's eyes. Despite the crowd gathered around, no one came to her aid. When the thief brandished a small knife, no warning was given before he lunged forward, plunging the blade into her chest. Crimson blood gushed forth, and her phone clattered to the ground as her vision dimmed. Realizing the gravity of his actions, the thief fled in panic. As Qi Qianyao collapsed, her consciousness began to fade, the coldness enveloping her like a shroud. In her final moments, she could hear the indifferent murmurs of the crowd, the woman's cries for help, and the child's wails. Such is the cruelty of humanity. Is this how it ends? Her heart ached with unfulfilled desires, yearning for another chance at life. The phoenix pendant around her neck began to shimmer, a flash of light illuminating the sky, setting the wheels of destiny in motion. Chapter 0002, Transmigration. Resigned to her fate, Qi Qianyao closed her eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the voices around her grew clearer, the sounds of sirens echoing in the distance. Could it be that she was still alive? Summoning her courage, she opened her eyes with a gasp. To her astonishment, she found herself floating above her own lifeless body, blood staining her white blouse in a chilling tableau. Medical personnel confirmed her death, while police cordoned off the area, the thief apprehended by swift officers. The woman, still clutching her child, wept inconsolably nearby. In that moment, the reality of her demise sank in. With a bittersweet smile directed at the heavens, she mused, so souls do exist beyond death. Memories of the orphanage and her friend Lin Rue flooded her mind. Would they be all right without her? Dying courageously felt honorable, and she held no regrets. Suddenly, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. Stars appeared in broad daylight, heralding the legendary alignment of the 9 stars. The spectacle captivated onlookers, and Qi Qianyao looked up, only to find herself losing balance, suspended in midair. In a dazzling display, the stars erupted with brilliant light, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. When Qi Qianyao regained her senses, she felt utterly exhausted, her body weak and limp. As her eyes fluttered open, she gasped in disbelief. She found herself in a resplendent palace, adorned with shimmering glass ornaments, crystal embellishments, and intricate carvings. Kneeling maidens surrounded her, along with a group of handsome men, stifling their sobs. Taking in the surreal scene, she swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Is this what hell looks like?" Her words sent shockwaves through the assembled crowd, their expressions morphing from confusion to sheer terror. "Why do you all look at me like that?" Qi Qianyao inquired, bewildered. The crowd, unable to contain their fear, began to weep openly, terrified by the notion that the Empress, long believed to be deceased, was now speaking before them. At that moment, a woman clad in a red official robe approached cautiously, scrutinizing Qi Qianyao. Grasping her delicate hand, she felt a pulse, and, with her confusion dissipating, tears of joy welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, "What are you all standing around for? Summon the royal physicians. The heavens have blessed us. The Empress has awakened." At her declaration, Qi Qianyao's brow furrowed in confusion. Empress? Royal physicians? What was happening? Hadn't she been mortally wounded? Suddenly, a realization dawned. Could it be that she had transcended into another realm? The trembling maidens rushed to summon the physicians, who, after thorough examination, confirmed that the Empress indeed lived. The assembly knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Heaven bless the Phoenix." As the crowd echoed their praises, the commanding woman instructed, "Since the Empress has returned, you may all leave. The royal physicians shall remain." Qi Qianyao gazed intently at her. The woman before her possessed striking features, with elegant brows and captivating apricot blossom eyes, exuding an irresistible allure. Her innate grace suggested that she hailed from a noble lineage. Reflecting on how these individuals referred to her as Empress, she marveled at the remarkable twist of fate that allowed her to ascend to such a position in this new life. Truly a splendid spectacle. Yet, she could not help but mourn the original owner of this body, whose life had been extinguished far too soon. Qi Qianyao silently vowed to honor this identity. She would live fully, not only for herself, but also for her predecessor. Chapter 3. The Imperial Physician. As the court officials withdrew, only the members of the Imperial Medical Institute remained. The female official, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to Qianyao, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, how could I fulfill the late emperor's wishes?" Qianyao pondered for a moment and, in a soft voice emulating a line from a drama in her previous life, asked, "Who are you? Who am I? Where's this place?" After speaking, she winced in pain, clutching her head and murmured, "It hurts." Upon hearing this, the female official fell silent, rising to scrutinize her for an extended period. Observing her expression, it did not appear to be an act. She seemed to grasp something profound. The female official, furrowing her brow, coldly inquired, "Physician Su, what is the meaning of this?" There was a prolonged silence following her question, as the named physician Su remained unresponsive. It was she who had diagnosed the Empress's condition earlier today, and it was also she who had confirmed the Empress's revival. Now, with the Empress suffering from amnesia, how could she possibly explain this? At that moment, the young female doctor, who had been kneeling with her head bowed, gradually spoke up. "When I was younger, I read a peculiar book in a foreign land, which described a state akin to apparent death, where one exhibits no heartbeat or breath. However, through medicinal intervention or other influences, a seemingly dead person can be revived. The Empress's memory loss might be connected to her experiences prior to her apparent death." This statement was both subtle and reasonable, prompting even Qianyao to glance at the young physician, finding her words agreeable. "So it turns out, you incompetent doctors lack even this basic understanding. What a shameful display for the Imperial Medical Institute, entrusted by the Empress. A mere junior physician possesses greater wisdom than you all. What punishment do you deserve for this?" The words of Prime Minister Lu Ian struck fear into the hearts of the female doctors. To them, he was akin to the Grim Reaper, more terrifying than the Empress herself. The young physician, realizing her impudence, hastily bowed and said, "I was reckless, esteemed sir. That peculiar book was one I encountered in my youth while traveling with my father in foreign lands." Before she could finish, Lu Ian interrupted, asserting, "You are not reckless. Rather, they are unskilled in their craft. Pray tell, what is your name?" Upon hearing the Prime Minister's inquiry, the young physician hesitated for a moment before respectfully responding, "I am Qin Wanji." "Excellent. Henceforth, you shall serve as the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. while the rest of you shall be demoted to commoners, never to practice medicine again. It is indeed an embarrassment to have such incompetent doctors within the institute. Director Qin, the Imperial Medical Institute is now in your capable hands. Should such treachery occur again, I shall show no mercy." With these words, Lu Ian provided a plausible explanation for the Empress's revival. The blame rested squarely upon the inadequacy of the Imperial Medical Institute. By sparing their lives, he aimed to silence the masses and instill in them an understanding of what should and should not be said, lest they face dire consequences. Qianyao wished to say more, but constrained by her current identity as the amnesiac Empress and unsure of whom she could trust, she opted for silence. Moreover, this female official executed her duties flawlessly, leaving no room for error. It is not surprising that this group of female physicians would meet with untimely deaths after leaving the palace. She intended to spare their lives. However, in this ancient setting, her presence was beyond what any mortal could accept, and her current identity as the Empress necessitated the elimination of future threats. This time, she could not afford to show mercy. Typically compassionate, she acquiesced to the situation. She continued to feign ignorance, her face a mask of perplexity as she fixed her gaze upon the woman in red. Chapter 0004. Amnesia. Qi New York troubled by her own conscience, turned away from the group of female physicians below, vowing to compensate their families in the future. Lyn, having settled the remaining affairs, took a seat on the phoenix bed, shedding her predatory demeanor, and began to introduce herself while recounting the history of Feng Lnzho, as well as her own past. To Qi New York's astonishment, she learned that this body was also named Qi New York. And even more astonishing was the revelation that the original owner had perished in bed with a man. This challenged her worldview. In her previous life, a man had succumbed to exhaustion, and now, unexpectedly, a woman had met the same fate. Much time passed, and twilight descended. Lyn had nearly finished her tale. She gazed at Qi New York on the bed, her heart heavy with concern. Qi New York recover well. I hope you can grow from this experience, unlike before. You are the daughter of the late emperor, and you must uphold the legacy. I shall be by your side to help you safeguard this realm. For reasons unknown, Qi New York felt tears stinging her eyes. Though it was another story, it resonated deeply within her. Perhaps this was her destiny. This time, she would live well and honorably protect the realm on behalf of the original owner. Wyan, please arrange for their families, she implored earnestly. Lyn was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Qi New York's intent. She nodded and knelt, responding, "This humble servant shall obey your command." Subsequently, Lyn made the necessary arrangements within the palace before departing, cautioning Qi New York not to summon anyone for favor until her health improved and to keep her amnesia a secret. Qi New York nearly choked with disbelief at the extent of the original owner's lasciviousness. Upon Lyn's departure, a retinue of palace maids entered to attend to her. They were the Empress's personal attendants and understood the nuances of what should and should not be said. Some helped Qi New York bathe and change, while others prepared her meals. As she changed her clothes, a chill enveloped her, prompting her to retrieve an object from her bosom. She nearly leaped with joy. It was the phoenix-patterned jade pendant that had accompanied her since childhood. This was the only memento left to her by her parents, and she marveled that this cherished item had traversed into this foreign world with her. She carefully tucked the pendant back into her bosom. At that moment, a timid young maid approached, trembling as she held a sandalwood tray, and said, "Your Majesty, please turn the card." Qi New York her thoughts beginning to coalesce, smiled contemplatively and asked, "Who sent you here?" The young palace maid was responsible for recording the Empress's summons, and under normal circumstances, such inquiries would be quite routine. However, tonight, someone had indeed summoned her, leaving her puzzled. The usually lustful Empress, who would delight at the mere mention of a selection, now questioned who had called her. "Did the Imperial Medical Bureau not inform you? My health is unsuitable for such matters for the next fortnight," she declared, leaving the palace maids and attendants utterly astonished. As if the Empress had transformed into a different person. The former Empress had never been one to heed time or place, nor anyone's counsel. If she desired something, she would pursue it relentlessly. Upon hearing Qianyao's inquiry, the young maid dropped the fragrant sandalwood tray from her hands, hastily kneeling on the floor. "I was wrong. Your Majesty, the Imperial Medical Bureau did send someone with news. I acted according to your usual temperament." With that, she burst into tears. Qianyao, upon hearing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Some matters could not be rushed. From now on, she would heed the Imperial Medical Bureau's guidance. After expressing her gratitude and bowing deeply, the young maid hurriedly left the Fengju Palace, feeling feeling that the Empress, upon awakening from her stupor, had become somewhat frightening, and she needed to relay this information to another. "Come here." Qianyao gestured to the young maid who had been standing at the door. She had been observing, noting that this maid exuded a calm demeanor and held a distinct disdain for the maid responsible for recording the summons, indicating she could be a valuable asset. Qianyao internally marveled at how her studies in psychology and years of honing her perceptive skills in the workplace had finally borne fruit. Chapter 5. The trusted confidant. The young maid, appearing somewhat seasoned, seemed to be one of the palace's elders. Once Qianyao had finished dressing, she instructed the others to withdraw and sat down to savor the exquisite dishes before her. Indeed, the organic vegetables of ancient times were delightful, and these pure, natural seasonings surpassed even the flavors of modern gourmet establishments. After finishing her meal, Qianyao turned to the young maid and inquired, "What is your name?" "Your servant's name is Qingling," the maid replied with remarkable composure. Qianyao felt quite pleased with Qingling. "I do not concern myself with whom you served in the past. From this moment forth, you are mine. Do you accept this?" Taken aback, Qingling recalled the words spoken to her before entering the palace. She knelt, declaring, "Your servant shall heed only your majesty's commands from now on." "Excellent, rise. Now, go and investigate with whom that young maid has been colluding," Qianyao said, striving to maintain her composure. "Your servant obeys," Qingling replied before exiting the chamber. At that moment, Qingling finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The Empress had reigned for 5 years, and she had spent those years lurking within the palace, witnessing the many heart-wrenching deeds committed by the Empress. Now, having experienced life and death, the Empress had matured and glimpsed hope for the future. Meanwhile, Qianyao within the palace was unable to contain her joy, marveling at how the scenarios depicted in dramas could manifest in reality. She had merely spoken those words in jest, yet they had resonated. Did this imply that she had gained a loyal confidant? At this moment, the palace maids serving in the imperial study arrived, bringing with them a plethora of books concerning Fenglin, a task orchestrated by Chancellor Liu. The matter of her amnesia remained a closely guarded secret, one that could not be divulged. Although this dynasty was matriarchal, the prowess of men should not be underestimated. In times of conflict, women invariably fell short of their male counterparts. To quell the nefarious intentions of those with ulterior motives, it was imperative that her memory loss remain undisclosed. The attendants in her close proximity were all arranged by Lu Yan, allowing her to rest easy for the time being. At least, for now, Lu Yan was on her side. For half a month, Qi Qianyao immersed herself in the history of Fenglin, diligently learning the customs of this era. Qin Wanji visited daily to check her pulse, which remained steady, and her complexion glowed with health. This month's menstrual cycle arrived punctually, prompting the proclamation, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You are fully recovered. Does that mean I can cease the consumption of medicine?" Qi Qianyao lamented, feeling overwhelmed by the bitterness of the herbal concoctions. Fearing that if she continued, her complexion would match the color of the brew. Qin Wanji could not help but chuckle, responding, "Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that the bitter medicine must persist. The prior losses were too significant. Thus, you must gradually regain your strength. However, I can alter the prescription to make the concoction less bitter." Alas, one can only blame the original owner for her excessive indulgence, Qi Qianyao mused. At merely 18 years of age, a time of growth, she had suffered such depletion. What a predicament indeed. "May I attend court now?" Having perused numerous texts, Qi Qianyao felt a burgeoning desire to engage in state affairs, aspiring to utilize her modern knowledge to forge a more prosperous Fenglin. Qin Wanji nodded, but cautioned, "Yet, Your Majesty must not overexert yourself." "Very well, Director Qin, I shall heed your counsel," Qi Qianyao acquiesced. Given their similar ages and the fact that Qin Wanji was among the few privy to her amnesia, Qi Qianyao frequently inquired about various matters, swiftly deepening their bond. Thus, Qin Wanji became Qi Qianyao's first friend in this era. Chapter 0006. The Noble Consort. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the people of Hehuan Palace report that Consort Li is once again attempting to take her own life. Jin Suo exclaimed breathlessly as she rushed to Qi Qianyao. The occupants of Fengju Palace facepalmed collectively. This was merely the latest instance in a series of such occurrences over the past fortnight. Countless, indeed. It is worth mentioning that Jin Suo was a clever young girl Qi Qianyao encountered during a leisurely stroll in the palace. Recognizing her wit and charm, Qi Qianyao took her under her wing as a personal maid, knowing she must cultivate her own influence. "Your Majesty, it is that time of the month. Please refrain from sharing a bed," Qin Wanji reminded her with a hint of exasperation. For them, although the Empress had lost her memory, she remained the same person. The lessons of the past lingered painfully, and far too many had disregarded the implications of intimacy during such times. Qi Qianyao was at a loss for words. The original owner was indeed an empress, yet she possessed a beauty that could rival that of a fallen star. With delicate brows like wisps of smoke and radiant eyes that sparkled with life, she captivated the heart. Her natural lips, red as the dawn, bore no trace of artifice, and her complexion shone like the morning sun upon freshly fallen snow. Compared to the so-called modern celebrities, artificial beauties pale in comparison. Even if Qi Qianyao is not an empress, she would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers eager to take her as their bride. Thus, she can only inwardly lament the antics of these men vying for her favor. Let us proceed to the Hahuan Palace. I wish to take a look. Qi Qianyao remarked with a bitter smile. I shall take my leave first. Your Majesty must remember my words, Qin Wanji said before exiting the hall. After tidying herself, Qi Qianyao, accompanied by a large entourage, ascended the phoenix carriage to the Hahuan Palace. Upon arrival, she was taken aback. A group of men awaited her at the entrance. As she stepped inside, another throng rushed towards her, chanting, Your Majesty, Junjun misses you. Nian Nian longs for you. Where yearns for you. The cacophony of voices was overwhelming. Clearing her throat, Qi Qianyao spoke. I miss you all as well. Would you kindly step aside? I wish to sit within. At her command, the extravagantly adorned men immediately parted to create a pathway. Qi Qianyao did not linger to observe them, instead making her way directly to the elevated seat. Surveying the surroundings, the Hahuan Palace was indeed splendidly constructed, unlike her own opulent palace, where she often felt a sense of insecurity at night, fearing that thieves might come to pilfer the 4 grand golden pillars within. Upon taking her seat, the various noblemen below paid their respects, referring to themselves as subjects, while the men formally wed to the empress held the highest status as the emperoress consort. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the empress. Their voices were soft and submissive, clearly indicating their roles as the favored. Such a taste was rather peculiar, Qi Qianyao thought, inwardly exasperated. Although these men were handsome, they were certainly not to her liking. Be at ease. All of you may take your seats, Qi Qianyao stated, maintaining her composure. But upon glancing at the men below, she realized none piqued her interest. Speak of the matter concerning Li Guiran's attempted suicide. I wish to know what transpired, she commanded. Just then, a man claiming to be Li Guiran stepped forward, casting flirtatious glances as he responded, It's nothing. I merely missed you. Qi Qianyao could not contain her laughter, bursting forth unexpectedly. Noticing the astonished expressions of the men below, she quickly composed herself. Her vulnerabilities must not be too apparent. Come here, let me embrace you, she beckoned. As Li Guiran was about to leap into her arms, Qingling rushed into the palace, her expression indicating that something significant had occurred. Qi Qianyao felt a jolt of concern. Could it be that the investigation had unearthed a major lead? Bold palace servant, how dare you intrude upon the Hahuan Palace? What punishment do you deserve? Just as Qingling reached the entrance, she was intercepted by the palace guards. Qi Qianyao subtly pushed them aside, her voice laced with authority. That is my lady-in-waiting. How dare you obstruct her? Who gave you the audacity? With a fierce shout, Qi Qianyao caused the guard to immediately capitulate, bowing his head in submission. The spectacle nearly compelled the male concubines seated below to kneel in reverence. At that moment, both Qingling and Qi Qianyao were too preoccupied to acknowledge anyone. Qingling stepped forward and whispered the findings she had uncovered into Qi Qianyao's ear, detailing everything meticulously. Qi Qianyao's excitement was palpable. It was her inaugural foray into palace intrigue, with herself as the central figure, and it appeared she might ensnare a significant catch this time. The mere thought sent a thrill of exhilaration through her. Upon returning to the Phoenix residence, Qi Qianyao, having absorbed the report, was eager to vacate the dismal place and attend to pressing matters. We humbly bid farewell to your majesty, echoed the lamentations. And Qi Qianyao mused that this group of sycophantic men required her swift attention to avoid further annoyance within the palace. As the entourage exited the Hahuan Palace, Qi Qianyao promptly instructed Jin Suo to summon the director of the Imperial Medical Institute, Qin Yuanling, and to also send for Prime Minister Liu. Upon reaching the Phoenix residence, she dismissed the palace maids and immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the corpse. Your Majesty, came the reply. The body was discovered by a servant in a civilian residence outside the palace. Judging by the state of decomposition, it has been deceased for over 5 days. At this juncture, Qingling paused, her demeanor suggesting she had more to convey. Qi Qianyao, exasperated, urged her, Speak freely. You are absolved of any wrongdoing. The servant expressed her suspicion that there was indeed a traitor within the palace. The timid young maid, with whom she had interacted on several occasions, had managed to leave the imperial confines unnoticed, indicating that the individual behind this was undoubtedly formidable. Qi Qianyao nodded in agreement. Qingling's observations resonated with her own thoughts, suggesting a considerable conspiracy lay in wait. The two engaged in a thorough analysis of the intricate relationships involved, and Qi Qianyao felt she had stumbled upon a treasure in Qingling, who was far from ordinary. As they conversed, Qin Wanji arrived in a flurry from the Imperial Medical Institute. Just as she prepared to offer her respects, Qi Qianyao halted her, prompting Qingling to produce a handkerchief from her bosom. Unfolding it revealed a pale yellow powder. Qi Qianyao, unfamiliar with the substance, regarded Qin Wanji intently, hoping for an explanation. After scrutinizing the powder for some time, Qin Wanji confirmed it was a type of incense called forgetfulness. Though aromatic, it bore poison. When used alone, it might induce faintness. Yet when combined with the joyous fragrance during intimate encounters, it became lethal. With this revelation, everything fell into place. Qi Qianyao mused, how could a woman perish in bed? If death were to befall anyone, it would surely be a man. Thus, the last individual who had shared the bed with the original owner of this body must be the perpetrator of the poisoning. Just as she prepared to speak, Qingling interjected, revealing that the individual had already been executed. Who ordered it? Qi Qianyao inquired, her brow furrowed. It was Lady Li, Qingling replied. Investigate Lady Li for me, and trace her lineage back 18 generations, Qi Qianyao commanded. This was an opportune moment to cleanse the harem of those frivolous courtesans, and she intended to seize it. Moreover, since the original owner had indeed met with foul play, she felt compelled to avenge her. Shortly after Qingling departed, Lu Yan also arrived. Chapter 0008. The Union. Lu Yan hastened from the military camp on the outskirts of the city. Upon learning that someone from the palace had summoned her, she mounted her swift steed and rode into the palace. At that moment, Qin Wanji and Qingling had already taken their leave, leaving only Qi Qianyao and Jin Suo in the grand hall. Lu Yan approached and paid her respects, inquiring about the circumstances at hand. Qi Qianyao did not conceal the truth, recounting the events to Lu Yan, including her own efforts to investigate the matter. To Lu Yan's surprise, she did not erupt in anger but instead appeared as though she had anticipated the complexity of the situation. I suspected this matter was not simple from the very beginning, she remarked. I feared that your majesty might remain oblivious to the implications, just as before, which is why I refrained from informing you. Little did I expect that you had already discreetly dispatched someone to look into it. My investigation yielded similar findings to yours, though I managed to uncover the truth a step ahead. It appears that the father of Lady Li hails from the southern region of Shu, where men hold the highest regard. Lu Yan's final statement bore a tone of resignation. Qi Qianyao shook her head, letting out a series of sighs. The Fenglin dynasty occupies the very heart of Anran continent, vast in both area and population, where women are held in esteem. Surrounding it are 4 smaller nations, each with a patriarchal structure: the southern Shu, the northern Qi, the western Shun, and the eastern Jin. Additionally, there exists a peculiar realm, untouched by the governance of these 5 nations, where freedom is revered, a nameless entity akin to an exotic land. Thus, it is referred to as the other domain. In truth, whether a woman or a man ascends the throne, as long as they govern benevolently, they are deemed a good emperor. Yet, there will always be those who harbor envy. As for this matter, Yan, I shall refrain from interference. I wish to resolve it myself, Qi Qianyao asserted with earnest conviction. Lu Yan gazed at the Empress before her, her demeanor increasingly reminiscent of the late emperor. Surviving great tribulations often leads to future blessings. An ancient adage echoed in her mind. Smiling, she nodded, yet hesitated before speaking again. Your Majesty, I have another matter to discuss with you today. Pray, speak, Yan. Your Majesty, you have reached the age of 18, and after this incident, I have come to understand that a great nation cannot lack heirs. For many years, I have indulged your wishes. However, this time, the Qi nation has sent word that their heir has returned from his travels, and this marriage proposal is an established custom of Fenglin that cannot be disregarded. Qi Qianyao comprehended the implications. She was being pressured into marriage. She had read about the tradition of the Qi heir marrying into Fenglin in historical texts. Since the inception of the Fenglin dynasty, it had been customary for the Qi nation to select the most handsome man to become the heir and marry into Fenglin, thus becoming the imperial consort. Should a son be born, he would return to Qi to inherit the throne. Should a daughter be born, she would become the Empress of Fenglin. This custom had persisted for centuries, and Qi Qianyao was well aware that the original Empress had remained unmarried for this very reason. Was she to accept her fate? This is the portrait of the Qi heir sent by their emissaries, Liu Yan declared, unveiling her trump card. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed a visage of celestial beauty. A striking figure clad in armor, wielding a 7-star sword, galloping freely through the snow. The artist had employed their utmost skill to capture this scene. Is it the artistry of the painter that renders such beauty, or is it merely the natural allure of the subject? Qi Qianyao had once believed herself to be the most exquisite being in existence, only to discover that there exists a man whose beauty surpasses her own. Liu Yan was well aware that this tactic would surely prove effective. She had heard tales of the young lord, Qi Qianyao, whose charm had captivated every woman fortunate enough to behold him, herself included, upon first encountering his portrait. Gazing at the figure in the painting for an extended period, Qi Qianyao felt that encountering such a stunning man in her lifetime was truly fortuitous. What was his name again? Chapter 0009. Reform the young Lord Qi Qianyao. This is his birth information. I had the Imperial Astronomical Bureau calculate it long ago. Your destinies are remarkably aligned. An ideal match of beauty and intellect, Qianyao. Liu Yan was equally elated, for the union between Qi Nation and Fenglin was now a reality, alleviating the burdens upon her heart. Alas, her own brother was doomed to remain unfulfilled in this life. Yan, you must personally convey the message, instruct Qi Nation to prepare for the wedding at once, and have the Bureau determine an auspicious date. Additionally, please ensure that the gifts from our side are arranged by the Ministry of Rites, so that the Qi emissaries may take them back. As Qi Qianyao organized these affairs, her words flowed with an infectious enthusiasm. In her past life, she had lived for 25 years, not from a lack of desire for love, but rather due to an absence of suitable suitors. However, Qi Qianyao truly captured her interest. Moreover, the customs that had persisted for centuries were not easily cast aside. Thus, Qi Qianyao spent an entire afternoon gazing blankly at the portrait, repeating the name Qi Qianyao to herself. A few days later, the gifts from the ministry were prepared, and the auspicious date was determined. The grand wedding would take place in 3 months. The news spread like wildfire. Those eager to hear it did, and those who preferred not to were also informed. Ultimately, Qi Qianyao made her inaugural appearance at court, where the first announcement was her impending marriage. The elder ministers wept uncontrollably, expressing their gratitude to the heavens, for there was hope for Fenglin. Some rejoiced, while others lamented. Following her ascension to the court, Qi Qianyao assumed full authority, and during this period, she gained considerable insight into the affairs of Fenglin. She proposed several reformative taxation policies and measures to establish educational institutions, garnering widespread acclaim from the populace. Such was Qi Qianyao. The people adored her, while the male concubines resented her, for once the Empress wed her emperor consort, their status within the harem would be irrevocably diminished. They had not laid eyes on her for quite some time and had attempted numerous schemes and staged disturbances, all of which had been dispelled by Jin Suo. The matter concerning Lady Li had been thoroughly investigated by Qing Ling. However, the maid had perished, and the evidence was obliterated, with the familial ties of the individual in question being quite intricate. Qi Qianyao understood that this person could not be allowed to remain. She must devise a strategy to eliminate any traces and simultaneously address the rest of the harem. At this moment, on the borders of Fenglin, General, here is the latest news from the palace. The man in black, upon hearing this, unsealed the letter in his hand. After reading it, a faint smile emerged on his weathered face, marked by the sands of time. She has finally matured. I can rest assured now. Dispatch someone swiftly to deliver that map to the Empress. Let this serve as my wedding gift to her. Amidst the conversation, a sense of comfort was palpable, yet the discerning listener could detect a hint of bitterness intertwined within that solace. Within the imperial palace, Qi Qianyao found herself troubled by the challenge of transforming the Fengju Palace into a space that resonated with her personal aesthetic. The opulent golden decor was increasingly difficult for her to acclimate to. A minister from the Ministry of Works approached tentatively, expressing his thoughts on restructuring the layout of Fengju Palace. To his surprise, the official readily acquiesced, stating that it was entirely feasible, especially with the Empress's impending wedding necessitating renovations. With a resolute spirit, Qi Qianyao articulated her vision, emphasizing simplicity over extravagance. This sentiment deeply moved the veteran official, who admired their sagacious Empress. Consequently, the transformation of Fengju Palace commenced in accordance with Qi Qianyao's preferences. In the ensuing 3 months, Qi Qianyao accomplished numerous feats. She trained a shadow guard, instituted a civil examination system open to all talented individuals aged 15 and above, and clandestinely ventured outside the palace with Qing Ling to gauge the sentiments of the populace. Chapter 0010. The examination of female physicians, the prosperity of Fenglin was indeed commendable, with the nation thriving and its people at peace. During this period, she secretly overheard many citizens extolling her virtues. She also received a wedding gift from General Liu Xiaoxiu of Fenglin, a map delineating the territories of Fenglin. In her brief 5-year reign, Liu Xiaoxiu had successfully subdued numerous border regions, expanding their dominion with several new cities, and ensuring that none of the 4 minor nations dared to disturb Fenglin's borders. As the elder brother of Prime Minister Liu, Qi Qianyao felt reassured and accepted the map with delight. She dispatched a contingent bearing 5 million taels of gold along with a decree elevating Liu Xiaoxiu to the esteemed position of national general, ranking first class. This grand procession set forth towards the borders to reward the troops. The past 3 months unfolded with remarkable tranquility, a smooth sailing that only heightened Qi Qianyao's unease. Although the union between Fenglin and Qi nation was customary, she harbored a foreboding sense that something unforeseen might occur. Qingling, ensure you keep a close watch on those in the harem. Maintain vigilant surveillance. Also, inform Prime Minister Liu that the envoys from the 4 nations should be arriving soon. Ensure that our hospitality is impeccable, for I remain unsettled. Understood, Your Majesty. Refrain from referring to yourself as a servant. You are now the commander of the Imperial Guards, holding a 4th-class rank. Dare to call yourself a servant again, and I shall discipline you. Jinsuo, who was attending nearby, couldn't help but revel in Qingling's discomfort, as she was rarely expressive, her demeanor only shifting in the presence of the Empress. I understand, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it promptly, Qingling replied, somewhat awkwardly, casting a glare at Jinsuo as she departed, causing Jinsuo to flinch. As boredom loomed, Qi Qianyao suddenly recalled that the Imperial Medical Institution was conducting examinations for female officials. A recent purge had eliminated several female physicians, and the newly appointed ones were undergoing evaluations. Jinsuo, come, accompany me to the Imperial Medical Institution to observe Wan Zhi's examination. Thus, Qi Qianyao descended upon the examination hall. The female doctors were assessing their skills in acupuncture, and, upon the arrival of Her Majesty, the Empress, they hurriedly knelt and bowed their heads. Qianyao, with a touch of helplessness, instructed them to rise and continue their evaluation, suggesting that she would remain invisible. The commoners obey, they replied, and the examination resumed. Qin Wanji had grown accustomed to this situation, treating Qianyao as if she were indeed invisible, diligently recording each doctor's performance. At that moment, a guard, lying on the bed as a test subject, suddenly shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Qianyao rushed over to inspect the situation, noting that the needlework was rather poor. The guard's furious outburst, combined with the Empress's imposing presence, caused a little maid to collapse in fright, repeatedly proclaiming her fault. Qin Wanji, unable to ignore the scene, stepped forward to check the guard's pulse, declaring him unharmed. "Rise," she commanded. "You should leave, with such impatience. The Imperial Guard is not suited for you. Go to the stables and tend to the horses." After saying this, Qianyao gently assisted the young maid to her feet. The previously boisterous guard was quickly taken away, muttering his apologies. The little medical girl trembled as the Empress helped her up, and upon realizing her lineage, she prepared to kneel again, but Qin Wanji quickly restrained her, finding her excessively timid. "Lift your head and show it to me," Qianyao requested, intrigued by the girl's demeanor. Chapter 0011. A perfect resemblance. Just as she intended to tease the girl, she was taken aback when the maid lifted her face. Her features were strikingly similar to those of her dear friend Lin Rue from her past life. Memories of their time together began to replay in her mind. Could it be that she had also traversed into this realm? Qianyao secretly wished it were true, but a subsequent remark from Qin Wanji shattered her hopes. "Your Majesty, this is the legitimate daughter of physician Lin Shirin." As if she had not heard, Qianyao softly murmured, "Lin Rue," while intently observing Lin Shirin's every move. If she had indeed crossed over like herself, she would undoubtedly react upon hearing her name. From a psychological perspective, Lin Shirin showed no response, instead pondering for a considerable time before earnestly replying, "Your Majesty, we have no one named Lin Rue in our family, so it was not her after all." Qianyao sighed softly, then inquired, "You are the legitimate daughter of physician Lin. I have heard that he resolved numerous difficult ailments during my mother's reign, demonstrating exceptional medical prowess. How is it that you cannot even perform basic acupuncture?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shirin's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, admitting, "The commoner has not mastered the art and has barely grasped the rudiments of my father's skills. What do you wish to learn?" Qianyao continued with keen interest. "I do not know what I enjoy," Lin Shirin confessed, I find no joy in any study and often abandon my pursuits halfway. Thus, my father urged me to participate in this female physician examination. Then from now on, you shall accompany me. I am eager to discover what piques your interest. Qianyao declared. Lin Shireen blinked her innocent large eyes and asked earnestly, Your Majesty, what can a humble subject like me do by your side? Qi Qianyao gazed at those familiar eyes, reflecting the same foolishness and infatuation as her own. Simply follow me, do whatever you wish, and refrain from what you do not desire. Today, I bestow upon you the title of a senior maid of the Fengju Palace, granting you the autonomy to participate in the female official examination. Pursue whatever you fancy, Qi Qianyao said indulgently. Around them, whispers of excitement erupted as people discussed how Lin Shireen must have accumulated great virtue from her ancestors to receive such honor, even without taking the examination. The status of a senior maid in the Fengju Palace would allow her to navigate the inner palace with ease. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Lin Shireen exclaimed gratefully. Qi Qianyao smiled and said to Qin Wanji, I shall take her with me. And so, they departed, leaving Qin Wanji pondering Lin Shireen's unexpected fortune. Realizing that the Empress genuinely favored her. Jinsuo, from now on, Shireen will be entrusted to you. You may return now. I wish to walk alone. The current Empress was decisive and unyielding in her actions. Although Jinsuo longed to accompany her, she recognized the importance of obeying the Empress's wishes. As Qi Qianyao strolled alone, she unwittingly found herself at the Qingtian Observatory, a place she felt an uneasy trepidation towards. She understood what the Qingtian Observatory represented. Its inhabitants were those who comprehended the will of heaven, and after her own extraordinary experience of transmigration, she had grown even more attuned to fate. Just as she contemplated turning away, the doors of the observatory swung open, revealing a young boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. I am here to greet Her Majesty. Long live the Emperor. My master instructed me to wait here for your arrival and guide you, the child said. His voice youthful and innocent, referring to himself as a servant, indicating he was indeed a boy. Since he had predicted her arrival, she decided to enter and meet him. Chapter 0012. Humanity, the most dangerous creature stepping through the doors of the Qingtian Observatory. Qi Qianyao turned back only to find the door closing automatically behind her, with the little boy leading the way ahead. The people of the Qingtian Observatory possess considerable abilities, she mused to herself. Upon entering the hall, she was taken aback to see a youthful gentleman at the forefront, a sight she had not anticipated. She had expected an elderly figure instead. He appeared to be about her age in her previous life. Lu Yian had previously mentioned that the Qingtian Observatory was the most enigmatic place within the palace, where one rarely disturbed unless necessary, as it was exceedingly difficult to glean information from within. Seeing the man preparing to bow, she hastily interjected, Lord Bai. There is no need for such formalities. It is I who intrude upon you. When addressing such individuals, one must tread carefully and treat them with respect. You honor me. Your Majesty, he replied. I wonder how you find this world upon your first visit. His directness left Qi Qianyao momentarily speechless, as she had expected to feign ignorance. Seeing that Qianyao offered no response, Bai Bunong chuckled and remarked that, for a humble minister, it mattered little who occupied the throne, as long as the populace lived in peace and prosperity. Your Majesty, you must understand that you were born with the mandate of the Emperor. This is both your destiny and your tribulation. Yet, there are others who bear the imperial decree besides yourself. To be a woman with such a mandate is not a path devoid of challenges. You must remain steadfast in your convictions. After delivering this profound statement, Bai Bunong rose and departed the grand hall, leaving Qianyao alone in its vastness. She seemed to grasp the essence of his words, albeit not entirely. If it were merely a matter of holding on to her convictions, she would undoubtedly do so. Having left the astronomical bureau, she approached the nearly completed Fengju Palace and gazed at the nearby Heluan Palace, the future residence of the imperial consort, which was also under construction. It was said that the blueprints were personally drawn by Qi Qianyao, who had also financed the project. The labor was borrowed from her, but they had compensated well. With only half a month remaining until the wedding, she returned to the study where she had been residing and reviewing memorials over the past few months. Noticing that Prime Minister Lu was present, she inquired, Yian, what brings you here at this hour? We have received news that the delegation from Shu will arrive in the capital tomorrow, Lu Yian replied, his voice tinged with concern. The kingdom of Shu had always been restless, persistently attempting to swallow the feminist stronghold of Fenglin, facing defeat time and again. This time, taking advantage of the impending wedding, their early arrival would likely create quite a stir. Qianyao furrowed her brow and instructed the station personnel to be prepared. replacing them with her trusted confidants to monitor every move of the delegation from the moment they entered the capital. After a brief pause, she inquired about any developments from Ligairan's side. Everything remains normal. She still drones on daily about why your majesty does not visit the harem and occasionally wanders to other palaces, but there have been no disturbances. The atmosphere in the study was palpably tense. Qianyao was acutely aware that the original owner's demise was undoubtedly linked to the kingdom of Shu. This confrontation would mark her initial clash with them, and she had prepared a grand gift in anticipation. Once the arrangements for the four nations' entry into the capital were finalized, Lu Yian and Qing Ling took their leave of the study to attend to their duties outside the palace, but Qianyao's mind remained restless. The intricate machinations of ancient politics were something she had encountered in historical texts during her previous life, and the treachery of modern society had affected her even more profoundly. Humanity, after all, is the most perilous of creatures. Chapter 0013. Leaving the palace at that moment, Jin Suo returned to the study with Lin Shirin, having taken the time to familiarize themselves with the palace surroundings. Observing the two, Qianyao concocted a plan and said, "Little Jin Suo and little Shirin, after tomorrow's court assembly, you shall accompany me discreetly out of the palace." The two exclaimed in unison, "Huh? Out of the palace?" Previously, Qianyao had ventured outside as well, but always accompanied by many, including Qing Ling, solely with the intent of gauging the sentiments of the people. However, this situation is different. The news of her exit from the palace must not be disseminated. These two girls are unfamiliar faces, ensuring their safety outside. It is imperative that the fourth person remains uninformed, as I have pressing matters to attend to. Qi Qianyao wore a serious expression. Jin Suo was taken aback. As a palace maid, she should not defy her mistress, yet having lingered by the Empress's side for some time, she was acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the capital at this hour. The thought of recklessly leaving the palace without informing the fourth person, including Qing Ling and Prime Minister Lu, filled her with unease. Noticing the young girl's apprehension, Qi Qianyao found herself at a loss and explained, "Recently, Prime Minister Lu and Qing Ling have been attending to matters outside the palace on my behalf. It is likely that those with ulterior motives are already aware of their identities. You two, however, have remained within the depths of the palace and, with a little embellishment, will be unrecognizable upon departure. My silence is a precaution against any leaks, which would only heighten the peril. Rest assured, my shadow guard shall protect me at all times." At that moment, Lin Shirin struggled to comprehend the Empress's words, yet sensed their profound wisdom. Jin Suo, too, found the reasoning sound. She promptly reassured, "Your Majesty, you need not worry. Jin Suo shall not inform the fourth person and will ensure your safety." Lin Shirin echoed Jin Suo's vow. Subsequently, Qi Qianyao instructed the two to prepare the necessary items for the following day. As for Shu Kingdom, she decided that it would be best for her to meet them personally. The next day, after attending the morning court, Qi Qianyao hastily returned to the imperial study, changing into attire suitable for her exit from the palace, a complete male ensemble. During the morning audience, Lu Yian had informed her that the representatives from Shu Kingdom would arrive at noon, and the audience could only be held the following day. This was precisely what Qi Qianyao wished to hear. An afternoon's time was ample. Once Jin Suo and Lin Shirin had assisted Qi Qianyao in dressing, the visage that should have belonged to a beautiful empress transformed into that of a dashing young gentleman, clad in moon-white brocade, adorned with a jade crown. Possessing bright eyes and a radiant smile, his countenance rivaled that of the future imperial consort, enhanced by a spark of cleverness in his mischievous gaze. The two girls gazed in awe, momentarily entranced. With a playful flick of her hand, Qi Qianyao teased Jin Suo, "How shall you serve this young master tonight?" Jin Suo's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, leaving her at a loss for words. Finding little amusement in teasing them further, Qi Qianyao shook her head and inquired, "Qing Ling has been dispatched on an errand. She will return to the palace by evening. We must ensure our return before her. Are the items you prepared ready?" Lin Shirin promptly affirmed, "Your Majesty, all items are prepared, and the carriage awaits outside the palace. The driver has been borrowed from the Qing courtyard. He is utterly trustworthy." Qi Qianyao nodded, noting that the time was ripe. She then led the two maidens out of the palace, specifically instructing them to address her as young Master Qian and to avoid any misnomers. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guards, recognizing the head maid of the Empress, were puzzled by the presence of an exceptionally handsome young man following her. However, they did not dwell on it, casually inquiring a few questions before checking the token and granting them passage. Qi Qianyao felt a sense of helplessness. The guard was far too lax, and it seemed a restructuring was in order. The young guard who had permitted their passage was still lost in reverie, wondering if today's events would etch her name in the memories of the palace maids close to the Empress, hoping for some flattering words to reach the sovereign's ears. Little did he know, his hopes were misplaced. Chapter 0014. Beauty without brains having boarded the prepared carriage. The two maids, who had just been adorned in court attire, began to change into men's clothing. Qi Qianyao observed their figures and couldn't help but marvel at the splendid physiques of people from ancient times. The journey from the palace to the relay station took a full hour, yet Qi Qianyao remained radiant. For this was her first true encounter with the world, devoid of the Empress's identity. Thus, her excursion from the palace held a hint of personal desire. They chose to alight in a bustling marketplace, merely a street away from the relay station, with Shihyin venturing to gather information while Su accompanied her in shopping. Since stepping down from the carriage, Qi Qianyao had drawn countless admirers, as the customs of this era were remarkably liberal, and women were notably bold. In no time, a throng approached her, inquiring about her birth date and seeking to marry her as a primary wife. The spring breeze was indeed bountiful. Su's delicate face turned nearly violet, thinking how utterly unaware these women were to dare raise their voices before the Empress. However, upon glancing back, she noticed her mistress seemed to revel in the attention. "Pardon me, ladies, but my master is already betrothed and has received formal engagement," Su proclaimed loudly, suppressing her voice. Upon hearing that the stunning young man was engaged, the crowd promptly dispersed. Though these women were fervent, they adhered to principles, refraining from snatching away a man. "Fair youth, would you accompany me back to Shu Kingdom?" A voice, ethereal and enchanting, rang out. Qi Qianyao raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed a person from Shu had come to her unbidden, saving her the trouble of infiltrating their ranks, and it appeared to be a woman. She appeared to be rather buxom, yet lacking in intellect. Just as Su was about to step forward and reiterate her earlier statement, Qi Qianyao halted her with a gentle wave of her fan. With a smile, Qi Qianyao clasped her hands in salute, saying, "Commoner Yin pays her respects to the Princess of Shu." Following this, she took Su's hand and performed the customary salute of Shu towards the woman before her. For her, since they were acting, they ought to do so in full, and a gesture of respect was merely a formality that bore no significance. At that moment, the Princess of Shu stood before the exquisite young man with a guarded demeanor. Having just arrived in the capital, she had separated from her entourage, eager to explore the city. Little did she expect to be captivated by the gentleman before her. His every movement exuded extraordinary poise, and coupled with his breathtaking visage, she momentarily forgot her status and unwittingly uttered those words. Yet, the man before her had seen through her identity. Who was this person? How did he ascertain my status? Qi Qianyao continued to smile and said, "Princess, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Might I escort you to the reception hall? I believe, after your arduous journey to the capital, you must be feeling quite famished." Upon hearing this, the princess from the kingdom of Shu pondered and found his reasoning sound. Considering her esteemed status as a princess, and the fact that women here are held in high regard, she felt assured that this handsome gentleman would not harbor ill intentions toward her. Observing her expression, Qi Qianyao realized that she was indeed naive and had fallen for his words rather quickly. He softly instructed Su to wait for Shihyin here, and they would proceed to the reception hall together. He then gestured invitingly and led the princess away. "You need not be overly formal, young Master Q. There is no need to address me as princess. Simply call me Ying, she said shyly, casting a glance at Qi Qianyao. Chapter 0015. The princess of Shu. Qi Qianyao was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Is your given name Lu Ying, princess?" "Indeed, young Master Q. How did you know?" "You guessed I was the princess of Shu right from the start, and now you have even discerned my name, Lu Ying." At that moment, Qi Qianyao felt a sense of despair. This young woman truly embodied the notion of being both beautiful and foolish. However, she could not reveal her inner thoughts just yet. With a flourish of her fan, she adopted an air of omniscience, stating, "The princess possesses an extraordinary fate," introducing herself as this palace, which is not a common address in our court. Moreover, given the luxurious satin attire she wears, it signifies her noble lineage as a member of the royal family of Shu. Furthermore, the royal surname is Lu. Thus, naturally, she would be addressed by that name. Having said this, Qi Qianyao elegantly closed her fan with a flourish. Lu Ying was left in awe. Not only was the young man strikingly handsome, but he was also remarkably intelligent. If only she could return to Shu with him, it would be splendid. Young Master Q, your intellect is remarkable. I am truly in admiration, she remarked. Not at all, princess. You are the one of exquisite beauty. The two continued to exchange compliments as they made their way to the reception hall. Upon arrival, Qi Qianyao requested a fine private room from the waiter and specifically instructed that the view from the window should be delightful. After generously handing the waiter a silver ingot, he enthusiastically led them to the second floor, opening a room named Listening to the Rain. Truly, it was a splendid room, furnished to her liking. As for Lu Weiying, the kingdom of Shu was a mountainous region and quite warm. She wondered if there were any charming places to be found there. Indeed, seeing the exquisite decor of the private room stirred a sense of discontent within her. Qi Qianyao gestured for her to take a seat and instructed the waiter to bring forth a selection of the finest delicacies. This delighted the waiter immensely. Certainly, esteemed guests, please wait a moment, and I shall return shortly. With that, the waiter exited, leaving only the two of them in the room. Drawing from her knowledge gleaned from books, Qi Qianyao skillfully guided the conversation with Lu Weiying, further deepening her admiration for the well-versed young Master Q. For reasons unknown, only Inger was wandering alone in the capital. Qi Qianyao asked nonchalantly. Luing responded without much thought, saying, My royal brother and the ceremonial entourage have already proceeded to the inn. I slipped away secretly to witness the splendor of Fenglin's capital. Qi Qianyao, with an understanding demeanor, replied in a tone that was both exasperated and indulgent. Oh, Inger, how mischievous you are. Aren't you afraid of worrying your royal brother? Lu Ying retorted. You won't be concerned about me for a while. He has important matters to attend to in the capital. Upon uttering these words, she realized she might have misspoken and quickly added, My brother has come to congratulate your Empress on her wedding. Qi Qianyao smiled and said, It is only natural for the four nations to pay their respects to the Empress on such an occasion. At that moment, Jin Suo and Lin Shirin arrived, and upon seeing them from the window, Qi Qianyao immediately waved from the upper floor. The two naturally spotted her and soon entered the Tingyu room. Inger, these are my two attendants. My father assigned them to accompany me since childhood, fearing that I might encounter trouble, she said, feigning shyness, which led one to think otherwise. I understand. It's not a problem. Let them attend to us in the room. Young Master Qian is indeed quite handsome, and it is indeed perilous in Fenglin. However, is young Master Qian a local of this capital? May I inquire about your family's profession? Is there a possibility of marriage? Lu Ying asked directly. Qi Qianyao shook her head, saying, I am not from the capital, but from Yi City. My family is engaged in commerce, and I am yet unmarried. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was utterly delighted. Engaged in commerce, and judging by your attire, your family must be quite affluent. More importantly, this handsome young man is still unmarried. Noticing Lu Ying's reaction, Qi Qianyao suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and was unsure of what to say. Just then, the waiter arrived with the dishes. Before them laid a table filled with delectable delicacies. What are we waiting for? Inger has traveled thousands of miles from Shu. She must not have tasted the delights of Fenglin. Please indulge yourself. Qi Qianyao urged eagerly, adding a piece of braised pork to Lu Ying's bowl. Jin Suo and Shirin, standing by, had grown accustomed to their Empress's gluttonous fascination with food over the past 3 months. Lu Ying shyly nodded in agreement, responding with a soft okay. The two then enjoyed their lunch, attended by Jin Suo and Lin Shirin. As a representative of her homeland, Qi Qianyao suggested that she take Lu Ying on a thorough tour of the capital, to which Lu Ying readily agreed. Being a girl herself, Qi Qianyao understood how to please the young lady before her, leading her to places that were absent in Shu. She fully embraced her affluent nature, purchasing numerous gifts for Lu Ying, which caused her two attendants to feel quite distressed, silently lamenting their Empress's earnestness in her antics and the lavish expenditure, while noting that their conversation yielded no particularly useful information from Lu Ying. At this moment, both young ladies were engulfed in sorrow. Lu Ying, unaware of the true danger posed by the man who called himself Qian Songyan, unwittingly stepped deeper into the trap set by Qi Qianyao. The two wandered through the capital, each lost in their own thoughts, until Lu Ying's attendant and followers, tracing the marks she had left, finally found them. Your Highness, we greet you, they said, bowing respectfully. They cast a few curious glances towards Qi Qianyao, seemingly intrigued by the identity of the man before them. At this juncture, Lu Ying withdrew her previously demure demeanor, offering merely a slight nod before inquiring, Did my royal brother send you to find me? Indeed, Your Highness. The Crown Prince mentioned that the hour is late, and you ought to return to the relay station to join him, the attendant replied with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying expressed her reluctance to depart, turning to Qian Songyan and saying, Young Master Qian, My royal brother has sent someone to find me, and I must return with them. However, I am curious to know where your residence is, as I would like to visit you after I have an audience with the emperor tomorrow." She shyly lowered her head after speaking. Qi Qianyao, realizing she had forgotten to mention her own lack of a residence in the capital, pondered for a moment before replying. "I reside at the general's mansion in the eastern part of the city." Lu Ying's head snapped up in surprise as she asked, "The residence of General Lu Xiaoxiu of Fenglan Town? Indeed, I share a deep friendship with him. He is a confidant, since he is often stationed at the borders. Whenever he is in the capital, I take the opportunity to stay at his residence, merely to enliven the atmosphere there," Qian Songyan explained. Lu Ying, upon hearing this, adopted an expression of understanding, but then furrowed her brow, recalling, "I have heard that General Lu's sister is the Chancellor of Fenglin and one of the 4 great beauties of the land. I wonder if young Master Qian knows her." "Inger, you must be referring to my younger sister Ian. To me, she will always be just a sister. Moreover, she is quite busy. And even though I frequently reside in the capital, I seldom see her," Qian Songyan reassured. With this, Lu Ying felt completely at ease. Suddenly, she realized that the gentleman before her shared a close bond with the general and was acquainted with the chancellor, which opened possibilities in her mind. A smile blossomed on her face. "Then, after I leave the palace tomorrow, I shall visit the general's mansion to seek you," she declared, extending an invitation. Not wanting to refuse her outright, Qi Qianyao nodded without hesitation and added, "Ian has mentioned that the Empress prefers elegant attire, so you might consider dressing accordingly when you enter the palace tomorrow." "Very well, I shall heed your advice. Until we meet again tomorrow," Lu Ying replied reluctantly. She then turned, accompanied by her attendants, and boarded the nearby carriage. As she settled into the carriage, she drew back the curtain and waved goodbye to him. Qi Qianyao, too, waved back with a reluctant expression. Watching the carriage gradually recede until it vanished from view, Qi Qianyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thank heavens. I have finally seen off this imposing presence. The evening is not yet late. Let us return to the palace." The 2 young ladies, upon hearing this, also felt a sense of relief, remarking, "The palace feels much more comfortable, although His Majesty." "My dear sir, you claim to reside in the general's mansion. Yet it appears you do not. What shall we do about this?" As Qi Qianyao strolled, she playfully tapped the heads of the 2 maidens beside her with her fan. "Foolish girls, this is hardly a dilemma. Tomorrow, they shall enter the palace. We shall host a banquet and keep them there. Then, we can send someone to inform Ian to arrange matters at the general's residence. Simple enough. Such wisdom from our master." The 2 maidens chimed in unison. "Alas, my departure from the palace today may have exposed me, and Ian will surely scold me," Qi Qianyao lamented, her brow furrowed in worry. The trio continued along the long street until they reached a narrow alley, where a carriage awaited them. By the time they returned to the palace, night had fallen, and Qi Qianyao thought to herself that her outing would undoubtedly have reached Ian and Qingling. True to her fears, as she approached the imperial study, she encountered Qingling, whose face was as dark as thunder, standing like an imposing statue at the door. Qi Qianyao mused that had it not been for Qingling's respect for her imperial status, she would surely have been met with a scathing reprimand. Still clad in male attire, Qi Qianyao noted that Qingling seemed to ignore her presence, merely signaling with her eyes that someone awaited her inside the study. With trepidation, Qi Qianyao pushed open the grand door, casting a glance inside to find Lu Ian also awaiting her with a displeased expression. Observing the striking similarity in their countenances, she couldn't help but wonder if Qingling and Lu Ian were long-lost sisters. Acknowledging her recklessness in leaving the palace today, she stepped into the hall, with Qingling following closely behind. Jin Suo and Lin Shireen wisely remained outside. As soon as the door closed, Qingling knelt, exclaiming, "I have committed a grave sin by failing to pay my respects to Her Majesty in the presence of the Emperor." Qi Qianyao, sensing Qingling's anger, hurriedly helped her to her feet. "Oh, Qingling, dear guard, please rise. I know you are concerned about being seen bowing to someone in male attire. I understand." At that moment, Lu Ian, standing a bit further away, expressionless, offered her greeting. "I pay my respects to your majesty." After assisting Qingling, Qi Qianyao quickly turned to lift Lu Ian, wearing a look of contrition. "Ian, Qingling, I acknowledge my rashness in leaving the palace today. It was my fault. Please, do not be angry with me." "Your servant dares not," they replied in unison. This was Qi Qianyao's first encounter with such a situation, and seeing both women so upset left her at a loss. Internally, she mused not to blame her, for she was about to employ her ultimate tactic. With a determined spirit, she rolled up her sleeves, striking a pose that left the 2 women bewildered. Suddenly, Qi Qianyao began to tickle them, her hands darting about. teasing their sides and armpits, creating a playful chaos around them. After all, they are all young ladies. Although both were quite incensed, they could not withstand the ferocious onslaught of Qi Qianyao at that moment. Moreover, being mindful of her status as the Empress, they dared not retaliate, and instead raised their hands in surrender. Are you still angry? If you say you're no longer upset, I will release you, Qi Qianyao threatened. Upon hearing this, the two replied that they were indeed no longer angry. Really not angry? Truly not angry. Only then did Qi Qianyao relent, ceasing her playful tickling. She too was breathless from the exertion and turned to rest upon a nearby ornate chair, languidly proclaiming, "Ian, Qingling, you two should sit down as well. My gains today are quite substantial." The two exchanged glances, took a few steps toward the opposite side, and seated themselves. Ian's expression finally returned to normal as she expressed her concerns. "Next time we venture out of the palace, we must not bring only 2 maidens. And do remember, we should consult with one another." "Yes, indeed. Ian, next time I will certainly not sneak out of the palace," Qi Qianyao replied. "But first, let us discuss your findings from today." Qingling spoke up. That Lady Li was surprisingly well behaved. She made no moves today and spent the entire day basking in the sun within her own palace. The Crown Prince Lu Hong and Princess Lu Ying of Shu, along with a retinue of 50, have taken residence at the inn and submitted a list to the Ministry of Rites. Furthermore, due to the esteemed status of the two here in Shu, the Emperor dispatched a well-trained contingent of 300 to camp 30 miles outside the city. Ian paused before adding, "I have already sent spies to monitor their movements. Clearly, they do not come with good intentions," Qi Qianyao remarked thoughtfully. "The borders of Shu and our realm are merely 100 miles apart, and to my knowledge, there are no bandits in that vicinity. Even if they are the Crown Prince and Princess, it seems excessive to send such a large escort. Ian, you must send someone shortly to bolster the guards at the city gates, paying particular attention to scrutinizing newcomers to the capital in the coming days. This must be conducted with utmost secrecy." "I understand, and I shall personally oversee this matter. However, the influx of outsiders in the capital has increased significantly this month, all eager to witness the pilgrimage from the 4 nations, which complicates matters considerably. Given that Shu experiences a consistently warm climate, Ian, focus on screening those with rough, dark, and robust skin. Do not overlook anyone else either," Qi Qianyao instructed. Ian nodded, increasingly impressed by the Empress's astuteness. She then reported other recent movements from the 3 nations. Noting that the ceremonial retinue from Chun had been delayed due to a sacrificial rite in another country and would likely arrive in the capital alongside the other 2 nations. Chun is the weakest among the 4 nations, having lost territory over the past few decades, absorbed by others under various pretexts. Nevertheless, Qi Qianyao found this nation rather intriguing, akin to a modern gathering of ethnic minorities. After hearing the report, Qi Qianyao suddenly said, with an air of mystery, "Can you guess whom I encountered upon leaving the palace?" The two shook their heads. "The Princess of Shu, Lu Ying," Qi Qianyao declared, a triumphant expression adorning her face. "Your Majesty learned crucial information from the Princess of Shu?" Lu Yan inquired incredulously. At that moment, Qi Qianyao straightened her posture, feigning a cough as she replied, "Indeed." Chapter 0019. The master has his own ingenious plans. Having said that, noticing the two had yet to respond, she added, "However, it is not particularly significant information. It merely confirms that their visit is indeed shrouded in conspiracy. The specifics remain elusive, but I have already cast the bait. We now simply await their bite." "What kind of bait?" Qingling asked. "I shall keep you in suspense for now, but I will need our Chancellor Lu's cooperation. I informed Lu Ying that I reside at your brother's general's residence in the capital, so you must arrange matters there. Furthermore, I am using the alias Qiansong Yan, a merchant from Yeqing. Do not forget," Yan reminded pointedly. "I understand, but your Majesty, the siblings are to enter the palace for an audience tomorrow, and in the coming fortnight, there will be several opportunities for you to meet. What if she recognizes you?" Lu Yan expressed her concerns. "Ah well, the master has his own clever strategies. You will know by tomorrow," Qi Qianyao replied with a mischievous smile that hinted at cunning. Subsequently, Qi Qianyao instructed Qingling to replace the palace guards with the first batch of imperial guards trained in modern methods over the past few months. In her previous life, Qi Qianyao's sole hobby, apart from her work, was watching various military training videos online. At one point, she even paid to attend a training camp to experience military life. Thus, upon arriving in this world, she promptly arranged for Qingling to train this special unit, equipped with both modern techniques and the diverse skills of this realm. Having personally assessed the palace guards today, she found them woefully lax. Should a scheming individual infiltrate or escape, it would spell disaster. She then inquired how Lu Yian and Qing Ling had discovered her departure from the palace. Their response revealed that upon returning to the palace, they had approached the imperial study, and before even nearing the entrance, they caught sight of the palace maid's evasive glances, which informed them of her absence. There were no difficulties or reprimands. One stood guard outside, while the other remained within, creating an illusion of a discussion between the chancellor and the empress in the imperial study until Qi Qianyao returned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qi Qianyao scratched her head and earnestly assured the two before her that there would absolutely be no next time, reflecting deeply on her mistake. Lu Yian and Qing Ling, in turn, found themselves awkwardly caught off guard by the seriousness of the young empress. After paying their respects, they excused themselves to attend to other matters and left the imperial study. Outside, Jin Suo and Shi Yin exchanged bewildered glances at the hasty departure of the two. What just happened? They wondered. Entering the imperial study with their questions, they discovered Qi Qianyao curled up in the precious chair, nearly asleep. It was clear to them that the empress must be exhausted. Lin Shirin withdrew from the imperial study, summoning the palace maids and eunuchs who had been waiting from afar to attend to the empress's needs for grooming and rest. Jin Suo gently draped a sable blanket over Qi Qianyao and lit the agarwood incense in the censer, quietly keeping vigil by her side. Soon, a group of young palace maids entered the imperial study in an orderly fashion to attend to the empress's bathing and rest, all maintaining a hushed demeanor. Fearful of disturbing the slumbering sovereign, Jin Suo stepped forward and softly roused Qi Qianyao, who groggily sat up, lazily smacking her lips before extending her hand to beckon the maids to assist her. As the night deepened, the candlelight flickered, and within the vast imperial palace, each person's thoughts diverged. Chapter 0020. The meaning of transmigration. That night, Qi Qianyao slept soundly and sweetly. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the modern world, reuniting with her dear friend Lin Rue as they watched the latest film together and strolled through the mall, selecting the most exquisite outfits. Everything in the dream felt astonishingly vivid and delightful. The following morning, as the sun rose in the east, ushering in the first light of dawn, Qi Qianyao contentedly climbed out of her phoenix bed. The palace maids had been waiting outside, ready to serve at the empress's command for her grooming and dressing. Jin Suo, I am awake, Qi Qianyao exclaimed after performing a few morning exercises. Hearing her call, Jin Suo promptly entered, followed by the other maids into the imperial study. Some attended to her dressing, while others helped her wash her face and rinse her mouth. Once these tasks were completed, Jin Suo began to style her hair into an imperial updo, a hairstyle so intricate that it made Qi Qianyao dizzy just to look at it. However, in Jin Suo's capable hands, it seemed effortless, her nimble fingers dancing through Qi Qianyao's hair. Qi Qianyao mused that if Jin Suo's skills were showcased in the modern world, she would undoubtedly be a top-tier hairstylist. Today, I want my makeup to be more pronounced. The bolder, the better, understood? Qi Qianyao instructed the nearby maids. Yes, Your Majesty. They replied with utmost reverence, though they were puzzled. The Empress typically detested heavy makeup, preferring a more subtle approach. Today, however, she demanded something entirely different. Despite their confusion, they dared not show any negligence. They would follow the Empress's orders without question. Before long, Qi Qianyao's originally vibrant visage transformed entirely, appearing enchanting in a way that was strikingly different. Upon donning the imperial crown, the beaded veil concealed her forehead, and from the mirror's reflection, Qi Qianyao felt that compared to her masculine appearance from the day before, she was unrecognizable. Jin Suo, Shirin, take a close look. Is the transformation significant? Qi Qianyao asked excitedly. The two examined her from various angles, scrutinizing every detail before cautiously responding. It is indeed substantial. If it were us, we might not even recognize you. Perfect. Let us proceed to court, Qi Qianyao proclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she strode confidently towards the Chengqian Hall, accompanied by her entourage. Upon arriving at the Chengqian Hall, a female official announced, "The Empress has arrived." Immediately, the civil and military officials knelt in unison, their hands clasped before their foreheads as they bowed, proclaiming, "Long live the Empress! Long live, long live!" Qi Qianyao ascended the phoenix throne with an air of authority, her delicate hand gracefully gesturing as her flowing sleeves danced in the air. With a voice imbued with strength, she pronounced, "All ministers, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The officials responded, standing in unison. As they beheld Qi Qianyao seated regally upon the lofty throne, those of advanced age among them felt their hearts momentarily falter, as if time itself had slowed. At that moment, Lu Yian comprehended the profound implications of the Empress's words from the previous night. It had indeed culminated in this astonishing transformation. Even she had nearly failed to recognize Qi Qianyao, let alone Lu Ying, whom she had only met for an afternoon. Noticing the astonishment and bewilderment flickering in their eyes, Qi Qianyao felt a sense of reassurance. This was precisely the effect she sought to create. Subsequently, the Ministry of Rites presented the list of tributes from the Kingdom of Shu that had arrived the day before. The Ministry of Works reported that in a few days, the Phoenix residence would be completed and ready for occupancy. The Ministry of War announced that they had successfully implemented the Empress's artillery improvement methods, with the latest shells and cannons now produced, and were preparing to test their efficacy and make further enhancements. The Ministry of Justice submitted a list, modified per the Empress's directives, which included a general amnesty and new legal stipulations. The Ministry of Revenue also presented a memorial, detailing the latest regulations on household registration and land taxation, as per the Empress's requests. The Ministry of Personnel provided a recent list of appointments and dismissals of officials, and informed Qi Qianyao that the public had praised her vigorous establishment of educational institutions and the fair and just civil service examination system. Listening to the reports from the ministers, Qi Qianyao felt immense joy. These were her immediate accomplishments. She believed that her initiatives would elevate the living standards of the people of Fenglan. It seemed she had discovered the purpose behind her extraordinary journey through time. Chapter 21. The Prince and Princess of Shu enter the palace. However, unbeknownst to her, her benevolence towards the populace would incite unease among certain individuals, compelling them to resort to extreme measures that would provoke outrage. The morning court session unfolded harmoniously, devoid of any ill tidings, with most matters resolved. Lu Ying approached and announced, "Your Majesty, today, the Crown Prince Lu Heng and Princess Lu Ying from the Kingdom of Shu have come to pay their respects and have been waiting outside the hall for some time." "Let them in," Qi Qianyao replied calmly, announcing the entrance of Crown Prince Lu Heng and Princess Lu Ying of Shu to the court. The female attendant proclaimed with a resonant voice. Qi Qianyao mused that such a voice would be wasted on anything less than a soprano. A moment later, a man and woman entered the hall. The man donned a deep purple robe adorned with golden embroidery, crowned with a jade headdress, while the woman wore a lake blue silk gown intricately woven with moonlight patterns, her hair adorned with a crystal headpiece that matched her attire. Simple yet elegant. Qi Qianyao was quite pleased with Lu Ying's appearance today. As for Lu Heng, he possessed sharp features, his skin slightly tanned, likely from prolonged exposure to the sun, and his attire, paired with the jade crown, reflected a somewhat unconventional aesthetic. Qi Qianyao thought Lu Heng's sense of style resembled that of contemporary nonconformists. Subject Lu Heng and Subject Lu Ying pay their respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. Long live the Empress, they proclaimed, performing their national courtesy. Due to the formidable demeanor of the former Empress of Fenglan, Qi Linglong, who was the great-grandmother of Qi Qianyao, her decisive and vigorous approach to governance was comparable to that of men, even surpassing them. She revered martial prowess and delighted in commanding armies. During her 55 years of reign, she conquered 4 other nations through sheer military might and compelled their monarchs to sign vassal agreements. Every 5 years, they were required to pay tribute and refrain from disturbing the borders. The rulers of those 4 nations, upon encountering the Empress of Fenglan, had to refer to themselves as her subjects. Although it was a woman in power during that time, no one dared to defy her authority. Qi Qianyao, while reading the historical records of her great-grandmother's feats, could not help but feel admiration. A woman of such audacity and intellect would undoubtedly be a remarkable figure even in contemporary society. Consequently, Lu Ying and Lu Heng were obliged to address Qi Qianyao as their sovereign. "Rise," Qi Qianyao commanded. The 2 siblings then stood up, gazing up at her seated on the imperial throne, their thoughts wandering to the common rumors that the Empress had a particular fondness for handsome men. It had been precisely 5 years since the last tribute, which had been presented by Lu Ba, the king of Shu, while Qi Qianyao's imperial mother, Qi Guanjin, was still in power at that time, making this their first encounter with her. Suddenly, Lu Heng instinctively turned his face away, fearing that the Empress might take a liking to him. If Qi Qianyao could read minds and discern Lu Heng's thoughts, she would likely exclaim in frustration, "With such a dark complexion and a non-mainstream appearance, who would find you appealing?" Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to Lu Heng's inner musings. Then, Lu Heng recalled that he had official matters to attend to and quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to address her. "Your Majesty, for this grand wedding, not only has the Kingdom of Shu prepared wedding gifts, but this year coincides with the time for the 4 nations to pay tribute, so we have also brought tributes." The list of gifts was submitted to the Ministry of Rites yesterday. However, there is one item that was not included in that list. "Oh, I just glanced at the list, and whether it be congratulatory gifts or tributes, They are all splendid offerings. I wonder what this other item could be. Something even more remarkable, or perhaps something of lesser value. Qi Qianyao teased. Then, the outspoken General Zhang Yong interjected. What valuable items could possibly come from that place of Shu? I suspect they have merely brought a hodgepodge of trivialities to attract attention. What are you? To insult our kingdom of Shu in front of the Empress and the Crown Prince? Looming retorted, his anger boiling. His words fell heavily on the assembly, as he had referred to the Empress as this palace in her presence, a significant breach of decorum. Chapter 0022. Lu Hong presents a treasure. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong, without waiting for the elder statesman of Fenglin to respond, exclaimed, How dare you? Quickly kneel and confess your transgressions to Her Majesty, seeking her forgiveness. Lu Ying, lacking the foresight to recognize her error, was about to question her brother about the matter when Lu Hong forcefully pressed her down, compelling her to kneel before the Empress. As Lu Ying knelt before the sovereign, he lamented the faults of his sister, attributing her misbehavior to the shortcomings of her upbringing. He implored the Empress for clemency, acknowledging his sister's capriciousness and lack of decorum since childhood. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ying realized that his indiscretion had led to their predicament, and he fervently requested the Empress's mercy, confessing his sister's ignorance of propriety. Observing the two individuals prostrated on the ground, Qi Qianyao could not suppress a cold smile. Lu Hong was indeed an intriguing character, concealing secrets unbeknownst to her. The informants she had dispatched returned with reports confirming that the ceremonial items matched those listed in the official documents, suggesting that there were indeed insiders working against them in the capital. Qi Qianyao cast a glance at Zhang Yong, who also approached and knelt, beseeching the Empress for her grace, acknowledging his own faults and attributing blame to his hasty words. Enough, rise, Qi Qianyao chuckled lightly. At the Empress's command, the three individuals rose, though Lu Ying appeared visibly anxious. The Princess of Shu possesses a commendable demeanor. I hold you in high regard and grant you absolution, declared the Empress. As for you, Zhang Yong, I have long warned you that your loose tongue would eventually lead to trouble. Now, swiftly offer your apologies to the Princess and the Crown Prince. While this was ostensibly a directive for Zhang Yong to apologize, the discerning could perceive that the Empress bore no anger. I sincerely regret my disrespect towards the kingdom of Shu. I humbly seek forgiveness, Zhang Yong professed earnestly. Lu Hong promptly interjected, General Zhang, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Compared to Fenglin, our kingdom of Shu indeed faces significant hardships. You have merely spoken the truth. This remark left Qi Qianyao in an awkward position, realizing Lu Heng's remarkable restraint. Zhang Yong, although the Crown Prince accepts your apology, I am obliged to impose a penalty upon you. I decree that you and your subordinates shall proceed to Spring Water Village, 30 miles outside the city, to toil among the villagers for a fortnight. Furthermore, you and your men are forbidden from consuming the villagers' provisions or utilizing their accommodations. Do you understand? Should I learn of any transgression regarding these conditions, you shall be sent to tend to the horses. This was no mere punishment. The location was precisely where the 300 men from Shu had encamped, a blatant act of surveillance. The elder statesmen present could hardly contain their amusement, recognizing the Empress's clever ruse to monitor their adversaries, leaving the Shu representatives with little recourse. I willingly accept the penalty, Zhang Yong declared with righteous conviction. At that moment, Lu Hong felt deep animosity towards his sister, resenting her for her verbal prowess that jeopardized his plans, necessitating a complete reorganization. Qi Qianyao, observing the flicker of regret in Lu Heng's eyes, nearly leapt from her throne in glee, yet she restrained herself, knowing it was not the appropriate time for such exuberance. She would save her celebration for later, once she returned to the imperial study. Having calmed her tumultuous emotions, Qi Qianyao stated, let us consider the earlier matters settled and refrain from further discussion. However, I am curious about the object mentioned by the Crown Prince. I would very much like to know. Your servant shall have it brought in, Lu Hong responded respectfully. Qi Qianyao nodded in acknowledgement, and the female official beside her continued with her soprano voice to announce the treasures presented by the Crown Prince of the Shu Kingdom as they were brought into the hall. Upon finishing her words, 2 guards appeared, bearing a pedestal, followed by 4 more guards, 2 on each side, carefully carrying a long object, approximately 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, draped in red silk, into the grand hall. Chapter 0023. The agar-wood screen. Qi Qianyao mused to herself, considering that the presence of a pedestal indicated that this was likely some form of screen. As the object was brought into the main hall, an enchanting fragrance unique to agar-wood wafted through the air, eliciting expressions of confusion, astonishment, and disbelief among the attendees. It was well known that agarwood was prized for its rarity and difficulty in sculpting, and its aroma was said to stimulate acupressure points, promoting relaxation and tranquility. However, if what lay before them was indeed agarwood, it would surely be the only one of its kind in the entire Anran continent, a marvel unheard of in the world. Furrowing her brow, Qi Qianyao reflected that she had never seen such a large agarwood carving even in the modern era. It was astonishing that the Shu kingdom had managed to acquire such an item. One could only surmise that there was something extraordinary about it. Could the crown prince's offering be a screen made of agarwood? She inquired. Lu Heng chuckled lightly. Your Majesty will know at a glance. A look of immense pride spread across Lu Ying's face. As the guards positioned the screen, Lu Heng and Lu Ying, each standing on either side, proclaimed in unison, "The Shu kingdom extends its heartfelt congratulations on the Empress's wedding. May the phoenix reign over the land eternally, for millennia to come." With that, they raised their hands and unveiled the red silk. Gasps of amazement filled the hall. It was indeed agarwood, a complete piece. Even Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with incredulity. He had never anticipated that the Shu kingdom possessed such a treasure. Qi Qianyao, taken aback, rose from her phoenix throne. Her gaze fixated on the screen as she descended from her elevated seat. Before her stood a screen intricately crafted from agarwood, adorned with carvings depicting the topography of the entire Anran continent, a true masterpiece of artistry. Lu Heng, observing the Empress intently, exchanged a knowing glance with his sister, and together they exerted effort to rotate the screen, revealing its opposite side to Qi Qianyao. This side depicted two figures, embracing and standing atop a high vantage point, gazing down upon the vast expanse of land. The figures were rendered with astonishing realism, and Qi Qianyao recognized them instantly. On the day the Celestial Observatory determined the auspicious date for her wedding, she had visited the ancestral temple to pay homage to her forebears, where she beheld the likeness of her ancestor, the first Empress of Fenglin. This illustrious ancestor was indeed a legendary figure. The imperial throne originally belonged to her ancestor, and the realm was established by him as well. However, due to his profound affection for Qi Fenglin, he not only named the nation Fenglin, but also, disinterested in court affairs, entrusted all matters to Fenglin, who was keenly interested in governance. Eventually, her ancestor passed away from illness and, astonishingly, bequeathed the throne to Fenglin. Her forebear and matriarch had only one daughter, thus the imperial lineage continued in this manner. The subsequent female emperors achieved little during their reigns, and just when it seemed that the dynasty was nearing its end, Fenglin gave rise to Qi Linglong. In summary, Qi Qianyao's matriarch was indeed remarkable. The two figures depicted on the screen were her forebear and matriarch, and this screen held profound significance, causing Qi Qianyao to regard Lu Heng with newfound admiration. Your Majesty, this object is named Eternal Legacy. Lu Heng interjected. May the love between Fenglin and the royal lineage endure through generations. Splendid, splendid. The meaning is simply exquisite. I shall reward you handsomely. Qi Qianyao exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The repetition of the word reward indicated that today, the kingdom of Shu had indeed pleased the Empress. Chapter 0024. A flawless performance. Upon concluding her words, Qi Qianyao returned to her elevated throne. Thank you for your grace. Long live the Emperor. Lu Heng and Lu Ying responded. Unable to conceal her excitement, Qi Qianyao commanded, coincidentally, my Feng residence is nearing completion. Inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs to transfer Eternal Legacy to my chambers as soon as it is finished. A lady-in-waiting nodded in compliance. Subsequently, the palace guards entered and carried the precious sandalwood screen out of the hall. Qi Qianyao continued to express her fascination. It is rare for Shu to possess such a treasure and such extraordinary artisans. I have truly underestimated this kingdom. Your Majesty has misunderstood. This item does not belong to Shu. Lu Heng stepped forward to clarify. This was obtained by me during my youth from a mysterious man in a distant land, initially intended as a birthday gift for my father. However, my father believed that such a rare and precious artifact rightfully belonged to the Empress of Fenglin. Hence I sought out the finest craftsmen in Shu, and after 3 years of labor, it was completed. We planned to present it as tribute. But upon the occasion of the Empress's marriage, we decided to offer it as a wedding gift instead. Lu Heng spoke slowly, detailing the origin of the sandalwood. Qi Qianyao keenly observed his micro-expressions. During her university years, she had taken a course in psychology that taught about micro-expressions. From that perspective, it was evident that he spoke no falsehood. Nevertheless, Qi Qianyao's intuition suggested that there was something amiss with the screen. Following this, she lavished praise upon the sovereign of Shu, and upon concluding her remarks, Qi Qianyao invited the two to remain in the palace. Expressing her desire to host a banquet in their honor, planning to depart the palace after the evening meal. The rationale was that they had never visited the palace since childhood, and the hospitable Qi Qianyao naturally wished to entertain them, especially as she intended to reward them. When Qi Qianyao suggested that the two remain in the palace, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Heng's eyes, while Lu Ying's expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. For she had prior engagements with her beloved Qin Gongzi. Nevertheless, she had never set foot in the imperial palace and was undeniably curious to behold the grandeur of the Fenglin palace. Moreover, this was an imperial decree that she could not refuse. Qi Qianyao, seated in her elevated position, discreetly observed the two with a sense of glee, for it seemed that someone from the harem was about to reveal their true colors. Minister Lu, today you shall guide the crown prince and the princess on a tour of the harem. Do not be negligent, she commanded. I shall obey, came the reply. Now, let us conclude the morning court session. Do not forget the evening banquet, esteemed ministers. We shall obey, they chorused, their voices booming like thunder. We humbly send the emperor off. Long live the emperor. Qi Qianyao mused that this group must have had a hearty breakfast, for their voices were significantly louder than usual. Rising from the phoenix chair, Qi Qianyao descended from the morning court with a smile. The session had been quite lengthy, and she needed to return to the palace to satisfy her hunger. As for the others, she had no concern, as Lu Yun would manage them. Upon returning to the study, the palace maids assisted her in changing out of her court attire. Once they left the study, Qi Qianyao laughed heartily without restraint. Qingling, witnessing the empress in such a state, felt an impulse to summon the imperial physician to ascertain whether their empress had lost her sanity. Jin Suo, standing nearby, shared this sentiment, while Lin Shireen went to the imperial kitchen to prepare a meal for her. After Qi Qianyao had calmed her laughter, some time had passed. She turned to the two maidens before her and inquired, "How did I perform during the court session today?" Jin Suo immediately replied, "Wonderful, truly exceptional, perfect, your majesty." "Nonsense!" Qi Qianyao exclaimed, playfully tapping Jin Suo on the head. "How can you claim that when you hardly observed? Do you dare believe I would toss you to feed the horses?" "No, your majesty. I do not wish to feed the horses. And I have heard the stable is overcrowded. If I arrive late, I may not even see a horse." Jin Suo stammered. Qi Qianyao feigned contemplation and remarked, "Then perhaps next time, I shall send someone to the Xinhuan clothing bureau to wash clothes." This left Jin Suo both amused and exasperated. After some deliberation, Qingling finally voiced her thoughts. "Your Majesty, I believe there is something amiss with that screen, though I am currently unaware of the specifics." Qi Qianyao nodded. "Your thoughts align with mine. Please find someone to investigate the screen's peculiarities. However, I suspect Lu Heng will not act under my very nose. You must dig deeper." "Understood," replied Qingling. "But tell me, how did I perform today?" Qi Qianyao persisted. Qingling reflected and replied candidly, "Today, your Majesty inadvertently ensnared the crown prince of Shu in 2 traps, which was truly ingenious." Realizing that Qingling had not lied, Qi Qianyao felt a sense of relief. This was her inaugural encounter with an adversary harboring treacherous intentions, and receiving an affirmative response instilled in her a greater confidence for the future. At this moment, Lin Shireen, accompanied by a group of palace maids, presented the meticulously prepared luncheon tailored to Qi Qianyao's preferences. Upon seeing the food, Qi Qianyao's eyes sparkled. It was the sole aspect that alleviated her nostalgia for the modern world. "By the way, where are Lu Heng and Lu Ying dining?" she inquired, her words slightly muffled by the delicious morsels in her mouth. Lin Shireen replied, "When I left the imperial kitchen, I noticed someone by consort Li's side delivering a meal," indicating they were hosting the princess and the crown prince of Shu. Indeed, it was only natural for fellow townsfolk to reminisce. After finishing her statement, Qi Qianyao resumed her delightful battle with the exquisite cuisine. Once the luncheon concluded, Qi Qianyao entered the inner chamber for a brief respite. Qingling mused to herself, marveling at the audacity of their empress, who, despite a lurking wolf in the palace, could still sleep soundly. Yet, for Qi Qianyao, everything was well within her control. Unbeknownst to her, some matters she believed she governed were, in fact, already orchestrated by fate. After nearly 2 hours of slumber, Qi Qianyao awoke, refreshed and dressed, only to be informed by Jin Suo that someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had been waiting outside her study for quite some time. Qi Qianyao summoned the visitor into the hall. The individuals were not merely two. She recognized them both from her prior observations during the female official's assessment, where they had distinguished themselves remarkably. Minister of the Imperial Kitchen, Li Hongyi, and Minister of Ceremonies, Yang Luo, pay their respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Both bowed respectfully. In the past few months, Qi Qianyao had seldom interacted with the concubines of the harem. occasionally visiting the Ministry of Internal Affairs to coordinate various matters with the 6 departments. "Rise," she commanded. "What brings you, Ministers Li and Yang? To seek an audience with me?" Li Hongyi stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, due to the hurried arrangements for this banquet, our 6 departments have not had sufficient time to prepare in advance. Here is the proposed menu for the evening's feast and the program list. We humbly request your review." "Let me see," Qi Qianyao said. "Tonight's event must not be taken lightly." Jin Suo swiftly approached the 2 ministers, receiving the documents and presenting them to Qi Qianyao. She perused the evening's dishes, though she found herself somewhat at a loss. Next, she examined the program, which included songs and dances. Personally, she deemed it quite satisfactory. After reviewing, she instructed, "Ensure that all personnel for the banquet are those you trust. I do not wish to provide any grounds for criticism. If you fail to perform adequately, you shall tend to the horses." At that moment, Jin Suo's inner thoughts erupted in exasperation, wondering how the horses had incurred the emperor's displeasure. The 2 ministers' expressions tightened as they replied, "We shall obey your command." With that, the matter was settled. After bidding farewell to the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Qi Qianyao positioned herself by the desk to begin reviewing memorials. During this time, she remained undisturbed. Only Zhang Yong, who was assigned to monitor the troops of Shu, sent word to the palace, stating that everything was in readiness. They had secretly encircled the forces of Shu. With utmost confidence, he assured that they could annihilate the enemy at the slightest hint of movement. Qi Qianyao felt reassured, for he was a talent she had nurtured, and Zhang Yong fully embraced her modern military concepts, grasping them with remarkable ease. He was, as we call it, a genius. Time seemed to fly when one was diligently engaged in work, and the afternoon slipped away as Qi Qianyao reviewed official documents. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she stood by the window, contemplating the wondrous nature of the universe. Beyond this temporal realm, there surely existed countless alternate realities, each inhabited by different beings, diverse phenomena, varied lives, and unique tales. Yet every realm shared the same sun, the same moon, and the same passage of time. "Your Majesty, the palace maids from the clothing bureau have brought the garments for tonight's banquet," Jin Suo quietly remarked. Qi Qianyao promptly reined in her drifting thoughts and nodded in acknowledgement to Jin Suo before turning to the inner chamber to change into the attire she would wear that evening. She donned a magnificent crimson gown adorned with phoenix patterns, a color she had specifically chosen to create a striking contrast for Lu Ying, who must not yet discover her presence, for Lu Ying's pivotal role was of great significance. Once clad in the red dress, Qi Qianyao appeared transformed. Her hair was simply styled into a side bun, with the rest cascading elegantly around her shoulders, exuding femininity. She adorned her hair with a ruby phoenix hairpin and, as was customary, applied a bold makeup look, including striking red lips. On a whim, she summoned a maid to paint a plum blossom between her brows. Thus, the flower adornment, once popular in the Tang dynasty, began to subtly gain traction in Fonglin dynasty, eventually sparking a trend across the entire Anran continent. "Your Majesty, you are truly beautiful," Jin Suo exclaimed sincerely. Qi Qianyao's cheeks flushed, for she too recognized her beauty, yet the constant praise made her feel a touch bashful. "Jin Suo, when you find your beloved in the future, you must inform me. I shall personally officiate your wedding, grant you a grand residence, and bestow upon you a wealth of gold. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, and then you may have a multitude of children. I have no desire for a husband, nor do I wish to marry. I simply wish to serve your Majesty for a lifetime," Jin Suo pouted in response. Qi Qianyao teased, "When our little Jin Suo finds her beloved, you will not speak to me in such a manner." Casting a glance at the entrance, she continued, "Our Qingling should also consider marriage. No, she ought to find a husband, but given her remarkable qualities, she must seek out someone equally exceptional. Indeed, Qingling ought to marry, though she always appears so stern. I fear it will be quite difficult," Jin Su chimed in. Chapter 27. A banquet hosted by Lu Hong. In a moment of idle banter, the master and servant jested about what kind of suitor would be suitable for Qingling, with one lamenting that Qingling might be too fierce, leading to her potential disdain. This left Qingling's complexion in a state akin to being poisoned, fluctuating between shades of green, red, and black. After silently imploring the heavens 3 times, Lin Shirin arrived as her savior, announcing that the Ministry of Rites had prepared rewards to be sent to the inn. The items for the rewards were arranged according to Qi Qianyao's instructions. Every time Qi Qianyao beheld Lin Shirin's countenance, she would inadvertently recall snippets from her past life. Deep down, she understood that the woman before her was not the same, yet she consistently found a connection between them. Thus, She had been incessantly assigning tasks to Lin Shireen, hoping that through these responsibilities, she would grow, whether in her past life or in the present. Both Lin Shireens had one shared trait, an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. It was evident that Qi Qianyao's methods were yielding results, as Lin Shireen was increasingly capable of handling matters on her own, particularly those concerning the inner palace. Glancing at the hour, it was nearly time to proceed to the Chang'an Hall. At that moment, a young palace maid arrived to announce that all invited guests had gathered. Qi Qianyao once again stood before the bronze mirror, made a few adjustments, and then took her seat in the Phoenix carriage, heading towards the Chang'an Hall. The Chang'an Hall served as the venue for palace banquets, featuring a grand terrace designed for singing and dancing. Major celebrations within the palace were traditionally held here. Upon reaching the hall, Qi Qianyao delicately placed her jade hand upon the golden latch and gracefully descended from the Phoenix carriage, stepping inside. The attendees within the hall immediately knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, long live the Emperor." Qi Qianyao paid no heed to those kneeling on either side and walked directly to the elevated seat. With a sweeping motion of her hand, her flowing gown emitted a melodious sound. "All rise," she commanded. Qi Qianyao thought to herself how tiresome it was to utter this phrase multiple times a day. As the echoes of her command faded, the assembly of kneeling courtiers rose, and only then did they take their seats after Qi Qianyao had settled into her high position. Those present at the banquet were officials of third rank and above, along with several favored noble women from the inner palace, resulting in a modest gathering. "How has your afternoon been wandering the royal palace, Crown Prince and Princess?" Qi Qianyao inquired with a resonant voice. Lu Heng and Lu Ying were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question and instinctively began to bow. However, Qi Qianyao quickly interjected, "No need for formalities tonight. All esteemed guests are exempt from such rituals. We humbly accept your command," they replied. Lu Heng mused internally about how the demeanor of this female emperor differed significantly from what they had previously learned about her in the palace. She was entirely unlike the person they had expected. "The ministers spent the afternoon exploring the palace," he continued, "and we barely scratched the surface. Fenglin truly is a place of remarkable talent. Each palace is exquisitely crafted, utilizing the most precious materials. Such a grandiose palace could only be constructed by the extraordinary might of Fenglin. I am in awe." The young lady was indeed quite impressed. The two individuals harmonized beautifully. Yet Qianyao found it exceedingly tedious and casually interjected to bring the conversation to a close, calling for exquisite wine and delicacies to be served. "My esteemed courtiers, let us not be overly restrained. Let us raise a toast to the crown prince and princess, as a gesture of hospitality to welcome them," Qianyao proclaimed, lifting her wine cup. Thus, the banquet commenced amidst the flowing wine. As the evening wore on, it was Qianyao's first experience of imbibing in this realm. Although the wine, though not aged, was indeed of fine quality, it was excessively potent for her. After just a few sips, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. She silently lamented how this body, like her previous one, was so intolerant of alcohol. In Chapter 0028, this melody should only exist in heaven. The atmosphere at the table was joyous, with beautiful figures gracefully dancing to the music. All eyes turned toward the courtyard, where Qianyao's vantage point offered a particularly expansive view of the dancers' enchanting forms, captivating the gaze of all present, including the female officials and Qianyao herself. However, what truly captivated Qianyao was not the dance but the ethereal sound of the flute, which wove in and out, both distant and near, deep and shallow, playing a pivotal role in the entire composition, titled Nine Heavens. As the dance concluded, the audience erupted in admiration for the performance. With the dancers having retreated, discussions flourished among the attendees, still yearning for more. The initial act had been so vigorous that the subsequent performances seemed rather bland. Just then, a figure in white appeared outside the hall, holding a jade flute. As the flute's melody began, the audience was drawn in. The first half of the piece was tranquil, providing a sense of peace amidst the raucous night. Just as everyone assumed the performance was solely a solo flute piece, a thunderous sound erupted, the drums began to beat, and dozens of armored female dancers appeared, wielding sharp spears, dancing gracefully to the rhythm of the drums. These women emitted strikingly powerful sounds, revealing their martial prowess. As the strings began to play, they fell to the ground, yet continued to move resiliently, their detailed expressions drawing the audience in. The music conveyed the suffering of the nation, while the women's expressions proclaimed their oath to defend their homeland to the death. Qianyao felt a sense of heaviness in her heart. The composer of this piece must be extraordinary. The melody and dance were unlike anything the assembly had encountered before. The fleeting white figure, and the jade flute left a lasting impression on Qianyao. Similarly, Lu Yian was also struck by the performance. As the piece reached its conclusion, the flute's notes remained serene, narrating that all of this was merely a dream. It was Lu Yian who led the applause. "Your Majesty, today I have truly broadened my horizons. This has been splendid," Lu Heng remarked, visibly moved by the dance. Lu Ying, too, wore an expression of excitement as she addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have an ungracious request to make." Thus she spoke. "Your Majesty, I wish to follow the dancers of the palace to learn that particular dance. Might I humbly seek your permission?" Qi Qianyao raised her delicate brows, contemplating for a moment before granting her approval. "I consent." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Qi Qianyao replied, raising her cup in reverence. Lu Ying then drained her drink in one swift motion. Observing this, Qi Qianyao felt compelled to do the same. Though a wave of anxiety washed over her, what if she became inebriated and spoke recklessly? She addressed the assembly, expressing her incapacity for alcohol and her intent to retire to her chambers. With that, she was assisted by Jin Suo and Lin Shireen as they departed the Chung Inn Hall and boarded the Phoenix carriage. The remaining matters of the court were entrusted to Lu Yian. Upon returning to the study, Qi Qianyao instructed Jin Suo, "Summon someone from the Shangyi Bureau to see me." After speaking, she numbly reclined on the Phoenix bed, supported by Lin Shireen. It seemed she would need to limit her indulgence in wine henceforth. The potency of ancient spirits was formidable. Feeling dizzy, she lay on the bed for a brief respite. Soon, Jin Suo returned with Yang Luo, the head of the Shangyi Bureau, who bowed and inquired, "Your Majesty, may I ask the reason for your summons?" With half-closed eyes, Qi Qianyao inquired, "Who played the flute in Chang'an Hall today? Was it he who choreographed the Nine Heavens dance?" "Your Majesty, the individual is named Yi Feichen. I discovered him at an external music troupe and was profoundly impressed by his talents, prompting me to invite him to the palace at considerable expense," Yang Luo replied earnestly. As Qi Qianyao's mind began to awaken, she pondered whether this outsider could be trusted. However, she resolved to take a chance, based solely on the music and dance. She believed this individual possessed exceptional abilities. Should she be able to employ him, it would be highly advantageous. Otherwise, placing him near those with ulterior motives would spell disaster for her. After a moment's reflection, she spoke in a tone laced with authority, "Ensure he remains within the palace. Yang Luo, you understand what must be done, do you not? Furthermore, Princess Lu Ying shall commence her studies in the Nine Heavens at your bureau starting tomorrow. You are to treat her with the utmost respect befitting a princess, understood?" Yang Luo, having risen from a humble palace made to her current position through keen insight, recognized the underlying implications within the Empress's words. Nevertheless, the task of retaining Yi Feichen within the palace was indeed a challenging one. Yet, with the Empress's command, she had no choice but to comply, nodding in acquiescence. Qi Qianyao did not forget to offer her a promise. "I have heard that there is a vacancy for the head maid in the Shangyi Bureau. Should you successfully manage this matter, that position shall be yours. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your Majesty's wishes," Yang Luo affirmed before respectfully exiting the study. Just then, the kitchen sent in a calming herbal tea. Qi Qianyao, with the last vestiges of her clarity, drank the tea and succumbed to her exhaustion, drifting into slumber. Lin Shireen and Jin Suo, witnessing her repose, dismissed the other maids, remaining to keep vigil through the night. At this moment, the Chang'an Hall was still ablaze with light. Lu Yian fully embraced her identity as the Prime Minister, engaging in jovial banter and drinking, displaying not a trace of arrogance. Her capacity for liquor far surpassed Qi Qianyao's, rivaling even that of 38 streets. The banquet concluded amidst laughter and merriment, and after bidding farewell to the officials and the people of Shu, Lu Yian's taut nerves finally relaxed, and the effects of the wine swiftly took hold. Feeling slightly dazed, she brushed aside the palace maids who offered to assist her, choosing instead to navigate the palace gates alone. As she wandered into a secluded area, realizing she was alone, Lu Yian felt increasingly disoriented. Her steps faltered, and she stumbled over a stone, bracing herself for an inevitable fall. Yet, instead of meeting the anticipated chill of the stone path, she found herself cradled in a warm embrace. As she regained her balance, the hand at her waist withdrew swiftly, as if fearing detection. Before her stood a figure clad in white, holding a jade flute. Lu Yian gazed at him, her eyes suddenly moist, exclaiming, "It's been so long, Fei Chun." Yi Fei Chun smiled gently, his lips curling slightly. "You've become the Prime Minister, yet you still walk so carelessly. Wouldn't that provoke laughter? All these years, Fei Chun, how have you fared?" Lu Yian seemed oblivious to his jest, continuing her inquiry. Yi Fei Chun, somewhat exasperated, nodded. "I have traveled the continent, living freely and comfortably. Your well-being brings me solace, Lu Ian replied, her voice tinged with bitterness and sorrow. In that moment, had anyone else witnessed her, they would scarcely believe that the formidable Prime Minister Lu, known for her decisiveness, could display such vulnerability. After regaining her composure, Lu Ian's thoughts cleared significantly, and she cautiously asked, "What brings you back to the capital and the palace?" This question had echoed in her mind countless times since she had heard the sound of the flute that evening. Years ago, in her youth, she had met the aloof Yi Fei-chun and had fallen for him at first sight. Lu Ian had devoted considerable effort to win his heart, only for fate to intervene with the untimely death of the late emperor. Having lost both parents at a young age, she and her brother were treated as kin by the late emperor. His passing was a profound blow to her. Moreover, the emperor's dying wish had been for her and her brother to assist Qi Qianyao in safeguarding the realm. Thus, when Yi Fei-chun proposed that she travel with him, she resolutely declined. The late emperor's demise, coupled with Yi Fei-chun's departure, compelled Lu Ian to steel her heart, adopting a frosty demeanor in public. For 5 years, she believed she would never see him again, only to find him standing before her once more, still clad in white, still holding a jade flute. Recently, the capital has been tumultuous. I fear that danger may be lurking. I worry for your safety, Yi Fei-chun said earnestly. Such a straightforward response left Lu Ian momentarily at a loss. She endeavored to suppress her emotions and said, "Then please remain in the palace to assist me. I often handle affairs outside, and although the Empress is safeguarded within the palace, I still harbor concerns. Fei-chun, your willingness to help is greatly appreciated." Upon hearing this, Yi Fei-chun couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. After all these years, the most significant figures in her heart remained the Empress and Feng Lin, a fact that had never wavered. "Very well," Yi Fei-chun replied. In truth, he had many words left unspoken and numerous questions he yearned to ask, but they were all swallowed back down. With Yi Fei-chun's affirmative response, Lu Ian smiled in gratitude. The silence between them hung awkwardly until it was interrupted by a squad of patrolling guards. Upon seeing her, the guards promptly bowed. Lu Ian resumed her usual cold and stern demeanor. "Minister Lu seems to have had a bit too much to drink tonight. You few, escort her out of the palace. Surely the minister's household is awaiting her outside," Yi Fei-chun instructed the guards. The guards exchanged glances of confusion. They were merely palace guards and had no knowledge of the identity of the man before them, who commanded them to escort a minister out of the palace. As the lead guard was about to step forward to inquire, Lu Ian raised her delicate hand and interjected, "Escort me out of the palace." With that, she turned and departed. The guards, compelled by the minister's words, swallowed their doubts and promptly sent 2 of their own to flank Lu Ian, following her step by step as she gradually faded from view. Watching Lu Ian's retreating figure, Yi Fei-chun sighed internally. 5 years had passed, and the little girl he once knew had grown up. This time, he would not leave her side. In the study, Qi Qianyao had already made 2 rounds to visit Duke Zhou, remaining completely unaware of the matters concerning these 2 individuals. After awakening, she found it was nearly time for the morning court. Qi Qianyao hurriedly washed up and dressed, knowing that the people from Shu Kingdom would not be entering the palace today, except for Lu Ying, who would come to learn dance. However, she had given orders that there was no need for him to pay her special respects. This suited Qi Qianyao just fine, as she could avoid the hassle of applying heavy makeup. The morning court that day held no significant matters. After hastily concluding the court session, Qi Qianyao received a letter delivered by Qing Ling, which was from Lu Ying. No, to be precise, it was intended for Qian Songyan. The letter explained why he had failed to keep their appointment the previous day and subtly hinted at when they could meet again, expressing his feelings of longing for him. This made Qi Qianyao feel quite embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Qianyao put pen to paper in reply, composing only a few succinct lines to convey that she had pressing matters that required her to leave the capital and would return in 3 days, at which point they could arrange to meet again. 3 days should suffice, she thought. Having completed her response, she handed it to Qing Ling and inquired, "Is there any news regarding that screen?" Upon hearing this, Qing Ling shook her head, stating that she had yet to uncover any hidden schemes. However, it was certain that the screen had been transported to the capital long ago. Otherwise, with our people swarming the city gates, there would have been some whisper of it. Qi Qianyao wholeheartedly agreed with Qing Ling's assessment. Since her arrival in this realm, she deemed herself relatively prudent in her actions, though the original owner of her body had been quite oblivious. This matter, she surmised, was likely a plot long in the making by the kingdom of Shu. As for the spies within the capital, Qi Qianyao could not fathom who among them was acting as an informant. There were far too many suspects, and the process of elimination was exceedingly intricate. She needed to ascertain the purpose of the screen before she could devise a strategy to draw out the traitor. Qingling, we must not overlook any clues, Qi Qianyao urged with a firm tone. Qingling's expression mirrored her seriousness as she solemnly nodded before exiting the imperial study. Qi Qianyao's mind was in disarray. The current situation seemed replete with clues, yet it remained deceptively simple. She even knew who wished her harm, but regrettably lacked the evidence to substantiate her claims. Thus, she was left with no choice but to wait, to bide her time until these individuals inadvertently revealed their true intentions. The feeling of passively awaiting her fate was truly unbearable. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Qi Qianyao's inquiries yielded no fruitful leads, while Lu Ying continued to enter the palace daily to practice the Nine Heavens dance. On 2 occasions, she was startled by unexpected visits, which sent her spirit fleeing, forcing her to conjure excuses to evade them, making her appear as though she were deliberately dodging Lu Ying. Well, she was indeed doing so intentionally. This time, upon leaving the palace, Lu Ying remained behind to oversee matters, while Qingling insisted on secretly following her. Qi Qianyao could only acquiesce, inwardly lamenting the burdens of being a female emperor. Where was her dignity? Where lay the respect due to an empress? Qi Qianyao's attire was reminiscent of her previous outfit, maintaining a consistent style to avoid drawing attention while simultaneously deepening Lu Ying's impression of her, thus complicating her identification. Their rendezvous was arranged by a riverbank outside the city, a location chosen by Lu Ying. Upon arrival, Qi Qianyao discerned the presence of 2 skilled individuals concealed nearby. Thinking to herself that Lu Ying was no fool, he had brought capable allies along. Fortunately, Jin Suo and Lin Shirin possessed no martial prowess, and their delicate features, clad in male attire, made them appear like mere attendants at first glance. Signaling for them to remain at a distance, Qi Qianyao approached Lu Ying. Upon seeing the gentleman she had missed for several days, Lu Ying could not contain his excitement, his cheeks flushing as he declared, "Qian Gongzi, I have missed you dearly. Simply call me Song Yan." "Inger," Qi Qianyao replied, nearly repulsed by her own words. The two indulged in their mutual feelings of longing, exchanging overly sentimental expressions. For Qi Qianyao, masquerading as Qian Songyan, this was merely a performance. Her sole intention was to gather intelligence. During their conversation, Qian Songyan subtly revealed bits of information regarding her extensive network of friends in the capital, encompassing a wide array of connections. Qi Qianyao could not help but reflect on how invaluable her knowledge of psychology from her previous life had proven to be, as it subtly influenced Lu Ying's thoughts. The bait had been cast, and the net had been spread. Now, all that remained was for the fish to take the hook. Chapter 32. A dangerous venture. As dusk descended, Qi Qianyao's carefully arranged associates made their entrance, delivering news that urgent matters required her attention at home. After expressing his reluctance, Qian Songyan departed the riverbank with his entourage, heading into the city to attend to the affairs at hand. Once they had left, the skilled individuals accompanying Lu Ying revealed themselves. One of them respectfully addressed her, stating, "Your Highness, based on my observations, these individuals possess no martial prowess and appear to be ordinary young masters from affluent families." Lu Ying nodded in satisfaction, pleased by the outcome. Had it not been for her brother's unease regarding this unexpected arrival, necessitating covert surveillance, she would not have brought anyone along to witness her clandestine meeting with young Master Qian. "Is there any clarity regarding the influence of young Master Qian's family?" Lu Ying inquired. The news from the Crown Prince's side indicates that young Master Qian's background is impeccable. His family indeed maintains cordial relations with numerous dignitaries in the capital. However, our informants in the city have reported that his emergence is somewhat suspicious. Lu Ying furrowed her brow, pondering this peculiarity, realizing that she could not fully trust the situation. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was meticulously monitored by Qingling, who had long been concealed in the shadows. Although these individuals were formidable, they paled in comparison to Qingling, who had undergone rigorous training since childhood. Moreover, she had once been the most capable subordinate of a certain individual. It turned out that the spies Qi Qianyao had stationed outside the palace, as well as those at the relay station, had already reported to her that the Shu people were secretly investigating a man named Qian Songyan. Fortunately, she had retained a contingency plan, ensuring that Lu Yan arranged a plausible background for Qian Songyan. Yet, she had not anticipated that this identity would still appear too abrupt, leading the hidden spies to harbor suspicions against him. "Yan, Qingling, Jinsuo, Shaoshi, who do you think the spy might be?" Qi Qianyao pondered aloud, reclining on a soft couch. Perplexed. Thus far, it seemed that the court was united under her leadership. Upon hearing her inquiry, those present began to contemplate. Before long, Jin Suo and Xiaoshi admitted defeat, shaking their heads and exclaiming, "We truly cannot fathom it." Qi Qianyao, exasperated, retorted, "Then you two should hasten to prepare a meal for me. By the way, I have instructed the imperial chef to prepare a dish of pig's brain for you both to nourish your minds." "Your Majesty, how does pig's brain nourish the mind?" Jin Suo inquired, puzzled by Qi Qianyao's statement. "Then you shall go to the laundry bureau and wash my garments. I shall not grant you even a morsel of pig's brain." Qi Qianyao feigned anger. Terrified, Lin Shireen seized Jin Suo's sleeve, urging her to flee the study and dash toward the kitchen, fearing that the Empress might indeed send them to the laundry bureau as punishment. At that moment, only Qingling, Yan, and Qi Qianyao remained in the hall. Both Qingling and Lu Yan harbored numerous suspicions regarding potential culprits, yet they acknowledged that these were merely conjectures. The individual in question was exceptionally astute, and drawing them out would not be a simple task. Suddenly, Qi Qianyao seemed to recall something, and she leapt up from the soft couch, exclaiming to Lu Yan and Qingling, "I have an idea." She then articulated her thoughts. Upon hearing her, both of them shook their heads in unison, saying, "Your Majesty, this is far too perilous. For your safety and the safety of Fenglin, this must not be allowed." "Oh, cease your admonitions, both of you. Do you have a better plan?" She retorted. "No. Then I shall proceed with my method. I assure you, I will take care to protect myself." Yet, Qingling and Lu Yan remained unconvinced. "What must I do for you to agree?" Qi Qianyao pressed. Qingling and Lu Yan exchanged glances, recognizing the worry and helplessness in each other's eyes. Indeed, they had no superior alternative and could only resort to this risky course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yan reluctantly conceded, "Your Majesty, I only require you to promise one thing." "Speak, Yan." "Promise to protect yourself," Lu Yan responded with a hint of gravity. Upon hearing her agreement to the proposal, Qi Qianyao joyfully declared, "Very well, Yan, I promise you." The three then continued to deliberate the pros and cons of the matter. Devising intricate plans, a covert battle was on the verge of commencing. In the days that followed, Jin Suo was deeply saddened, and her melancholy permeated the entire palace. For their Empress seemed to have reverted to her former, lecherous self. Mornings were no longer conducted with decorum, as she even dozed off during court sessions, delegating all state affairs to Prime Minister Liu. Rumors of the Empress's indulgent days spent in the inner palace spread rapidly, with Li Guiran, the favored male consort, reaping the most benefits. Had it not been for that fateful day when he casually played Phoenix seeking Phoenix in the Imperial Garden, the Empress might not have lavished her affections upon him once more. He found himself ensconced in her palace for days on end, lost in her allure, and she rewarded him with numerous rare treasures. Yet, beneath the surface of his apparent fortune, Li Guiran harbored many doubts. Each night, he found himself in a deep slumber until dawn, awakening to find the Empress beside him, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Ying experienced a different kind of joy. She had been clandestinely meeting with young Master Qian for several consecutive nights. Although their interactions were innocent, his promises of responsibility and sweet nothings had an irresistible effect on her, leading her to surrender to her emotions. In this tale of contrasting fortunes, Qi Qianyao bore the greatest burden, stretched thin as she juggled multiple identities. She marveled at her own resilience, almost reverent of her capabilities. Feeling the time was ripe, Qi Qianyao sensed it was time to cast the net. The following evening, she arrived at their usual rendezvous with Lu Ying, this time in a secluded bamboo grove. There, a small wooden cabin, recently constructed at great expense by Qian Songyan, awaited them, a sanctuary for their budding romance. As the appointed time arrived, Lu Ying dutifully made her way to the rendezvous. Observing the completion of the modest abode she shared with Qian Gongzi, she felt a swell of emotion. Her lingering doubts seemed to dissipate like mist. "Inger, behold our labor of love," Qian Songyan inquired with a gaze full of tenderness. Lu Ying eagerly nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Songyan. I am truly fond of it." With that, she leapt into Qian Songyan's embrace, leaving him momentarily startled. Fortunately, the material of her chest binding was sturdy. Otherwise, her gesture might have revealed more than intended. After a prolonged embrace, Qian Songyan gently lifted her, carrying her toward the inner chamber. Lu Ying, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, blushed deeply. She had never been one to shy away, but had previously restrained her restless thoughts due to Qian Songyan's stoic demeanor. Today, however, her actions were deliberate. Her intentions were abundantly clear. Chapter 34. A game of pretenses. This predicament was truly burdensome for Qian Songyan. In the drought-ridden lands of Shu, the inhabitants, though lean, possessed a solid strength. To be able to lift her effortlessly, Qi Qianyao had practiced diligently with a golden lock within the palace. As they approached the bed, Qian Songyan's heart raced. He was not a true man, and how could he undertake actions meant solely for men? Silently, he prayed for the timely arrival of their companions. He gently laid Lu Ying upon the bed, smiling at her, but Lu Ying, brimming with impatience, wrapped her arms around his neck, leaning in to press her lips against his. The dim candlelight cast a muted glow, but it was evident that Qi Qianyao's face had flushed a deep crimson. Just as the moment hung precariously in the balance, she raised a hand to halt Lu Ying, exclaiming, "Inger, I am the man. It is my place to take the initiative." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying realized she may have been a tad too forward, shedding any semblance of feminine modesty. She nodded and released her hold on Qian Songyan's neck, settling herself obediently upon the bed. At that moment, Qi Qianyao felt a tumult of despair within her, cursing the individuals sent by Lu Yian 100 times over for their tardiness. Her first kiss was at stake. Yet, to maintain the facade, the performance must continue. Qi Qianyao's fingers, unexpectedly delicate and fair, gently caressed Lu Ying's face before her movements abruptly stilled. What should she do next? In her previous life, she had been untouched by such experiences. She had never even watched foreign adult films. Who could instruct her on the next step? Cursing the heavens in frustration, she finally seized an opportunity. Just as Lu Ying sensed something amiss in Qian Songyan's demeanor, Qi Qianyao heard a commotion outside, seizing the moment to lean in for a kiss. However, Lu Ying pushed him away, whispering, "Songyan, there are people nearby, let us be cautious." In that instant, Lu Ying's hidden guards clashed with another group outside, the clash of blades echoing piercingly in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing these words, Qian Songyan immediately rose, scanning the surroundings before positioning himself protectively behind Lu Ying. "This room offers no shelter. These individuals are undoubtedly here for you. Rest assured, even at the cost of my own life, I shall ensure your safety." The unwavering determination in Qian Songyan's expression stirred something within Lu Ying. She recognized that he possessed no martial skills, yet in the face of unseen blades, he did not falter or show fear. The thought of sacrificing his life to protect her ignited a decisive resolve within Lu Ying. Observing her subtle expressions, Qi Qianyao discerned that Lu Ying's suspicions toward him had begun to wane, though she remained on guard. The sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, and with no other recourse, Lu Ying reluctantly removed a delicately crafted ring from her slender finger. Cautiously, she opened the window and aimed skyward, launching a signal flare from the ring. Qi Qianyao was taken aback, astonished that the kingdom of Shu possessed such a compact and exquisite signal device. She had noticed the ring long ago, but had not anticipated it concealing such a clever mechanism. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qi Qianyao quickly regained her composure. Lu Ying explained, "This is a signal flare given to me by my elder brother for emergencies. Those nearby will come to our aid." I had no idea this group possessed such formidable skills. Even my brother's personal shadow guard cannot match them. As Qi Qianyao had suspected, there were indeed numerous individuals from Shu within the capital. Chapter 0035. A life-risking rescue. Have you recently offended anyone, Ing? While I may not understand martial arts, it is evident that these individuals are not ordinary. Qian Songyan analyzed. Lu Ying furrowed her brow deeper at his words. Just as they believed themselves secure within the confines of the room, a rustling sound emerged from the roof. With a resounding crash, the ceiling shattered, allowing moonlight to pour into the room. Although Lu Ying was playful by nature, she had trained in martial arts from a young age and was prepared to defend herself. Unfortunately, her sword was not at hand. Thus, she grabbed a suitably sized stick from the ground. Qian Songyan, with his slight frame, positioned himself in front of her and shouted, "I do not know who has sent you, noble heroes, to take the life of the princess from Shu, but I am willing to offer 10 times the amount of gold to spare her." Upon hearing this, the 4 figures clad in black descending from the roof revealed fierce expressions. Their masks obscured the lower halves of their faces, yet their countenance betrayed no emotion. The leader of the black-clad men sneered coldly at Qian Songyan's words, unmoved by the prospect of gold. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he commanded, "Leave no survivors." The 4 assailants lunged forward, attacking with ruthless intent. Outside, the shadow guards fought valiantly, sustaining casualties as they desperately surged into the room, engaging in a fierce melee. Lu Ying, observing the deadly blade aimed directly at Qian Songyan, could no longer afford to hesitate. She crouched low and leaped forward to confront the leading assailant. Calling out amidst the chaos, "Songyan, you must flee. Do not worry about me. My brother's reinforcements are on their way, and I shall be safe. Inger, I shall not depart." As he spoke, Qianyao seized a nearby stick and charged forward, skillfully maneuvering his agile form and managing to sustain minimal injuries. Yet, the wooden stick in his hand grew progressively shorter. In her anxiety, Qi Qianyao witnessed the black-clad assailant, engaged in combat with Lu Ying, suddenly unleash a surge of power. Launching a kick that sent Lu Ying crashing against the wall, blood surging forth, causing her to involuntarily spit blood. With the black-clad figure closing in relentlessly, Lu Ying struggled to drag her weary body forward as the shadow guards shouted to protect the princess and to fight back. Yet, amidst the overwhelming odds, the shadow guards found themselves unable to intervene and could only watch helplessly as the black-clad assailant approached Lu Ying. As the blade swung down, Lu Ying, in despair, closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain. However, instead of the expected agony, she felt a softening sensation as Qianyao leaped onto her, shielding her from the impending strike. At that moment, her brother Lu Heng arrived with reinforcements. As Lu Heng burst into the room, the black-clad assailant, unable to deliver a second blow, retreated hastily, leading the remaining assailants in a panic-stricken escape. With a command from Lu Heng, his followers immediately pursued, relentlessly chasing after the assailants. "Brother, do not pursue any longer. Come quickly and check on Qianyao. He may not last much longer," Lu Ying pleaded, her voice laced with anguish as tears streamed down her face. Qianyao, barely able to speak, managed to utter, "Inger, as long as you are unharmed," before succumbing to unconsciousness. The wound he sustained was indeed grievous, leaving a long scar across his back, the flesh torn and bloodied, quickly staining his fine robes. At that moment, a man approached and lifted Qianyao in his arms, declaring, "We must take the young master to the inn immediately. Do not take him to the inn. Send him to the general's residence instead, to spare Inger from idle gossip. Find the finest physician for him," Lu Heng commanded. Obeying the order, the man mounted his horse, carrying Qianyao, and hastened towards the general's residence. Chapter 0036. Lu Ying's fury. As Lu Ying watched Qianyao being taken away, she too wished to pursue him to the general's residence. However, Lu Heng intercepted her, saying, "Sister, what is this you hold?" With her eyes ablaze, Lu Ying grasped the object in Lu Heng's hand and examined it closely, her heart gripped by shock. The token was exclusive to the royal family, a symbol used solely by the shadow guards of the Empress. Then today's events were orchestrated by the Empress herself. Lu Ying could no longer contain her fury. We had yet to make a move, and that tyrant dared to strike first. "Brother, let us storm the palace directly." "Silence. There are still uncertainties surrounding this matter. We cannot act recklessly." "Do you know why the Empress suddenly targeted you?" Lu Heng replied. "I care not. That Qi Qianyao dared to harm my people. I shall ensure she pays in kind," Lu Ying declared, and with that, she dashed out of the room, mounted her horse, and raced towards the capital with great speed. Lu Heng remained behind, his eyes gleaming with insight as he began to ponder the situation. It seemed Qianyao possessed knowledge of some secret, and the Empress feared he might reveal it, prompting the assassination attempt on her sister. What could it be? He needed to have someone investigate. The man hastily escorting Qi Qianyao to the general's mansion was indeed one of their own, a spy strategically placed by them from the very beginning. Fearing that her identity as a woman might be exposed due to her injuries, they took the perilous risk of having one of their own carry Qi Qianyao to the general's mansion for treatment. At this moment, the general's mansion was enveloped in an eerie silence. Qin Wanji and Yi Feichen had long awaited within, while the shadow guards had already returned. The one who had struck Qi Qianyao was none other than the leader of the shadow guards, Feng. He knelt upright in the main hall, drenched in cold sweat. As a shadow guard, he had taken many lives, yet that single blade had left him trembling with fear. The Empress's exact words had been, "The wound must be precise, artfully inflicted, not too painful, yet pain must be present, blood must flow, but not excessively, and most importantly, it must heal without leaving a scar. Otherwise, all of you shadow guards shall be reduced to washing my clothes." With such impossible demands, he felt that no matter how he struck, it would be wrong. So he chose to kneel in submission, prepared to take his own life should any misfortune befall the Empress. After delivering Qi Qianyao to the general's mansion, the man departed, seeking a physician in the capital. Meanwhile, as Lu Ying galloped towards the general's mansion, the guards at the entrance barred her way. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Lu Ying exclaimed in anger. The guards remained impassive, steadfast in their duty. Seeing this, Lu Ying continued, "I am a princess of Shu. Young Master Qian was accidentally injured and brought to the general's mansion. Allow me to enter. He is my friend, and I only wish to know the extent of his injuries." Yet the guards continued to ignore her, prompting Lu Ying to consider forcing her way in. However, Lacking any weapon, she could only fret helplessly, deeply concerned for young Master Qian's apparent severe condition. This was the general's mansion, and she was merely a foreign princess. Her status meant little here, leaving her with no recourse. Just as she contemplated her next move, a young servant hurriedly emerged from the general's mansion. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ying recognized him as a servant of Qian Songyan. She eagerly inquired, "How is your master?" The male servant replied anxiously, "We have sent someone to find a physician in the capital. He is still unconscious." The urgency in his expression mirrored Lu Ying's own concern, and she realized he spoke the truth. Chapter 0037. The injured majesty. Indeed, he had not deceived her. In fact, Qi Qianyao had truly fainted from the pain. This male servant was, in reality, Jin Suo disguised as a man. "Why are you out here? Shouldn't you be attending to your master?" Lu Ying pressed. "I wanted to wait at the door for the doctor," Jin Suo replied, her voice filled with grievance. With answers now in hand, Lu Ying lost interest in further conversation. At that moment, Lu Heng's subordinate arrived with the physician at the entrance of the general's mansion, only to be stopped by the guards. "This is the doctor," the man announced. Upon hearing this, the guards, after nodding in acknowledgement to Jin Suo, finally permitted the physician to enter. Lu Ying also wished to enter alongside them, but the guards granted her no leniency. Just then, Lu Ying arrived at the entrance of the general's residence in his carriage, wearing a perplexed expression as he inquired about the princess's presence outside the general's estate. Upon disembarking with the assistance of the guards, Lu Ying replied candidly, "My friend was injured. He is a good brother of your elder brother, hence he was brought here for treatment." "Oh, your friend, my brother's comrade? Could it be that the princess refers to Qian?" A look of inscrutable curiosity bloomed on Lu Ying's face, leaving Lu Ying uncertain. At that moment, Lu Ying sensed something amiss, yet having spoken, she could not retract her words and reluctantly affirmed, "Yes, it is Qian Songyan." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying chuckled. If Qian is injured, both the general's and the chancellor's residences will certainly exert their utmost to ensure his recovery. There is no need for the princess to fret. With that, he flicked his sleeves and hurriedly entered the general's estate. From this conversation, Lu Ying discerned an oddity, yet she could not articulate it. However, unable to gain entry into the general's residence and acutely aware of her precarious position, having already learned that the Empress had dispatched individuals to eliminate her, her thoughts suddenly clarified. She realized she must hasten away from Qian Songyan, lest she bring calamity upon him as well. Accompanied by Lu Heng's subordinates, the two returned to the inn. Meanwhile, within the general's estate, the atmosphere was tense. Feng remained kneeling on the ground, while the shadow guards knelt behind him. Yet none paid them any heed. This punishment was relatively lenient. Inside, Qin Wanji had cleansed the wound thoroughly, though obscured by clothing. Both she and Yi Feichen had observed that the injury appeared grave, yet in truth, it was not serious. The assailant had struck with remarkable precision, inflicting only superficial harm. Consequently, Yi Feichen discreetly exited the room to prepare medicine for Qi Qianyao. As he passed by Feng, he couldn't help but cast a glance at him, pondering the man's extraordinary martial prowess. Qi Qianyao's bleeding had ceased, and Qin Wanji applied a concocted hemostatic ointment to her wound, carefully bandaging it with Lu Ying's assistance. Initially, Qi Qianyao had fainted from the pain, but now she had succumbed to slumber, exhausted from the recent turmoil and weakened by blood loss. "Is His Majesty all right?" Lu Ying inquired, unable to suppress his concern. Qin Wanji shook her head. "His Majesty is well. He merely requires ample rest. The wound is not deep, but he should avoid vigorous movements in the coming days to prevent the injury from reopening. Once healed, applying the frost dew provided by Lord Yi daily will ensure no scar remains." "That is good to hear." Lu Ying finally felt reassured, having attended to Qi Qianyao's injuries. Qin Wanji, still somewhat puzzled, questioned Lu Ying, "Might I ask where Lord Yi comes from? He possesses this extraordinary frost dew, and his medical skills seem to rival my own." In response, Lu Ying smiled unconsciously. "Lord Yi has traveled the world since childhood, so it is only natural he possesses rare items. As for his medical expertise, he is adept in more than just healing," he added with a hint of jest. "His flute playing is also quite remarkable." Chapter 0038. A Fondness for Women. Qin Wanji observed the shifting expressions of the chancellor, seemingly grasping something unspoken, and chose not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Qingling unexpectedly leapt into the room from the rear courtyard of the general's residence, hastening to inquire, "Your Majesty, are you unscathed?" Both individuals shook their heads in response, assuring her of their safety. Relieved by their words, Qingling turned to Lu Yian and reported, "News has just arrived from the palace. Someone has delivered a message to Lady Li." Upon hearing this, Both parties exchanged knowing glances. Surprised by the urgency displayed by their adversaries, Lu Yian softly remarked, "I did not anticipate their impatience." Qingling nodded in agreement, suggesting, "It must be that princess who lacks composure." After saying this, her gaze fell upon Qianyao, who lay on the bed, her hair elegantly adorned with a jade crown. The enchanting visage before them could captivate anyone, regardless of gender. The group lingered in the room until Qianyao's breathing became slow and steady, at which point they felt reassured enough to exit. Jin Suo and Lin Shirin were in the kitchen assisting Yi Feichen in concocting medicine. Lu Yian needed to return to the chancellor's residence to attend to affairs, while Qingling was to resume her vigilance over the inner palace, leaving Feng and his shadow guard stationed outside the room. As Lu Yian departed, he casually instructed the shadow guards, "Do not kneel, His Majesty is unharmed." However, the guards seemed oblivious, remaining on their knees outside, motionless, resembling statues from a distance. Lu Yian could only shake his head in exasperation. When Qianyao awoke, dawn had just begun to break, the hour typically reserved for court assembly. Yet, for the sake of the upcoming drama, she had to remain in the general's residence for the time being. She pondered what harsh judgments the elder ministers might be silently casting upon her. Jin Suo had been vigilantly watching over her, and upon noticing her awakening, she poked the inadvertently slumbering Lin Shirin, signaling her to promptly bring in the medicine. Lin Shirin responded with a nod and swiftly exited the room. At that moment, the shadow guards, who had spent the night kneeling outside, had vanished without a trace. Qianyao, feeling fatigued, was about to turn over when an unfortunate incident occurred. Ouch. Why does it hurt so much? Jin Suo, witnessing the emperor's flushed countenance, remained still and silent, seemingly a bit displeased. "Come here and give me a kiss, Jin Suo," Qianyao teased. Realizing the girl's sulkiness stemmed from her worry over the emperor's reckless venture. Despite this, she felt a flicker of delight within her heart. Jin Suo, puzzled, noted that ever since the emperor's memory loss, she had seemed like a different person, often uttering phrases that Jin Suo could not comprehend. The emperor explained, "Perhaps my mind is muddled." However, Jin Suo dared not voice her thoughts. "Your Majesty, what does come here and give me a kiss mean?" Unable to suppress her curiosity, she pressed on with a multitude of questions. Qianyao, resting her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment before replying, "It means to come and kiss me." Upon hearing this, Jin Suo's eyes widened in astonishment. The emperor's tastes had seemingly shifted. Was she now intrigued by the charms of women? The thought sent shivers down Jin Suo's spine, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. Jin Suo was deeply engrossed in contemplating this serious matter. Observing the little expression on Jin Suo's face, Qi Qianyao couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "I must say, little Jin Suo, I have a penchant for future emperors. You are not to my taste. Do not let your little mind wander off. Come and assist me in rising." Perhaps due to having reclined for an extended period, Qi Qianyao felt quite fatigued and found it somewhat challenging to rise. Upon hearing this, Jin Suo promptly approached, gently helping Qi Qianyao to her feet, and then skillfully began to massage her, easing her stiff muscles. In an instant, Qi Qianyao felt much better. Chapter 0039. Leveraging age and experience. Lin Shirin also entered from the kitchen carrying a bowl of warm porridge and a bowl of dark, medicinal concoction. Qi Qianyao appeared somewhat displeased, sensing that it was time to resume her bitter medication. After finally nurturing her body back to health and hoping to avoid further medicine, it seemed she was destined to repeat the cycle. Regrettably, seeing the resolute expressions of the two young girls, she understood that evading the medicine was futile. After leisurely finishing the warm porridge, Qi Qianyao feigned a need to exercise, wandering around the room several times, nearly dizzying the two young maidens. Just as the medicinal steam was about to dissipate, Qi Qianyao suddenly seized the medicine bowl and, with a determined spirit, downed the concoction in one go. To her astonishment, after finishing, she found that the medicine was not as bitter as she had anticipated. It was entirely unlike Wan Ji's usual concoctions. "Who prescribed this medicine?" Qi Qianyao inquired. "Your Majesty, it was personally prescribed by Lord Yi, who is aware of your aversion to bitterness," Lin Shirin replied. Lord Yi, Qi Qianyao recalled, was the man who had played the flute at the banquet just a few days prior, intending to persuade Yang Luo to keep him in the palace. Little did she expect that before Yang Luo could speak, Ian had already brought him to see her. From their expressions, Qi Qianyao discerned that this man was the one who had long been concealed in Ian's heart. To her surprise, this man possessed exceptional medical skills, capable of devising a formula to replace the previously bitter ingredients. He would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. After consuming the medicine, Qi Qianyao contentedly sat by the window, engrossed in her reading, unaware that chaos had already erupted in the court. The elder ministers, had it not been for Lu Yian's firm intervention, would have likely resorted to drastic measures. Your Majesty is unable to attend the morning court due to health issues. The director of the Imperial Medical Institute, Qin, has confirmed there is no serious ailment, and with a few days of rest, she will be able to resume her duties. Lu Yian reassured. However, these senior ministers, relying on their age and experience, were unyielding, with some even attempting to create a disturbance in the imperial study, eager to ascertain the nature of the Empress's illness. Just yesterday, she appeared well, reportedly enjoying the company of some noble guests in the imperial garden, drinking and laughing. How can it be that today she is unwell? The imperial censor, Zhou Shirley, asserted with conviction. Upon hearing this, the others echoed his sentiments, agreeing that his words were indeed reasonable. Lu Yian, filled with indignation, suppressed his anger and addressed his colleagues, urging them to be mindful of their station. Is His Majesty a subject for your careless gossip? His words, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated with an unmistakable undertone that silenced the previously bustling hall in an instant. I kindly request my colleagues to return to their residences after court. Please ensure that the recent memorials are delivered to my office at the Prime Minister's residence. I do not wish for anyone to disturb His Majesty during his recuperation. With that, Lu Yian strode purposefully out of the Chengqian Hall. Qing Ling, observing from outside, marveled at Lu Yian's commanding presence, noting that despite being a woman, she exuded a masculine authority, truly a reflection of her brother. At that moment, she noticed the previously leading censor, Lord Zhou, whose expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Frowning, she wondered if he was the person they had been searching for. After leaving the Chengqian Hall, Lu Yian made her way alone to the imperial study, where guards were stationed with utmost vigilance. A group of imperial physicians and the imperial forest army stood watch, alongside several nobles who wore mournful expressions, prominently featuring the recently favored consort Lianrong. Chapter 0040, Prelude to a Grand Drama. Upon seeing him, Lu Yian's face darkened, and she brusquely inquired, Consort Li, what on earth transpired? Why did His Majesty faint after your attendance last night, and has yet to awaken? Lianrong, upon hearing her words, immediately fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered, I do not know. I truly have no idea. My mind has been foggy these past few days. When I awoke this morning, His Majesty had already been carried back to the imperial study by the palace maids. I cannot recall anything prior to that. Lianrong's words were indeed truthful. Humph. Look at this. Lu Yian angrily scattered a pouch of powder onto the ground. As Lianrong beheld the substance, he felt as if he had been abruptly thrust from the sweltering summer into an ice cellar, his body stiffening in shock. The powder that lay before him was the forgetting incense. An incredulous look flashed across his eyes, which Lu Yian observed with understanding. It was clear that this matter was inexorably linked to him. I do not recognize this substance. Please do not wrongfully accuse me, Minister Lu. Lianrong protested. Lu Yian let out another cold huff. This item was discovered at your residence by my subordinates. Do you still dare to defend yourself? Let me make myself clear. Should anything happen to His Majesty today, I will ensure you face a fate worse than death. Finally, Lu Yian ordered his immediate detention, sending Consort Li directly to the dungeons for further examination at a later date. Lu Yian, I am favored by the Empress. You have no authority to detain me. Lianrong struggled in protest. I am the current Prime Minister. I can certainly deal with a mere male consort. Lu Yian commanded. Seize him and take him to the dungeons. No one is permitted to visit him. With her command, the Imperial Forest Army advanced, forcefully dragging the struggling Lianrong away to the dungeons. The events unfolded with such swiftness that those outside the Imperial study scarcely had time to react. Witnessing the favored consort from the previous day being escorted away by the guards, Lianrong continued to struggle, crying out, Your Majesty, I am wronged. He was unaware that within the Imperial study, although numerous individuals were present, Qi Qianyao was notably absent. Attendants, escort the esteemed guests back to their respective palaces, and send someone to thoroughly investigate their quarters. I wish to ascertain who possesses the audacity to conspire against Her Majesty the Empress, he declared. Upon his words, the imperial guards at the entrance led the gathered nobility away to their respective residences for inspection. Lu Yian then turned his gaze to the remaining physicians and instructed, You may return to the Imperial Medical Institute. With Qin Yuanling present, your attendance is no longer necessary. The physicians, having received his directive, promptly took their leave. After resolving these matters, Lu Yian stood outside the imperial study before pushing the door open. Inside were three individuals, Qin Yuanling, Jin Suo, and Lin Shiring. who had swiftly returned from attending to Qi Qianyao. Upon seeing Lu Yan enter, Jin Suo exchanged knowing looks with Lin Shireen before stepping out to wait outside. Qin Yuanling, will the Empress's injury show any signs of concern in 3 days? Lu Yan inquired. Qin Wanji pondered for a moment before nodding. No, Lord Ye's prescription is remarkably adept. And given the injury's slight nature, you need not worry. The grand performance in 3 days will proceed without issue. Speaking of the grand performance in 3 days implied that this act of feigned injury would have to be sustained for the duration of 3 more days by their group. Outside the general's residence, Lu Ying was vigilantly keeping watch, having personally prepared a nourishing soup to deliver to Qian Songyan. However, the guards stationed outside continued to deny her entry. Determined to force her way through with a contingent of guards, she hesitated. Realizing that such an action would not only trouble Qian Songyan, but could also thwart her brother's plans. Frustrated, she paced anxiously outside the general's residence. Chapter 0041. This Lu Ying is not that Lu Ying princess. Young master, Qian has awakened and requests your presence. An elderly man emerged from within the residence and addressed Lu Ying. He then turned to the guards at the entrance and continued. The princess of Shu is a friend of young master Qian. From now on, she is considered a distinguished guest and must not be obstructed. Understood. The guards replied in unison. Lu Ying, disregarding the elder's goodwill, was elated to learn she could finally visit young master Qian and swiftly disappeared inside, with the elder hastily following to guide her. The guards accompanying Lu Ying, of course, could not follow her inside. Arriving at the door of Qian Songyan's resting chamber, Lu Ying quickly adjusted her attire, ensuring no issues remained before. With the assistance of a servant, she entered the room holding the soup. As he was currently a patient, the doctor had instructed that the windows be covered to minimize disturbances to his rest, resulting in a dimly lit room. Lu Ying approached the bedside slowly and softly inquired. Songyan, are you feeling better? I am truly sorry for what has happened. Foolish girl, it is nothing. The doctor assures me that I am not severely injured. With proper rest, I shall be well, Qian Songyan replied, though he coughed a few times afterward. Witnessing his frail condition deepened Lu Ying's anger within her heart. At last, Lu Ying could no longer restrain herself. She half sank to the ground, leaning on Qian Songyan, and unexpectedly began to weep. Seeing this, Qian Songyan allowed her to express her emotions, gently patting her back with his right hand, murmuring, Ying, I am unharmed. Once Lu Ying's emotions were soothed and she regained her composure, she remembered the soup she had personally prepared. She picked it up from the table, intending to feed him, but found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Ying, you may place the soup here. Later, I shall have someone attend to me, he advised. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying reluctantly set down the bowl, her heart heavy as she gazed at the frail Qian Songyan lying on the bed. After a long pause, he felt it was inappropriate for her to linger any longer and said, Ying, you should return to the inn. Your status is special. It is not suitable for you to stay here. With a nod, Lu Ying expressed her intention to visit him again the following day and reluctantly exited the room. As the sound of her retreating footsteps faded, an elderly man entered, bowing and addressing, Your Majesty, Lu Ying has departed the general's residence. This man was Ren Quanan, the steward of the general's household, a person of trustworthiness. Upon hearing this, Qian Songyan slowly rose from the bed, reclining against the soft pillows and remarked, This Lord Yi's soft bone fragrance is remarkably effective. After inhaling it, I truly appear grievously injured. It is indeed a fine concoction. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial from beneath his pillow. Seeing the Emperor's eyes gleaming with interest, the steward hesitated before saying, Your Majesty, having encountered countless individuals over the years, I have honed my ability to discern character. Your recent performance was impeccable. However, I sense something amiss regarding the princess from Shu. Oh, you have noticed as well? Qian Songyan replied nonchalantly, then added mysteriously, This Lu Ying is not the Lu Ying we know. The steward, upon hearing this, chuckled, realizing that he was not the only one who had seen through the ruse. The emperor had already discerned the truth, and he felt rather foolish for attempting to showcase his own insights before her. I am but a humble servant. Years ago, I encountered a person from a foreign land skilled in disguise techniques, and had the fortune to learn a bit. Unfortunately, the mask worn by that false princess pales in comparison to what I studied back then, Ren Quan ingested. Chapter 0042. All is well disguised techniques? Qian Songyan had heard of this exotic land beyond the jurisdiction of the 5 kingdoms more than once. It was indeed a place brimming with extraordinary individuals, and she longed for the opportunity to witness it herself. However, she was not well versed in disguise techniques. Rather, she deduced that this Lu Ying was an impostor by observing micro-expressions. From the moment she entered the room, Qin Qianyao, with her half-closed eyes, had already discerned the flaws in the other's guise. Although the imitation was remarkably similar in many aspects, through her careful observation over the days, she had become intimately familiar with Lu Ying's mannerisms and expressions. This false Lu Ying certainly could not escape the scrutiny of someone trained in modern micro-expressions. Yet, she could not reveal to Ren Quan that her insights stemmed from such observations. Instead, she followed the flow of conversation, saying, "I did not expect you, steward, to be so profoundly insightful. I truly admire your acumen. However, steward, do create a mask for me to play with someday." The old servant obeyed. Yet the craftsmanship of the human skin mask was exceedingly intricate, requiring him several days to complete. "No matter," the emperor responded, "I am not in haste. You must execute this task with diligence, lest you, like that Shuzhong fellow, be easily discerned for your flaws. Otherwise, I shall send you to the palace to tend to the horses." Qi Qianyao deliberately threatened. Upon hearing the prospect of being sent to the palace for such a fate, Steward Ren hastily nodded, uttering several affirmatives before fleeing the room with the soup bowl, as if his life depended on it. At his age, he could hardly withstand such turmoil. Inside the chamber, only Qi Qianyao remained. She was well aware that Lu Hong would not be as easily deceived as Lu Ying, and fortunately, she had prepared in advance. The false Lu Ying's sudden pounce was likely an attempt to probe her true identity. Qi Qianyao glanced down at her chest. The corset was remarkably effective, seamlessly binding her size 38 figure. The only drawback was a slight discomfort. Contemplating the day ahead, she concluded that neither the false Lu Ying nor the genuine one would trouble her further. Thus, she reached forth to unfasten her constraints, instantly feeling rejuvenated, as if the sunlight had grown significantly brighter. Within the relay station, a kneeling maid reported, "Your Highness, I have personally verified that Qiansong Yan is indeed male, and he is grievously injured." Lu Hong scrutinized the woman before him, who had employed a disguise that rendered her identical to his sister, so much so that even he could not discern the truth, let alone the briefly encountered Qiansong Yan. Contemplating this, he instructed those in the room to proceed with their actions. In another part of the room, Lu Ying finally revealed a long-awaited smile, confident that her young master Qian would prove to be a valuable asset. That night was particularly quiet. Inside the palace, Lady Li, wrongfully imprisoned earlier that day, had been released from the dungeons. The emperor had awoken, and the Ministry of Justice had determined that the poisoner was not he, but another noble. After having received the favor of the Empress once, he had not been summoned again due to jealousy and dissatisfaction, prompting him to resort to such nefarious schemes against Lady Li. Once the truth was uncovered, the perpetrator was immediately executed. Released from the dungeons, Lady Li hurried to the emperor's study to express her gratitude, only to find the Empress too weak to summon her. Returning to her quarters, she received a secret missive from outside the palace. Upon reading it, Lady Li concealed her fragile demeanor and promptly ingested the note, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 43. The mysterious shadow guards under the cover of a dark and windy night. Qi Qianyao returned to the palace escorted by the shadow guards. Along the way, she addressed Wind, saying, "You need not bear excessive guilt. I must extend my gratitude to you, the shadow guards. In the name of my ancestors, I vow to arrange new identities for you, allowing you to enjoy a life of peace after your service, free from wandering." Wind, upon hearing these words, felt a stirring deep within. The shadow guards, having been orphans from a young age, were trained in a shadowy realm, enduring numerous trials and eliminations, with only the most exceptional being chosen to serve the emperor, performing tasks that could not be accomplished openly. As they reach a certain age, they inevitably resort to self-immolation, as if they have never traversed this world. Throughout their lives, they follow but a single command, that of the emperor. The custom of self-sacrifice has existed since ancient times. Those who wish to survive, without exception, ultimately meet a fate of perpetual wandering, only to be slain by the newly appointed shadow guards. No one knows their identities or appearances, save for the emperor alone, and thus the new shadow guards remain oblivious to the identities of those they kill. There has never been a case of protection afforded to them. Now, the Empress dares to promise them that she will abolish the old customs, granting them newfound hope. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Feng Chong suppressed the excitement within her heart, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing the affirmative response from the shadow guards, Qi Qianyao felt a sigh of relief within. The moment she learned of their tragic fate, she had resolved to instigate change. Initially, she feared they would not easily accept her offer, yet who does not yearn for freedom and hope? Upon returning to the palace, Qi Qianyao, under the strong insistence of Jin Suo, obediently reclined on her bed to rest. In truth, she was not tired at all. Having slept a full day at the general's residence, she felt no inclination for slumber. Her heart raced with anticipation for the morrow's arrival. With the date calculated and affairs of the Shu kingdom settled, the other three nations were soon to follow suit to the capital. This signified that her grand wedding was imminent. However, given her current injuries, she ultimately succumbed to the urging of the Duke of Zhou and gradually drifted into slumber. Ahem. Tonight's dream was somewhat excessively bloody and violent, as evidenced by the smile gracing Qi Qianyao's lips. This dream was indeed delightful. Since there was no court assembly, Qi Qianyao awoke to find it was already noon. The table was laden with a sumptuous lunch, all consisting of nourishing delicacies. Stewed chicken, stewed duck, stewed ribs, and even stewed pig's trotters. Who could explain to her why, having merely sustained a minor injury to her back, she was expected to consume such lavish fare? Qi Qianyao indignantly lamented that the palace kitchen staff must be utterly bored. Why must I eat all of this? Your Majesty, this is personally arranged by Chancellor Lu. If you are dissatisfied, you may address your concerns with her, Jin Suo chuckled, finding amusement in the bewildered expression on the Empress's face. Very well, Qi Qianyao conceded, acknowledging that the arrangements made by Ian were indeed worthy of respect. After all, she was the Chancellor of the Phoenix dynasty and ought to extend a measure of courtesy. She would need to rely on her in the future. What of her pride? What of the dignity of the Empress? Qi Qianyao cast them aside, under Jin Suo's watchful gaze, and considering the delightful flavors of the dishes. Qi Qianyao ate until her belly was pleasantly full. After finishing her meal, she was assisted by the maidservants back to her soft couch to continue her rest. At that moment, a maid at the door conveyed that Li Guiran had arrived with the ginseng soup she had personally prepared, awaiting her summons. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Qianyao, somewhat concerned, instructed the maid to say that she was unwell and exceedingly fatigued, but would summon her later. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 0044. The unknown secret. Jinsaw observed the Empress with a keen eye, pondering how she exhibited no signs of fatigue. If that Li Guiran were to catch a glimpse, it would likely incite further troubles. A palace maid was dispatched to relay a message to Lian Rong, who at that moment had applied a thick layer of makeup, appearing utterly haggard. Upon receiving the message, a look of concern crossed his face as he implored, I kindly ask my sister to remind His Majesty to summon me at a later time. I would be eternally grateful. After speaking, he discreetly slipped a gold ingot into the little maid's hand when no one was watching. The maid feigned a cough, concealing the ingot in her pocket, and softly replied, Please return, Guiran. His Majesty will certainly summon you once he feels better. Lian Rong expressed his gratitude repeatedly before departing from the imperial study. Once he was out of sight, the maid turned back and recounted the incident to the Empress, handing the gold ingot to Jinsao before respectfully exiting the study. Who is this clever little girl? Qi Qianyao inquired. Reporting to Your Majesty, her name is Xiuxiu, personally promoted by Sister Qingling, Jinsao replied. Setting down the gold ingot and continuing her massage, Qi Qianyao nodded in satisfaction, understanding why the maid's work style resembled that of Qingling's. It was indeed commendable. Outside the general's manor, Luing found herself barred once more. Did not an elder say yesterday that I am a distinguished guest of your general's manor? Why am I not permitted to enter? Luing questioned sternly. The guard at the entrance remained expressionless, responding, Who is that elder? Do you know? This is the general's manor of Fenglin Town. It is not a place for the people of Shu to act recklessly. Please return, Princess of Shu. Although merely a guard, the undeniable tone of authority startled Luing. Even a lowly guard dismissed her, the foreign princess, leaving her feeling quite humiliated. However, she had no knowledge of the elder mentioned yesterday. Faced with the guard's inquiry, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, leaving without resolution was intolerable, especially considering her brother's critical situation. He had cautioned her before departing the inn, urging her to avoid any reckless actions that could jeopardize their plans. No one could bear the consequences of such a mistake. In her anxiety, she could not discern her next course of action. At that moment, Steward Ren appeared at the entrance with a kindly demeanor, addressing her, Princess. I am the steward of the general's manor. Young Master Qian has just taken his medicine and is now resting. He instructed me to deliver this letter to you upon your arrival. With that, he extended the letter towards her. Luing immediately recognized the elderly man as someone her brother's subordinate had mentioned the day before. She inquired without hesitation, Steward, may I ask how is young Master Qian's condition? He has improved significantly since yesterday. However, his complexion is still poor. The physician advised that he requires ample rest. The steward replied, hesitating momentarily before gesturing for Lu Ying to step aside, indicating he had more to discuss. Lu Ying understood his cue. The steward lowered his voice and said, Young Master Qian has instructed that given the current situation in the capital, it is unwise for you to meet with him. The letter contains secrets he wishes to share with you, and you must ensure that its contents remain confidential. Lu Ying, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Why should I trust you?" The steward replied, "Because young Master Qian saved my life. Had he not intervened years ago, I would likely have long departed from this world." He then revealed a sword tassel from his waist. This tassel was a treasured gift from Lu Ying's father, the reigning monarch of Shu, Lu Ba, symbolizing their bond. Its appearance in the steward's possession indicated that he was indeed trustworthy in the eyes of Qian Songyan. "I trust you," Lu Ying declared, before promptly turning to board the waiting carriage. Chapter 0045. Li Anrong. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Ying entered her chamber, ensuring no one was present before unveiling the letter concealed within her sleeve. "Inger, seeing this letter is akin to seeing me. I have long harbored a secret from you. Before my departure from the capital, Xiaoxiu gifted me a command token capable of summoning the armies of the capital. It was intended as a precaution against unforeseen turmoil, allowing me to muster forces to rescue someone in peril. Few are aware of this matter, and that person likely knows as well, having uncovered something. Due to the ties between Xiaoxiu and myself, they can only resort to drastic measures against you. It is unwise for you to linger in the capital. Depart quickly with your royal brother." Upon reading the letter, Lu Ying experienced a sudden realization. No wonder the Empress had turned against her. It was out of fear. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she knew she must inform her royal brother and deliberate on their next course of action. Meanwhile, Lu Hong had also acquired crucial intelligence from a source, revealing that before departing, Lu Xiaoxiu had left the command token hidden in the capital. The identity of its current possessor remained uncertain. Upon returning to the inn and reviewing the letter, Lu Hong found it alarmingly aligned with the new intelligence he had received. While doubt lingered in his mind, the urgency of their actions could not be overstated. If they failed to act decisively, the Empress would inevitably become aware of their plans. He had no choice but to take a gamble. "Sister, if tonight's operation fails, you must find every means to obtain the command token from Qian Songyan, even if it means." Lu Hong pondered. Observing her brother's serious demeanor, Lu Ying steeled herself and replied, "Yes, brother." That afternoon, Qi Qianyao reveled in a state of bliss, feeling rejuvenated. On the table lay the latest news from Qingling. All was proceeding smoothly. At this moment, everything was under their control. Had they not known that Lu Xiaoxiu entrusted the command token to Lu Yian before his departure, they would have struggled to find a reasonable way to exploit this situation, which was now poised for a complete capture. The people of Shu, driven by ambition, would not be allowed to escape unscathed. They must not underestimate their resolve. As dusk descended, the Anrong Palace fell into a profound silence. A flash of bitterness crossed the eyes of Lady Li. Had it not been for Qi Qianyao's forceful marriage, he would not have brought shame upon his family by marrying a woman. This was a monumental jest in their eyes, a lifelong humiliation he could never escape. He always remembered the day he entered the palace, the severance letter his father had given him, which forever terminated their father-son relationship. He was consumed by hatred. Hatred for Qi Qianyao, hatred for Feng Lin. He had initially contemplated killing her directly, but the shadow guard lurking beside her thwarted his attempts. For 3 years in the palace, he had been seeking an opportunity until he inadvertently received a note and a package of forgetting. It clearly stated that if he accomplished this task, he would be rewarded with promotions and a life of comfort for his family, enabling him to return home in glory. This temptation was enough to ensnare him. With the rewards he had accumulated over the years, he bribed several palace maids to mix forgetting into the Hahuan incense. He knew that if the Empress were to indulge with another in bed tonight, she would succumb to poisoning. Yet he was perplexed as to why, even after losing consciousness. The Empress ultimately survived, a mystery that still eluded him. Nevertheless, he believed that if he could kill her once, he could do so again, unaware that the soul within that body had long since been replaced. "Master, the messenger from the Imperial Study has come to summon you to attend the Empress tonight." The eunuch bowed beside him. Li Anrong's eyes sparkled. He had awaited this summons all day. "Prepare me well. I wish to be elegantly adorned," he commanded with a cold smile. At that moment, Li Anrong's heavily powdered face exuded an aura of chilling malevolence. Chapter 0046. Li Anrong's assassination. The atmosphere in the Imperial Study was grave. Even though they knew the shadow guards were already lying in wait, Jin Suo and Lin Shirin's unease remained unabated. Outside the palace, Qing Ling was also on edge. If anything were to go awry tonight, she would feel unworthy of someone's meticulous nurturing and the Empress's trust. "You too, don't wear such mournful expressions. Act normally, do not reveal any flaws, or I shall punish you to toil in the labor camps for eternity," Qi Qianyao admonished with a stern countenance. Jin Suo hesitated, wanting to speak, but Qi Qianyao interjected. No buts. She gestured for Lin Shireen to hand her a small wooden box nearby. Upon opening the box, a delicate porcelain bottle containing the softening fragrance lay quietly within. Qi Qianyao gently removed it, uncorked the bottle, and inhaled a few breaths of its enchanting aroma, feeling her body turn languid and soft, as if devoid of bones. Jin Suo quickly stepped forward to support her, laying Qi Qianyao gently upon the bed, while Lin Shireen carefully took the porcelain bottle from her hands, placing it back in the box and setting it aside. The effects of the softening fragrance were swift. Soon, Qi Qianyao was utterly weakened, her delicate face paling to a ghostly white, devoid of any color, resembling a gravely ill patient. Qi Qianyao marveled anew at the miraculous efficacy of the softening fragrance. The two maidens were left in astonishment, for it was their first encounter with such a wondrous potion. Had it not been for Qi Qianyao's still vibrant eyes, they might have truly believed the Empress was gravely ill. As the two maids and their mistress marveled at the wonder of the softening fragrance, a palace maid entered to report, "Noble consort Li has arrived outside the hall." "Announce her," Qi Qianyao managed to say with difficulty. Xian Li Guiran entered the palace, as the palace maids called out from outside. Upon witnessing this, Jin Suo and Lin Shireen promptly exited the chamber, bowing slightly as they retreated. When Li Anrong stepped into the imperial study, he beheld Qi Qianyao languidly lying upon the phoenix bed, illuminated by the warm glow of yellow candles. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips. "Your Majesty, how do you fare?" he inquired eagerly, taking small, measured steps toward her bedside and settling down beside her. "I am unscathed, but my little Unin has suffered for my sake, enduring hardships in the dungeons," Qi Qianyao replied slowly, punctuated by occasional coughs due to her weakness. She mused to herself, if there were an Oscar for Best Actress in this world, it would undoubtedly belong to her. Li Anrong gently grasped her delicate hand, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed, "That little hardship is something Unin can bear. Yet it pains me to see that vile wretch dare to conspire against your Majesty." With this, he leaned into her embrace, overwhelmed by emotion. How tiresome. Why must everyone resort to such theatrics? Qi Qianyao thought, feeling somewhat intoxicated by the moment. Through her words and the touch of her hand, Li Anrong confirmed her pulse was indeed erratic, her limbs weak, a state that could not be feigned. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, contemplating the necessity of preserving a path for his own escape. Recklessly eliminating the Empress would surely lead to his own demise. In that instant, a more cunning plan began to formulate in his mind. Discreetly, he returned the small dagger concealed within his sleeve, continuing to exchange heartfelt words with Qi Qianyao, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Such a man, to have been born a daughter, is truly a pity. It is no wonder the original host disregarded the objections of others and brought him into the palace to favor him. Chapter 0047. Leave a whole corpse after sharing tender sentiments. Li Anrong could no longer contain himself. He turned and reclined beside her, whispering, "Your Majesty, please rest. Anin will guard you." Qi Qianyao managed to muster a faint smile before closing her eyes. To him, everything unfolded seamlessly. As time passed, and Qi Qianyao's breathing grew steady and calm, he perceived the moment ripe for action. With his left hand, he elegantly retrieved a handkerchief imbued with a pre-prepared sleeping powder. He intended to silence Qi Qianyao with this handkerchief. Rising, he craned his neck, fixing a menacing gaze upon the slumbering Empress. With unwavering resolve, he pressed the handkerchief forcefully against her mouth, channeling years of pent-up resentment into the act. Instantly, Qi Qianyao awoke, her exquisite visage flushed, her eyes bloodshot and frantic as her feet kicked wildly. Summoning all her strength, her right hand snapped in the air, and from the shadows, the hidden guards appeared, swiftly seizing the would-be assassin, Li Anrong. The events transpired with such swiftness that Li Anrong was left in a state of disbelief. Why had the legendary shadow guards arrived so promptly, as if they had been poised and ready for him to deliver himself into their grasp? Hearing a commotion outside the hall, Jin Su could hardly contain her eagerness as she pushed the door open and hurriedly approached, presenting the long-prepared antidote to Qi Qianyao. After consuming it, the effects of the soft-scented potion dissipated almost instantly. She then swiftly retreated. At this moment, Lin Shireen and Jin Su stood like sentinels outside the hall, allowing no one to approach, creating an illusion of normalcy from the outside. "Bold Li Anrong, I have treated you well in the past. Why have you chosen to poison me?" Qi Qianyao, having regained her strength, demanded angrily while seated on a soft couch. "Why? From the moment you forcibly abducted me to the palace, I vowed to kill you," Li Anrong bellowed. Do not presume that I am unaware of your collusion with the people of Shu. Did you think your capture today was due to the shadow guards? You are mistaken. Today's events are all part of a trap. Confess how you conspired with the Shu people. Qi Qianyao stated calmly, revealing the secrets of Li Onrong's conspiracy. He was taken aback, realizing that the lecherous empress he thought he knew possessed such keen insight. I refuse. I have no collusion with anyone. I simply wish to kill you, the female emperor. There is no place for a woman on the throne. It is a role meant for men. He attempted to struggle one final time. Seeing that Li Onrong stubbornly denied his collusion, Qi's plan seemed to falter. Do you think that by remaining silent? I lack other evidence. Qi Qianyao remarked with a sinister smile. That smile made Li Onrong tremble, but with his family held captive by that group, including his beloved woman, how could he relent? Gritting his teeth, he allowed the poison within to surge forth, opting for suicide. Quick, pry open his mouth. Qi Qianyao commanded. Your Majesty, it is cinnabar, a deadly poison. He is already dead, Feng calmly reported. Cinnabar, a lethal toxin, requires but a minuscule amount, rendering even the gods powerless to save. Qi Qianyao could hardly believe that this man, who daily adorned himself with makeup, possessed such resolve. She had underestimated him. Grant him a complete burial. Issue my orders. The palace is to be under martial law, and the entire city is to be on high alert. Her tone brooked no dissent, invigorating those present. Your subordinate obeys, Feng acknowledged, thereafter leading men to remove Li Onrong's body from sight. His complete remains were spared solely due to his fortitude. Chapter 0048. Looming falls into the trap. The failure of Plan A signified the necessity to enact Plan B. At this juncture, Yi Feichen and Qin Wanji hastened to the imperial study to attend to Qi Qianyao, confirming that she was not gravely harmed. Seizing the opportunity during the palace lockdown, Qi Qianyao stealthily exited the palace, making her way to the general's residence. The once tranquil palace erupted into the sounds of the imperial guards' alert, brightly illuminated. News of the assassination attempt on the Empress swiftly spread throughout the palace. The group from Shu at the relay station was thrown into disarray. Your Highness, reports indicate that the Empress is gravely ill and has been attacked. Her life hangs by a thread. Although the assassination attempt had failed, we could seize this opportunity amidst the chaos to storm the royal palace. Lu Heng's strategist remarked. Lu Heng found his reasoning quite compelling. The palace and the capital were in disarray, and he could exploit this moment. If they sat idly by, what would happen if their collusion with that individual was uncovered? However, a hasty attack would also be ill-advised. After much contemplation, Lu Heng summoned his sister Lu Ying, saying, Sister, go find young Master Qian and obtain the military order by any means necessary. This matter concerns the fate of Shu. Lu Ying understood the gravity of the situation and promptly agreed, swiftly mounting her horse and riding towards the general's residence. This time, she did not enter through the front door. Instead, she tied her horse in the backyard and leaped over the wall, surprising Qi Qianyao with her agility. As she skillfully evaded the patrols within the general's estate, though there was some leniency on their part. Following the previous instructions given by the impostor Lu Ying, she stealthily made her way to the door she had memorized. Cautiously pushing it open, Qian Songyan immediately inquired, Who is it? Songyan, it is I. Lu Ying whispered as she approached the bedside, illuminated by the faint moonlight. Qian Songyan, upon hearing her voice, laboriously sat up and eagerly asked, Ying, why have you come to see me at such a late hour? Lu Ying sighed softly, sitting hesitantly at the foot of the bed. After several moments of contemplation, she finally spoke. Songyan, could you give me the military order? Her tone was laced with entreaty. Despite the dim light, Qian Songyan could discern her earnest plea. Feeling conflicted, Qian Songyan replied, Ying, I know what you intend to do with this military order. I am a man of Fenglin, and Xiaoxiu is my dear friend. Ah, Songyan, Lu Ying interjected, I assure you as a princess of Shu that once our plan succeeds, I will grant you the position of Prime Minister of Shu. Your family, as well as your friends and brothers, will be safe. The people of Fenglin are also our subjects. If they wish to join us, we would wholeheartedly welcome them. Lu Ying, unable to contain her excitement, grasped his slender fingers. This promise, this temptation, she believed no one could refuse. In conclusion, she added with a tender gaze, At that time, I shall marry you, and you will be the sole prince consort of Shu. Qian Songyan sighed repeatedly. Still in a state of indecision, time was of the essence, and having laid all her cards on the table, Lu Ying grew anxious as she noticed his lingering hesitation. She contemplated resorting to the most desperate measures, though her heart was reluctant. Just as she began to waver, Qian Songyan softly inquired, Ying, is your promise truly binding? Ah? Songyan, do you mean you agree? Yes, 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 it is certainly binding, Lu Ying exclaimed, releasing him and embracing him tightly, planting an unabashed kiss on his cheek. Now, take me out of the general's residence. The military order is not with me, nor is it within the estate. I have hidden it in the inn where I reside. With that, Qian Songyan rose with difficulty, donned the brocade robe hanging nearby, and prepared to make their escape. During this period, Qian Songyan fell silent. And upon witnessing his cold and stern demeanor, Lu Ying felt a pang of concern. Chapter 0049, False Military Orders. After dressing, Lu Ying confirmed that the guards were absent from the courtyard and assisted Qian Songyan to the rear courtyard. The towering wall, exceeding 2 meters in height, posed little challenge for Lu Ying, yet Qian Songyan, injured and unskilled in martial arts, faced a greater obstacle. Let us take the back entrance. There is but a single guard. Be careful not to harm him, Qian Songyan remarked coldly. Lu Ying nodded, guiding him to the rear entrance. Before the guard could utter a word, she effortlessly subdued him, retrieved the key from his possession, unlocked the back door, and helped Qian Songyan exit the general's residence. Gazing at the incapacitated guard, Qian Songyan said, "Inger, do you understand that all of this I do is for you?" With that, he averted his gaze and proceeded with Lu Ying towards the stable, leaving her deeply touched by his unexpected declaration. In truth, she had merely been utilizing him for his status and wealth. Yet, as Lu Ying slowed her pace, sensing his labored breathing, her heart ached. After assisting him onto a horse, she spurred forward, racing to the Qingfeng Inn. Upon arrival, she forcefully pried open the door, leading him to the second floor. Qian Songyan produced a key and unlocked the door, allowing them to enter. Fearing discovery, they refrained from lighting candles. Qian Songyan struggled to reach a corner of the room, twisting a nearby vase, which revealed a small opening in the previously sealed wall. Inside lay a military token shaped like a phoenix. He handed the weighty token to Lu Ying, stating, "Inger, go and fulfill your duties. My condition prevents me from accompanying you. I shall wait for you at the inn." Lu Ying accepted the token and, by the light of the moon, confirmed its authenticity before nodding. "I will have my brother send someone for you. Please ensure your safety." Concealing the token within her clothing, Lu Ying approached the window, pushed it open, and leapt down. Shortly thereafter, the sound of receding hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Wind suddenly appeared in the room, saying, "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." Qian Songyan reclined on the bed, swinging his slender legs, and suddenly inquired, "Tell me, what do you think Lu Ying would feel if she discovered that the one who tugged at her heartstrings was a woman disguised as a man?" The question came too abruptly, leaving Wind stunned and momentarily speechless. This subordinate does not know. Then consider this: if one day, the woman you admire turns out to be a man, what would you do? Qian Songyan teased. This subordinate does not know, Wind replied, at a loss for words, bemused by his master's peculiar taste. "If your Majesty has no further instructions, I shall excuse myself." Wind was eager to depart from the scene. As a heartless shadow guard, he felt his composure slipping. This place is not suitable for lingering. "Very well, you may go," Qian Songyan conceded, abandoning his playful banter. With a stretch, he lay back on the bed, exhaling deeply as he succumbed to sleep. 30 miles outside of Beijing, in the tranquil village of Spring Water, Zhang Yong and his subordinates stood guard, assisting the villagers as part of their punishment from the emperor. As night deepened, Zhang Yong snoozed contentedly in his tent, dreaming of a beautiful bride and a brood of chubby children. Suddenly, the raucous noise outside jolted him awake. "Who dares make such a commotion? Do they not know I am trying to sleep?" Zhang Yong bellowed in irritation. At that moment, a young soldier rushed in, breathless. "General, someone is here with a military token." The soldier's eyes were wide with astonishment. Zhang Yong sprang from his bed with such force that the makeshift wooden frame swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. He hastily donned his armor and drew his sword, bursting out of the tent. Chapter 0050. Lu Heng's scheme. Before him stood a stranger, a man Zhang Yong had never encountered, and suspicion flickered in his eyes. "Who has the audacity to present a false military token before me?" he shouted. "Have you lost your senses?" The man merely smirked in response. "General, you need only to see it for yourself to discern its authenticity." With that, he produced the military token from his cloak, raising it high in his left hand. The torch beside him illuminated the phoenix embossed token with brilliant clarity. Zhang Yong squinted, scrutinizing it closely. Still uncertain, he strode forward and seized the token from the man's grasp. Eager to examine it thoroughly, after several moments of inspection, he nodded in acknowledgement, confirming its legitimacy before respectfully returning it. The man, seeing this, once again raised the token and declared, "Military orders are as solid as mountains. I hereby command you to withdraw immediately from this location and retreat another 30 miles. Strike camp at once, without fail. Those who defy this order shall face military justice. Understood, my lord, Zhang Yong and his men replied, their hearts heavy with unspoken doubts. Yet they were soldiers of the Phoenix Legion. The military token represented the highest directive, wielded solely by the Grand General of the state, capable of commanding the entire army. Thus, they had no choice but to obey, hastily preparing to evacuate Springwater Village. As they began their nocturnal retreat, Zhang Yong muttered a curse under his breath, leading his men in dismantling their camp. The man watched them depart with a sense of satisfaction, unaware of the glimmer of a smile that crossed Zhang Yong's face. He had successfully fulfilled the mission entrusted to him by the Empress. Meanwhile, the once desolate streets of the capital began to fill with people entering through the city gates. Gathering outside the relay station, the man who had appeared before the military camp returned to the city, accompanied by a contingent of 500 soldiers. Lu Heng surveyed the scene before him with satisfaction, raising his spear high. Charge with me, and storm the palace, he proclaimed, with a firm squeeze of his legs. His horse galloped forth towards the palace, followed by a throng of over 1,000 soldiers from Shu. The city guards had already been dispatched elsewhere by the military token, leaving the capital vulnerable and unprotected. The citizens, sensing the approaching chaos from the sound of galloping hooves, instinctively sought refuge, fearful that the intruders would burst into their homes and wreak havoc upon the innocent. Qian Songyan, also known as Qi Qianyao, stood by the window with her hands clasped behind her, her countenance dark as she gazed in the direction of the imperial palace. Her heart laden with concern for Jin Suo, Xiao Shirin, Qing Ling, and Yun, who were all within the palace's confines. With a single hand, she traced a cross in the air, murmuring a prayer to Amitabha, beseeching for their safety and hoping that her own soldiers would sustain minimal casualties. She understood the grim reality that in warfare, death is an inevitable companion. Previously, she had harbored hopes of resolving matters without bloodshed, but the failure of Plan A had compelled them to resort to Plan B. After all, Shu was a nation, and any reckoning would require them to confront the enemy head-on. Lu Heng and his men made their way unimpeded into the imperial palace, only to sense something amiss upon entry. The disquiet stemmed from the unnaturally smooth and swift progression of events, as if they were being hurried into the palace. Just as anticipated, when their forces reached the palace courtyard, a rain of arrows was unleashed upon them from the palace walls. It was a trap. Lu Heng cried out in alarm. Chapter 0051. Lu Heng's escape. Regrettably, it was too late. Following the volley of arrows came a barrage of stones. As for artillery, their empress had declared that such devastation was unwarranted within the palace walls. The cost would be deducted from their military pay for reconstruction. Thus, they resolutely abandoned any thoughts of fire or cannon attacks. Nevertheless, for the enemy, who appeared to be a multitude trapped in a pot, even a moderate assault would leave them reeling. Lu Ian remained at a vantage point, meticulously observing every movement below, commanding the battle with unflinching poise. Meanwhile, Qing Ling and Jin Suo had led a group of palace maids and eunuchs into a hidden chamber, where Jin Suo soothed their fears while Qing Ling organized the Imperial Forest Army to safeguard their safety. The battle raged until dawn, with Lu Heng's forces suffering catastrophic losses. From an initial 1,000 men, only a scant few remained. Realizing their impending defeat, the valiant soldiers of Shu fought desperately to carve a bloody path for Lu Heng's escape from the palace. In a state of utter disarray, Lu Heng fled through the capital, rushing to rendezvous with the location prearranged with his sister. This meeting point was within a humble abode at the northern edge of the city, a contingency plan put in place by someone long ago. Initially dismissing this arrangement as unnecessary, he now found it fortuitously relevant. Due to the need for authenticity in their ruse, the army had genuinely retreated, leaving only a handful of soldiers who had stealthily infiltrated the palace during the confusion. Despite Lu Ian's forces achieving victory due to their advantageous positioning, many from Shu managed to slip away. Lu Ian had already issued orders for a citywide search. News of Shu's failed rebellion and the ensuing chaos swiftly spread throughout the capital. Has the prime minister not yet returned to the palace? Qing Ling inquired with palpable concern. Lu Ian nodded, responding, "The Empress has indicated that Lu Heng and Lu Ying will not be easily captured. We must remain vigilant and await her news. Such danger. I hope His Majesty remains safe. Her back injury has yet to heal." Jin Suo expressed her deep concern. "Rest assured, the shadow guards are surrounding His Majesty. Lu Heng's men are either dead or injured. They cannot stir up significant turmoil. His Majesty will be unharmed." Lu Ian's reassurance calmed the others. However, they could not afford to dwell on their worries. They needed to create the illusion that His Majesty had suffered severe injuries, ensuring that no traders could discern his absence from the palace. After a brief discussion, they promptly returned to their respective duties. Lu Ian naturally proceeded to convene with the elder ministers, buying time while awaiting Qi Qianyao's return to the palace. The capital was under strict martial law and extensive searches were underway. Lu Hong had been hiding in a foul-smelling pigsty, evading capture time and again. The daylight posed too great a risk. He must wait for nightfall to reunite with his sister. By the time Lu Ying did not see her brother's signal flare within the agreed time frame, she realized their plan had faltered. Without a moment's hesitation, she mounted her horse and departed from the relay station, arriving at the prearranged residence. The layout of the house was intricate, with numerous dead ends and several escape routes, making it conducive for evading pursuers. Following the map in her possession, she scaled the wall and entered the house, which was shrouded in thick dust, indicating it had been uninhabited for some time. This suggested that her brother had not yet visited. Anxiety gnawed at her. With her keen hearing, she discerned the sounds of troops passing outside, yet none entered the dwelling to search. Lu Ying could not help but wonder about the identity of the individual with such immense power, as she and her brother had maintained only a tenuous connection with this person, oblivious to their true identity. Meanwhile, Qi Qianyao remained at the inn, where only Feng had brought her a meager meal. Consumed by anxiety, she had merely taken a few bites. She was gambling on the hope that Lu Ying still trusted her, believing that the desperate siblings would eventually seek her assistance. Yet, as the day nearly came to a close, there was still no sign of them. She astutely overlooked the fact that, amidst such intense searches, few would dare to appear in broad daylight to seek her out. Feng continued to relay news from the palace, revealing that Lu Ian was nearing her limit. The elder ministers were clamoring to see the Empress, each more brazen than the last, eager to ascertain whether the Empress was truly gravely ill or perhaps had already passed. A bunch of fools, Qi Qianyao cursed. Feng paused momentarily, puzzled by her words, having never heard of such a term, but he dared not inquire, silently questioning himself. Under immense pressure, Qi Qianyao remained at the inn until nightfall. The streets of the capital were bustling, with people hastening home before the last vestiges of darkness enveloped the city. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, barely resembling a human, was engulfed in turmoil. As night fell, he swiftly escaped the pigsty, retreating to a nearby location to expel the filth from his mouth. In this guise, even his biological father Lu Ba would scarcely recognize him. However, at this moment, he could afford no such concerns. After expelling the contents of his stomach, he seized the opportunity, unnoticed, to flee with the utmost speed he had ever mustered in his life, dashing northward. Guided by the map etched in his memory, he found the modest dwelling. Upon leaping inside, a voice from the shadows inquired, "Who goes there?" The moment the words were uttered, an unbearable stench assaulted her senses, provoking an instinctive revulsion. She hastily interjected, "Who are you? Do not approach me." Lu Hong, feeling his legs weaken, replied, "Sister, it is I?" Only then did Lu Ying realize that the filthy, odorous figure before her was none other than her royal brother. The disgust in her eyes swiftly transformed into concern. "Brother, what has happened to you?" Lu Hong succinctly recounted the ambush he had faced upon entering the palace. For a moment, both were at a loss, uncertain of their next steps. The ally who had been assisting them from the shadows had also gone silent. Initially, to protect his own whereabouts, only the two siblings were aware of their hideout. Consequently, those soldiers who had narrowly escaped from the Shu kingdom could offer no assistance. Suddenly, Lu Ying, akin to grasping a lifeline, exclaimed, "Brother, let us seek out Song Yan." Lu Hong immediately waved his hand dismissively. "Song Yan is likely in league with those vile women. Perhaps he is complicit in this trap." "How could that be? The military insignia is genuine. Song Yan is not a member of the palace. How could he deceive us?" Lu Ying's unwavering faith in Song Yan was evident, for he seemed to be their only hope in the capital. Lu Hong remained silent. "Brother, Song Yan's heart is devoted to me. Do you not even trust your sister's allure?" Her assertive tone instilled determination in Lu Hong. Indeed, the military insignia bestowed by Song Yan was authentic, and as a mere merchant, he would have no reason to engage in palace intrigues. After a brief discussion, they resolved to seek out Song Yan at the inn. Chapter 0053. The truth unveiled. Meanwhile, the wind once more carried secret missives from the palace. Qi Qianyao opened one, revealing only 4 bold characters. "Returned to the palace swiftly. Could it be that my suspicions were misplaced?" Qi Qianyao murmured in frustration, having made so many subtle hints. Could the principles of psychology she studied fail to resonate with those of ancient times? Logically, at this critical juncture, Lu Ying had no one else to turn to. Why had he not yet sought her counsel? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Qi Qianyao prepared to follow the wind out of the inn and hasten to the palace, for now. The ministers were leaderless, and she needed to return to guide the situation. Just then, a commotion arose from downstairs, and Qi Qianyao's eyes gleamed with anticipation, signaling to the wind to depart quickly. If she was not mistaken, the two siblings must be seeking her assistance. Indeed, as Qi Qianyao sat in earnest on her chair, the door burst open, and Looming cried, "Song Yan, I knew you would be here waiting for me." Qi Qianyao remained silent. Furrowing her brow, her expression twisted in disbelief, she pondered who this was. A foul stench of swine permeated the air. Turning her head, she was not merely startled. Was this truly a person? Covered head to toe in filth, oh my. The yam stew with pig trotters she had so laboriously consumed that evening threatened to make a swift return. Seeing this, Lu Ying, feeling somewhat awkward, introduced. "This is my royal brother. Young Master Qian, I salute you," Lu Heng said, bowing slightly. The stench was unbearable for Qi Qianyao, who could hardly endure it for even a moment. She had intended to engage them further, but now that the identity was confirmed, she had no desire for idle chatter. She immediately called into the air, "Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, come forth and apprehend this person. I am on the verge of suffocation from the stench." Upon hearing her command, both Lu Heng and Lu Ying were taken aback, momentarily stunned. Yet, before they could recover from their shock, their hands were seized by four masked figures who appeared out of thin air, rendering them immobile. "I am aware that you two have numerous inquiries that require my elucidation," she continued, "and I am more than willing to oblige. However, Lu Heng, your odor is intolerable. I simply cannot endure this foul scent. Once you have cleaned yourself, I shall address your questions." Covering her nose, Qi Qianyao painfully uttered these words, nearly gasping for breath. "What are you all standing around for? Quickly take me back to the palace. Clean these two up first before bringing them to me," she commanded. The remaining shadow guards promptly prepared a carriage and awaited her below. Qi Qianyao hurried outside to inhale the fresh air and embarked on her journey back to the palace. Watching the familiar figure depart, Lu Ying gradually emerged from his stupor, asking, "Brother, is she the Empress?" The truth of Qi Qianyao's identity struck Lu Heng as well, leaving him silent in acquiescence. He suddenly felt a pang of desolation. He finally understood why he had faltered today. He had underestimated women, placing men on an undeserved pedestal. "Silence them. Take them downstairs to wash thoroughly before presenting them to His Majesty," Feng Ling said coldly. "Understood." With that, the mouths of the two were gagged. Aware of their predicament, they knew resistance against the shadow guards was futile, so they submitted and allowed themselves to be taken downstairs to cleanse their bodies. A tumult of emotions swirled within Lu Ying. The man he admired turned out to be a woman, and the very woman he despised at that. In truth, Qi Qianyao also wrestled with her own complex feelings. The notion of using beauty to ensnare the enemy, which she had once dismissed in modern times, unexpectedly took root in her mind upon acquiring information about Lu Ying, leading her to concoct such a scheme without clear rationale. Chapter 0054, Trading Life for Wealth. Nevertheless, for the sake of her subjects and her nation, what did it matter if she engaged in such actions? Besides, had they not harbored ulterior motives, they would not have been so easily swayed by her. The carriage hastened back to the palace. When Qi Qianyao appeared before the esteemed ministers, they were all struck with terror. Wasn't the Empress gravely ill? Wasn't she assassinated? How can she appear now as if nothing has happened? Has she returned from outside the palace? What on earth is going on? Countless questions reverberated in their minds. The Minister of War, Zhang Hao, stepped forward to receive the Emperor's command. "I order you to immediately conduct a citywide search to capture the remnants of the rebel faction loyal to Prince Lu Heng of Shu. Leave no survivors. Additionally, send an urgent dispatch over 800 miles to General Lu Xiaoxiu, instructing him to swiftly gather his forces at the southern frontier. There must be no mistakes." Qi Qianyao directed with unwavering authority. "The city is at your command." Zhang Hao knelt in reverence. "Minister Lu, you must send someone to Shu immediately to inform them that Prince Lu Heng and Princess Lu Ying have committed treason by plotting against the Empress and attempting to overthrow Fenglan. However, they have been entirely annihilated by my decree. I demand a reasonable explanation from Lu Ba, the ruler of Shu, within half a month. Otherwise, we shall resort to arms. If one does not offend Fenglan, we shall not offend others. Otherwise, we shall meet on the battlefield." "I obey," Minister Lu Yan responded, kneeling as well. Upon finishing her words, she paused briefly, observing the astonishment in the eyes of her elder ministers, a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips. "Commander Qingling of the Imperial Guard, step forward to receive your title." I appoint you as general of the cavalry, overseeing the Imperial Guard and the city's defense forces, holding the rank of 3rd grade, to assist Minister Zhang in apprehending the traitors. Your subordinate obeys, Qingling replied with a steady and powerful voice, matching that of Zhang Hao. Yet, the young girl had not anticipated being granted such a title at this moment. She was not the only one taken aback. A number of elder ministers expressed their discontent. Your Majesty, the people of Shu have just rebelled. Now is the time to eliminate their remnants. Is it appropriate to appoint a mere girl as a general at such a crucial moment? Oh, I am the Empress. Do you deem it inappropriate? Her tone, half smiling, caused the questioning minister to catch his breath in fear. The elder ministers dared not object. Why are you all lingering in my palace? Is there nothing to do? Hurry and assist Minister Zhang and General Qingling in capturing the traitors. At tomorrow's court assembly, I shall provide answers to your doubts. Having spoken, the ministers knelt in reverence before gradually exiting the palace. Zhang Hao and Lu Yian departed together, while Qingling led her subordinates to search the palace for any hidden remnants. Once the others had left, Qi Qianyao hurried into the study, plopping down on the soft couch, her cold sweat dripping as she exclaimed, "That terrified me." The quick-witted Jin So rushed over to kneel beside her, massaging her calves and shoulders, while the timely Shi served tea and water. The 2 young girls busily attended to her. Your Majesty, did Lu Hong and Lu Ying truly perish? Jin Suo, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired boldly. Qi Qianyao, feigning an air of mystery, replied, "Whether they are dead or not, you will soon find out. However, you must not disclose this information. I need to keep it for my own purposes." Money? Jin Suo gasped. The previously slow-witted Shi finally grasped the situation, recalling, "I heard Minister Lu mention that Shu seemed to have unearthed a gold mine recently. Chapter 0055. Could it be worth a mountain of gold?" Qi Qianyao laughed heartily. "Not bad, little Shireen. Following me, you two have grown wiser. That is not merely a gold mine. It is a veritable mountain of gold. However, it remains to be seen whether these two are deemed worthy of such a treasure in Lu Ba's eyes." This reasoning elucidated why Qi Qianyao was determined to take a gamble, first to capture the siblings alive, then to publicly declare them fallen victims of a chaotic barrage of arrows. Ahem, such a clandestine transaction must surely remain unheard by prying ears. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Qi Qianyao exclaimed, "The golden lock. Summon someone to prepare a bath for me. I am in dire need of cleanliness." Upon hearing this, Jin Suo exchanged a glance with little Shireen. In truth, they had long sensed the odor, yet, as the revered Empress herself was the source, they lacked the courage to voice their observations. At her command, Jin Suo sprang to her feet, hastily abandoning her small mallet, and darted out to arrange for the maidens to attend to the Empress's bathing needs. In the now quiet study, only little Shireen and Qi Qianyao remained. Each time Qi Qianyao beheld little Shireen's countenance, a wave of melancholy washed over her. For she was uncertain of Lin Rue's life in the modern world, whether she was thriving or if thoughts of her lingered. "Little Shireen, please procure some food from the kitchen. I am quite famished," Qi Qianyao instructed. In truth, she craved solitude. Once little Shireen had departed, Qi Qianyao let out a long sigh of relief. Reclining on the soft couch, and gradually succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the modern world, fervently scribbling at a desk. After a brief interval, as the warm bathwater was brought to her, Jin Suo gently roused her to assist with her bath and attire. Meanwhile, little Shireen had prepared the food, set aside for her enjoyment post-bath. After considerable time spent in this endeavor, Qi Qianyao finally lay contentedly upon her grand bed and drifted into dreams. Before succumbing to slumber, she reminded Jin Suo to replace the couch she had rested upon with a new one. After a restful night, as the sun began to rise in the east, Qi Qianyao had already completed her grooming and attire, ready for the morning court. Today, she would face the venerable old men, ministers who had been entrenched since her mother's reign, their roots deeply embedded in the court of Fenglin. Thus, Qi Qianyao had no choice but to acquiesce to their seniority. Following the customary rituals of ruler and ministers, Li Hongming, the Minister of Rights, stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I have just received a letter from the relay station, stating that the ceremonial delegations from Jin and Shin kingdoms have encountered each other en route to the capital, and they shall arrive together in 2 days. As for the heir of Qi, he has been delayed due to inclement weather and landslides, and is expected to reach the capital 2 days prior to the wedding. Minister Li, you need only manage the necessary arrangements for these matters. There is no need to report further to me," Qi Qianyao replied with indifference. Upon receiving the Empress's response, Minister Li retreated, somewhat disgruntled. "May it please your Majesty, I have been tasked with pursuing the remnants of the traitors from Shu Kingdom. Thus far, I have executed 15, yet have gleaned no further information from them. The hunt continues within the capital, Minister Zhang proclaimed loudly. Qi New York nodded in satisfaction, insisting that no one should be spared. The people of Chun and Jin were about to enter the capital, and I wish to avoid any further disturbances. Yes, I shall obey your command, replied Minister Zhang. Instantly, the court fell silent, with all eyes fixed upon Qi New York on the Phoenix throne, hoping she would provide a reasonable explanation. Chapter 0056. An ancient obsession with cleanliness. Qi New York cleared her throat and recounted the sequence of events to the assembled ministers, explaining that she had long anticipated the ill intentions of the Shu Kingdom and had preemptively arranged for personnel to be close by. As for the concubine Li in the inner palace, she had already discovered her collusion with the outsiders. To prevent any leaks, she had staged a performance to ensnare the people of Shu, capturing them as if from a jar. Of course, Qi New York did not disclose her disguise as a man to lure Lu Ying out of the palace. The ministers, taken aback by her cleverness, could not help but commend her brilliance in their hearts. In conclusion, she expressed her gratitude for the success of her scheme, declaring that she would bestow rewards upon General Zhang Yong. Henceforth, I shall appoint you as the Grand General of Valor, a second-rank official, granting you a residence and a fief. Are you satisfied with this? Zhang Yong stepped forward and knelt, expressing his gratitude for the emperor's gracious favor. However, he added, might I make an ungracious request? Speak, she urged. I already possess a general's residence and would prefer not to receive another. Could I humbly request that the residence be converted into silver and that the fief be exchanged for an equivalent amount of silver to be granted to my brothers? Zhang Yong's earnest demeanor elicited both amusement and exasperation. Even his father, Minister Zhang Hao, blushed with embarrassment upon hearing his son's request, which indirectly indicated to the Empress that he did not wish for additional silver. However, Qi New York did not share this sentiment. She recognized Zhang Yong's straightforwardness, bravery, and wisdom, deeming him a commendable military talent. While everyone expected her to grant him silver, she deliberately considered for a moment before replying, I grant your request. On behalf of my brothers, I thank your majesty. Zhang Yong's resonant voice echoed beyond the palace doors, stirring excitement and gratitude among the soldiers outside. The morning court session had extended considerably, and after it concluded, Qi New York felt her stomach rumble. She hurried back to the imperial study, eager to savor the delectable dishes prepared for her. Was this ravenous consumption truly the same empress who had exuded majesty in the court just moments before? After lunch, a figure appeared before Qi New York with a swift motion, startling her as if she might faint and return to modernity. Your Majesty, the prisoners have been taken to the secret prison, awaiting your personal interrogation. I have also delivered the confidential letters to Lei and Yan, who have set off for Shu to present them to their sovereign, spoke Feng, maintaining his usual icy demeanor. Qi New York rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Do you believe that old emperor would agree to our proposal of exchanging his son and daughter for his mountains of gold? That I do not know, Feng replied honestly. You wouldn't post, so clueless. Let me ask you this. Does Lu Hong still bear the stench of excrement? Rain personally washed him 20 times, nearly peeling off a layer of skin, erasing any lingering scent. Upon hearing the wind mention that Lu Hong had been washed 20 times, all by Rain himself, Qianyao's mind instantly conjured an image of retrieving soap. Moreover, Rain was renowned for his obsessive cleanliness within the Shadow Guard, which might indeed have resulted in the loss of a layer of skin. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Ensure strict supervision, and I shall personally interrogate him later. With a final gesture, Qianyao dismissed the wind, who then vanished. Outside, Jin Suo perceived a fleeting shadow before everything fell silent, astonished that the Shadow Guard was indeed a specter. Chapter 57. Interrogating Lu Hong. Once the Shadow Guard departed, she entered the room to replenish Qianyao's water supply, then suddenly recalled something. Your Majesty, the lady officials from the Internal Affairs Court have informed me that the Fengju Palace has been completed this morning, and the Heluan Palace was also finished by noon. They inquire if you wish to move in today? Completed so swiftly? Qianyao inquired. Jin Suo nodded and continued. The progress has been rather slow. Were it not for your decree to avoid burdening the populace, it would have been completed much earlier. Very well, however. I shall temporarily remain in the study. The weather has been quite pleasant these days. Let us move in after the grand wedding. Qianyao gazed at the sky outside the palace. It was summer now, and with the Fengju Palace newly renovated and furnished with many new items, she preferred to let it air out before moving in. Unfortunately, she couldn't explain this principle to Jin Suo. Upon hearing this, Jin Suo took note and summoned a young palace maid to relay the message back to the internal affairs court that the Empress would continue residing in the study for the time being. The palace had recently endured a fierce battle, and many areas had suffered damage. According to reports, Qianyao allocated a sum from the treasury to repair the damaged palace walls. The Shu army was nearly annihilated, while Fenglin had suffered over 100 casualties. Thus, Qianyao particularly instructed Qin Wanji to lead the imperial hospital personnel to disinfect the various palace courtyards using medicinal treatments, and to personally supervise the cremation of the bodies. All corpses were transported to the outskirts of the city for cremation and buried deeply to prevent any potential outbreak. Once the aftermath was addressed and the sky began to darken, Qianyao changed into a light white embroidered gown with gold filigree. Accompanied by Jin Suo, she quietly approached the entrance to the secret prison. Producing a circular token, the guards outside permitted her entry. They recognized only the token, disregarding the identity of the bearer. The secret prison was a forbidden area within the palace, shrouded in mystery regarding its captives. Anyone approaching within 100 meters who lacked the token faced execution. The guards stationed at the prison were highly skilled, and the complex mechanisms within ensured that no intruder left alive. Thus, no one dared to enter or breach the prison. As the stone door opened, a hidden passage came into view. Observing the dark and damp corridor, she noticed the walls were lined with flickering oil lamps. Standing about 2 meters high, with a width accommodating 3 individuals side by side. This marked her first visit to the secret prison, a place so shadowy and humid that few would dare to frequent it without cause. Qi Qianyao cleared her throat lightly, and at that moment, a shadowy figure swiftly emerged from within, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming, "Long live your majesty, I shall lead the way. Thank you for your trouble." Qi Qianyao replied. The shadow rose and turned, guiding her forward. The surroundings were fraught with hidden traps, and a moment's inattention could spell doom. Qi Qianyao allowed Jin to grasp her sleeve, cautiously following the shadow's lead. The secret passage was not long. After walking straight for 10 meters and turning twice, they arrived at the end. The space at the end was considerable, and various instruments of torture were displayed upon the stone walls, sending a shiver of unease through Qi Qianyao. "Where are the people?" she inquired of the shadow. No sooner had the words left her lips than the shadow pressed down on one of the torture devices upon the wall. To her astonishment, the seemingly solid stone wall swung open, revealing yet another secret passage. However, unlike the previous one, this corridor was flanked by stone cells. Qi Qianyao strained to peer into the dimly lit spaces, observing that the occupants of the cells were disheveled and in tatters. At that moment, Qi Qianyao comprehended that the shadow guards conducted interrogations in this very place, extracting deeply concealed secrets. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she turned her face away and seated herself upon a wooden chair. Jin, timid yet curious, was caught in a dilemma. She longed to see what lay within those cells, but was too frightened to look. The shadow had already entered, unlocking one of the stone cells and forcefully pulling out Li Ching, who was shackled with chains. He secured the cell once more, and then retrieved the similarly bound Li Ying from the opposite cell, his movements surprisingly gentle. Although both men were bound, it was evident that they had not endured torture. Naturally, this was due to Qi Qianyao's orders, and none dared defy them. Upon bringing them into the stone chamber where Qi Qianyao was, the shadow efficiently used the nearby iron chains to secure the 2 men. "Your Majesty, you may begin," the shadow stated. Just as Qi Qianyao was about to speak, the previously silent Li Ying suddenly erupted, shouting, "Qi Qianyao, why did you deceive me? May you meet a terrible fate." A torrent of vile words spilled from Li Ying's lips, creating a cacophony of noise. Her furious outburst and struggles caused the chains to clash, producing an ear-piercing clatter. The shadow attempted to silence her, but Qi Qianyao gestured for her to continue. Li Ying, accustomed to a life of luxury, vented her wrath without pause until she eventually exhausted herself. It was then that Qi Qianyao interjected. "Are you finished with your tirade?" The shadow's expression twitched. Seeing Li Ying fall silent, Qi Qianyao continued, "I have never claimed to be a man. It was you who misconstrued my words and insisted on believing I am male. Is that my fault?" Indeed, when had Qi Qianyao ever explicitly admitted to being a man? Although she had referred to Lyn as a sister and had shown affection toward Li Ying, she had never outright declared her gender. As she reflected on the events of recent times, Li Ying was left speechless. "I wish to know how you deceived Lnring." Li Ching finally inquired after a prolonged silence. Leon Rong, in his self-conceit, could hardly fathom that I would take measures within his palace. I merely administered a bit of worry-free incense to ensure he could sleep more soundly. enabling him to depart the palace under the guise of Qi Qianyao for a clandestine meeting with your sister. Is this answer satisfactory? Qi Qianyao's nonchalant demeanor drove the previously composed Lu Heng into a frenzy once more. How did you come to know our plans? And with merely the 300 we brought, you wouldn't have devised such an elaborate scheme. From the moment you exited the borders of the Shu kingdom, my agents have been meticulously observing your every move. The people of Shu possess dark skin and slender frames. It is apparent at a glance that, just days before your arrival in the capital, your individuals infiltrated under the guise of merchants, beggars, and other identities. Did you truly believe my agents were blind? Qi Qianyao's responses struck Lu Heng with the force of each word. Oh, and that counterfeit Lu Heng you dispatched, I recognized him immediately. With a violent cough, Lu Heng spat out blood. So it was all a ruse. You, Qi Qianyao, truly embody the cunning of the Phoenix Empress. I shall curse you. I shall curse you. Lu Heng raved in madness. Qi Qianyao regarded Lu Heng with a hint of sympathy and remarked, had you not harbored any delusions regarding my identity as Qi Qianyao, and sought to exploit him for information, you would not have found yourself in this predicament today. Pausing momentarily, her tone shifted as she continued, however, our encounter was indeed fortuitous. I did not anticipate that my mere baiting would ensnare you so easily. With another spurt of blood, Lu Heng retched. And on the day you entered the palace, your communication with Lian Rong, and your pretense of learning dance to familiarize yourself with the palace's layout, I have been observing all of it. In summary, you have only brought this calamity upon yourselves. If you know everything, then why inquire further? Lu Heng spat out blood, disdain evident in his voice. Chapter 0059. Interrogation of Lu Heng. 3. Qi Qianyao rose abruptly from her wooden chair, her previously relaxed demeanor replaced by a grave expression as she demanded, tell me, who is aiding you in the capital? I may spare your lives. Huh? Even if I refuse to speak, you cannot bring yourself to kill us, Lu Heng retorted defiantly. You may test that theory? Qi Qianyao's eyes hardened, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Feigning ignorance of her glaring eyes, Lu Heng scoffed. Do not presume I am unaware of your motives for sparing my sister and me. Surely it is for the sake of my father's gold mine. Rest assured, I will not utter a single word. With a sharp clap, Qi Qianyao struck the table before her, commanding the shadowy figure beside her, commence the interrogation. But do not harm him. Today, I shall see whether he chooses to speak or remain silent. A cold smile graced Qi Qianyao's lips, despite Lu Heng's resilient spirit. He was, after all, born with a silver spoon and had never endured such trials. Nevertheless, today's Lu Heng had certainly earned her respect. The shadow, complying with the command, casually seized an inconspicuous vial hanging on the wall and, in a daze, approached Lu Heng. With a swift motion, he tore off Lu Heng's shirt, uncorked the vial, and smeared the liquid upon his chest. Subsequently, he opened another bottle from his waist, a buzzing sound emanating as it spiraled around the dim chamber, twice before darting towards Lu Heng's chest, where a sharp bee sting pierced his flesh. Lu Heng let out a piercing scream. Qi Qianyao observed the scene with keen interest, pondering whether a mere bee sting could truly be considered torture. It was only later that she realized the bees were venomous, their toxins coursing through the victim's bloodstream, causing excruciating pain and unbearable itching. Jin Suo, unable to bear the sight of Lu Heng's contorted expression, kept his head bowed. Lu Ying, witnessing her elder brother's torment, felt a surge of sympathy and resolved to speak up. Qi Qianyao, please do not torment my brother. I will tell you everything. Do not speak. I wish to hear your brother confess it himself. Qi Qianyao replied with a smile. As Lu Heng continued to endure, the shadow felt a twinge of concern. But it was fleeting. He moved to the other side and retrieved another small vial from the wall. Returning to Lu Heng and delicately releasing a multitude of blood-sucking leeches onto his exposed chest. There were dozens, large and small. Oh no, Qi Qianyao exclaimed, unable to tolerate the sight of the leeches, which she found utterly repulsive. She quickly turned her face away. The shadow, feeling helpless, recalled the Empress's instruction to avoid causing permanent harm, thus resorting to these small creatures for torment. Lu Ying's gaze grew increasingly horrified as the previously small leeches began to swell, writhing in agitation. In the blink of an eye, they had swollen to the size of a thumb, seemingly dissatisfied and appearing as though they intended to burrow into Lu Heng's flesh. Overwhelmed, she screamed in a frenzy. But the shadow threatened, if you scream again, I shall place one upon you. Lu Ying fell silent immediately. At last, when the first leech attempted to penetrate his skin, Lu Heng could no longer endure the agony and pleaded, I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please, remove these creatures from me. Qi Qianyao, satisfied, replied with a smile. Had you spoken sooner, you would not have had to endure the torment of these little creatures. Upon saying this, she turned to see the thumb-sized leeches covering Lu Heng's chest, now a dark mass, nearly moved to tears by the horror of it all. What are these abhorrent creatures? Have they mutated? How can they grow so large? Chapter 0060. The clue is cut off. The original vial could no longer contain the burgeoning bodies of the leeches. Seeing this, the shadow, seemingly resigned, reached down to retrieve a jar from the ground, using a wooden clamp to transfer the leeches one by one into the container. He muttered in a lamenting tone, "After such a long time without feeding, one would think they would be cautious. What if they burst?" Qi Qianyao, her scalp tingling, felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. The shadow worked swiftly, and before long, the leeches were all secured within the jar. As Lu Heng, on the brink of collapse, finally exhaled deeply, gasping for breath, Lu Ying beside him slumped to the ground, her disheveled hair no longer resembling that of a proud princess. Qi Qianyao steadied her nerves and spoke, urging him to reveal all that he knew. "In truth, I do not even know who that person is. We have never met. He has only ever communicated with me through letters," Lu Heng replied weakly. "How can you ascertain the authenticity of his messages?" Qi Qianyao inquired. "The intelligence he provided has never been erroneous, save for this instance," he answered. "You truly do not know who he is, nor have you investigated?" Qi Qianyao asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Lu Heng shook his head feebly. He had indeed tried to investigate, but despite his efforts, he could not uncover the identity of this elusive individual, ultimately resigning himself to the notion of him as a man led by a formidable woman. Qi Qianyao scrutinized his expression, her heart sinking as she realized the trail had gone cold. "Do you still possess the letters he sent you?" she asked. "I destroyed all the previous ones. The last letter lies beneath the pillow in my room at the inn," Lu Heng replied. "Oh, by the way, it was he who arranged our hiding place during the day," he added, his voice trembling and his complexion pale. Upon hearing this, Qi Qianyao's spirit ignited, a smile gracing her lips. There remained a thread of hope. Satisfied with Lu Heng's revelations, she emerged from the secret cell, her demeanor buoyant. As she departed, she instructed the shadowy figure accompanying her to summon Qin Yuanling to tend to Lu Heng's injuries, ensuring he received proper nourishment. "Oh, and let Yulai give him a bath. There seems to be an unpleasant odor lingering. Though this time, be gentle," she added. The shadow, upon receiving her directives, felt a surge of irritation. After all, the prisoner had no choice but to relieve himself within the confines of his cell. "Your Majesty, you have truly put him through torment. A straightforward punishment of feeding the horses would have been far more merciful," he mused silently. Despite the glimmers of hope that remained, Qi Qianyao's heart was still laden with heaviness. Upon returning to the imperial study, she summoned Xiao, instructing her to leave the palace in search of Qingling, and together, they would scour the inn for the letters and clues regarding their hiding place. Having indulged in numerous detective dramas in modern times, Qi Qianyao was convinced that human actions inevitably leave traces. However, she had forgotten that this was an age devoid of technology. Unexpectedly, as night fell, Qingling returned to the palace with Xiao, bearing disheartening news. They had searched the inn thoroughly, but had found no trace of the letter. Qi Qianyao was taken aback. Incredulous as she asked, "Are you certain you searched every corner of the inn?" "I personally examined Lu Heng's quarters inside and out, and found no letter," Xiao replied. "Your Majesty, might it be that Lu Heng is deceiving you?" she speculated. Qi Qianyao shook her head. Lu Heng had no reason to mislead her. "Then it follows that someone has outpaced us and taken the letter." Qingling boldly expressed her thoughts, and a chill swept through her heart. If that were indeed the case, then this individual was lurking among them, cloaked in an identity that aroused no suspicion. The atmosphere in the imperial study plummeted to a freezing point due to Qingling's conjecture. Chapter 0061. The arrival of the Chun and Jin envoys in the capital Qi Qianyao found this sensation rather unpleasant. After a moment's contemplation, she commanded, "Investigate the residence where they are concealed. Ascertain when it was established and who has resided there. I refuse to believe that this person can evade scrutiny." "Your humble servant obeys the decree," replied her minister. With that, Qingling and Xiao exited the imperial study. Once they departed, the outside world was filled with the sound of the Empress's sighs echoing from within. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Qi Qianyao awaited the good news she longed to hear, but instead, the delegations from the Chun and Jin kingdoms arrived with their ceremonial gifts. During the morning court, representatives from both nations entered the palace, offering their congratulations to the Empress. The Chun kingdom, being a small nation, presented gifts that were relatively ordinary in Qi Qianyao's eyes. However, Due to the kingdom's uniqueness, their offerings were primarily exquisite handcrafted embroidery, a piece of which, depicting a multitude of figures, delighted her immensely. The gifts from the Jin kingdom were comparatively more impressive, and Qi Qianyao was overjoyed to receive 1,000 war horses as a tribute, for the entire Anren continent knew of the Jin kingdom's renowned, valiant steeds. Qi Qianyao was exceedingly pleased with these two compliant nations and bestowed upon them countless treasures to take back to their realms following her grand wedding. In a gesture of goodwill, Qi Qianyao also hosted a welcoming banquet for them within the palace. Given the current peculiar circumstances of the guest house, she feared inadequate hospitality. Therefore, she invited Qi Qianyao, the ruler of the Qin kingdom, and Yi Yuanwu, the monarch of the Jin kingdom, to stay in the palace, as she put it, to foster camaraderie and to avoid any further complications akin to those from the Shu kingdom. During the banquet, inspired by Yi Feiqian's presence, Qi Qianyao, in a spontaneous burst of enthusiasm, dashed from her seat in the Chengyan Hall to the center stage, performing a stunning dance that captivated the entire assembly. This dance was one she had painstakingly mastered years ago to triumph at a corporate annual event. Unexpectedly, it came in handy now, as Yi Feiqian's exceptional musical talent harmonized beautifully with her graceful performance, producing a melody that was entirely distinct from the modern tunes. This dance is worthy of the heavens. Your Majesty, to witness this today is a fulfillment of my life's aspirations, exclaimed the venerable Yi Yuanwu of the Jin kingdom with great exuberance. Indeed, Your Majesty, even if I searched the Qin kingdom high and low, no one could rival your dancing prowess, echoed the newly enthroned ruler of the Qin kingdom, Qi Qianyao. Qi Qianyao took a handkerchief offered by a nearby palace maid, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow, and replied, Lord Yi, Lord Qin, you flatter me. I simply allowed myself a moment of exuberance before you. Not at all. Both Yi Yuanwu and Qi Qianyao chimed in unison. Now let us raise our glasses. This toast is for the well-being of the people of Anren. With that, Qi Qianyao lifted her cup and downed it in one gulp. Understanding the sentiment behind her words, Qi Qianyao and Yi Yuanwu raised their cups in response, proclaiming, For the people, may they live in peace and prosperity for all time. Through the information at hand and the clarifying gazes exchanged, Qi Qianyao understood that these two individuals harbored no treachery. This was closely related to her mother's past actions during Qi Wanjin's reign. She had bestowed great kindness upon the states of Jin and Shan. On this evening's banquet, Qi Qianyao, her face flushed from drink, only relented after reaching a state of inebriation. With the assistance of Jin Suo and Lin Shirin, she stumbled back to the imperial study. Lying on the phoenix bed, Qi Qianyao seemed unsatisfied, babbling nonsensical phrases about planning projects, watching movies, and traveling abroad, leaving them both trembling in fear. Time always slips away swiftly. In recent days, the palace was adorned with lanterns and decorations, with every hall draped in red silk, festooned with characters of joy. Qi Qianyao remained occupied, completing memorials and reveling in leisurely strolls around the palace with the two companions, engaging in lively banter. She observed that the ruler of the Qin state possessed a fair and delicate countenance. Prolonged contact revealed him to be quite the charming young man. With the wedding day approaching in mere days, all preparations for the grand ceremony were complete. The marriage procession from Qi country, along with the groom, Crown Prince Qi Qianyao, was set to arrive in the capital the following day. Chapter 62. The wedding approaches. At this moment, Qi Qianyao felt a restless unease. Suddenly, she recalled that on the day of the wedding, she would indeed share a bridal chamber with her future husband. The thought sent a blush to her cheeks. Although this body was no longer untouched, her spirit remained innocent, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Jin Suo observed the Empress's blooming beauty with a hint of confusion and quietly inquired of Lin Shirin. As a medical student, Lin Shirin understood the implications and felt her face flush as well, resolutely maintaining silence despite Jin Suo's persistent questioning. Your Majesty, Qing Ling has returned, Jin Suo announced with delight, noticing a small figure outside the Fengju Hall. After several days of exposure to the sun, Qi Qianyao had moved back into the hall. Since Qing Ling had been dispatched to investigate that old residence, she had not returned to the palace, had it not been for the regular updates from secret agents. Qi Qianyao would have feared that Qing Ling had vanished without a trace. However, as Qing Ling drew near, her expression bore no semblance of Jin Suo's joy. Rather, it was tinged with a chilling coldness. Qi Qianyao regained her composure, the flush fading as she scrutinized Qing Ling's demeanor, her own heart tightening with apprehension. Indeed, before Qi Qianyao could utter a word, Qing Ling entered the hall and knelt, proclaiming, "This humble minister pays respects to your Majesty." Long live the emperor. I regret to inform you that my thorough investigation has revealed that all who resided in that old house have perished under various unfortunate circumstances, with not a single survivor. With a resounding thud, the glass cup in Qi Qianyao's hand shattered upon the floor. No survivors? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Indeed. My investigation confirms that even the servants who once attended to that residence, along with their family members, have all met untimely ends, Qing Ling replied, her tone laden with incredulity. The mastermind behind these events acted with such ruthless precision, extinguishing so many lives without hesitation. A chill ran down Qi Qianyao's spine as the gravity of the situation sank in. Until this person was unearthed, Fenglin would remain perilously exposed to danger. At this juncture, the clues obtained from the kingdom of Shu had all but vanished, leaving Qi Qianyao utterly perplexed. After a prolonged moment of shock, she gradually regained her composure, only to notice that Qing Ling remained kneeling on the ground, not having risen. She helped her up, reassuring her that there was no need for self-reproach. Their adversary remained in the shadows while they stood in the light, and given the meticulous planning involved, it was entirely understandable that she could not uncover the truth. By the way, how goes the pursuit of the remaining traitors from Shu that I tasked you with assisting Minister Zhang in apprehending? There were a total of 127 traitorous remnants, all of whom have been executed. I can assure your majesty that no one was spared. That is good to hear, for I await the comfort of the Golden Mountain to soothe my perpetually wounded heart, Qi Qianyao mused, thinking of the treasure that was nearly within her grasp. Once business was concluded, she engaged in light-hearted banter with Qing Ling, afterwards summoning Jin Suo and Lin Shirin to reminisce and share their innermost thoughts. With a heart full of unease, excitement, and anticipation, Qi Qianyao endured what felt like the longest day and night in Fengju Palace. The following morning, when Jin Suo arrived to assist the Empress in rising, she was startled to observe that her sovereign seemed to have acquired 2 dark circles under her eyes. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Jin Suo inquired, puzzled. Qi Qianyao replied weakly, you wouldn't understand. Then, recalling a pressing matter, she asked Jin Suo, has the prince's entourage arrived in the capital? Upon hearing this, Jin Suo's confusion dissipated instantly, and she laughed, saying, they have yet to send word. But was it not mentioned yesterday that they would certainly arrive today? Your Majesty need not worry. Fenglin shall remain untroubled and secure, without any unforeseen complications. Qi Qianyao thought to herself, indeed, they are bound to arrive today. What need is there for my anxiety? With her mind at ease, she donned her imperial robes and cheerfully proceeded to court. Chapter 0063. The wedding approaches, 2. Throughout the morning court session, Qi Qianyao appeared distracted, her words animated yet unfocused, while the assembled elder ministers wore expressions of understanding, as if they comprehended her plight. At the forefront, Liu Yan experienced a different sentiment. She had received a message from her brother, urging her to extend his congratulations to the Empress on her forthcoming nuptials, assuring her that he would remain at the border of Shu, safeguarding Fenglin's stability, allowing her to have no concerns. To this day, Liu Yan had not disclosed to her brother that Qi Qianyao had lost her memory and had forgotten him. Sighing inwardly, Liu Yan lamented her situation. Just as the elated Qi Qianyao exited the court, she received the latest news from outside the palace. The Prince of Qi, Qi Qianyao, and his entourage had entered the capital. With the wedding day set for tomorrow, the prince would proceed directly to the palace to take residence in Heluan Hall. Earlier, Qi Qianyao had visited Heluan Hall, which exuded understated elegance, a subtle grandeur that captivated her. The unpretentious yet exquisite decor deepened her admiration for the prince, heightening her anticipation. Inside Fengju Palace, the official documents lay untouched upon the table. Qi Qianyao had long since lost interest in reviewing them. She circled the 4 towering golden pillars enveloped in rich fabric numerous times, nearly causing Jin Suo to become dizzy from the repetitive motion. Exhausted from her restless pacing, Qi Qianyao reclined upon the soft couch, staring vacantly at the golden columns. Her eyes weary, she rose once more and returned to her desk. Elegantly seated upon the ornate chair, she casually picked up a book, frowning as she pondered its contents. What was it about that she could not comprehend? The only script circulating here was Chinese characters. How could there be a book she could not understand? Your Majesty, you are holding the book upside down, Jin Suo cautiously pointed out. Oh, Qi Qianyao exclaimed, turning the book right side up and fixating her gaze upon the text, utterly oblivious to the fact that, as the Empress, she had just made such a considerable blunder. Summoning her courage, Jin Suo peered at the title and saw 3 prominent characters emblazoned on the cover, Biography of Virtuous Women. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. Little Jean Suo. What is so amusing? Pray share it with me, that I may also find delight. Qi Qianyao inquired, her curiosity piqued. I was not laughing at anything. I merely sneezed a moment ago. Ahem, the recent heat must have caused me a slight cold. I shall visit the Thai hospital to have Minister Qin check my pulse. Jean Suo replied, her earnest demeanor rendering her quite endearing. Then you must keep your distance from me, lest you infect me. Qi Qianyao retorted before turning her attention back to the book. As she continued reading, Qi Qianyao felt something amiss with the content. Upon glancing at the cover again and reading biography of virtuous women, she was startled and hastily tossed the book aside. This was the very book Lu Ian had brought her a couple of days prior, claiming it was a popular bestseller among the populace, beneficial for marital harmony. Initially, Qi Qianyao had adamantly refused to read it, but eventually succumbed to Lu Ian's persuasion and had carelessly placed it upon her desk. Every time she laid eyes on the book, she would dismiss it with a scoff, deeming it vulgar. Little did she anticipate that today. No wonder Jean Suo, who was usually so composed, suddenly claimed to be suffering from a cold. What had sounded like a sneeze earlier was clearly laughter. Ah, Jean Suo, are you hoping to tend to my steeds? No, wait. The state of Jean has presented me with 1,000 war horses. Are you wishing to feed them in the military camp? Qi Qianyao teased. I would not dare, Your Majesty. I wish to serve you diligently, and in the future, to attend to you and the little Empress you will bear with the Emperor, Jean Suo replied, her eyes sparkling with dreams. Being by my side for too long has truly made you quite unruly, Qi Qianyao remarked. I learned it from you, Your Majesty, Jean Suo retorted playfully. And the two continued their banter, disregarding the hierarchy of their roles. Having just finished lunch, Xiao Shireen entered the hall with a radiant smile, announcing, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince has entered the palace and is currently at the Zhongqing Gate. He is on his way to Fengju Palace. Cough, cough. Jean Suo, quickly tell me. Is there anything amiss in my appearance? Should I change into a different gown? Is this color too gaudy? Qi Qianyao queried, bombarding Jean Suo with questions. Jean Suo shook her head vigorously. Your Majesty, you are the most beautiful. I assure you, upon seeing you, the Crown Prince will surely fall in love at once. Uft. Lin Shireen giggled. Jean Suo, do you even understand what love is? I do not. Do you? Lin Shireen shook her head and eagerly inquired, Your Majesty, do you understand love? If Fahai does not comprehend love, how could I? Qianyao felt a headache coming on from her two foolish maidens. Who is Fahai? Jean Suo and Lin Shireen asked in unison. He is merely a monk. Of course, a monk knows nothing of love. What I meant was, Your Majesty, Shireen replied. Are you foolish, Shireen? The implication is that if a monk cannot grasp the concept of love, how could she? Well done, Jean Suo. You seem to have had an epiphany today, Qianyao said with admiration. Just as her words fell, Xiao rushed into the hall, breathless, pointing in a certain direction. Your Majesty, the heir is here. Following Xiao's gesture, a strikingly handsome man clad in a moon-white brocade robe approached, a serpentine belt cinched at his waist, his dark hair elegantly tied with a jade crown. Qianyao could not help but exclaim, what enchanting peach blossom eyes. The man before her, Qi Qianyao, exceeded the beauty captured in the previous painting. She was utterly mesmerized. Your Majesty, quickly regain your composure. Jean Suo, somewhat embarrassed, continued to poke the Empress. The heir had already completed his formalities for some time, yet the Empress remained frozen in place, as if paralyzed, her lips barely twitching and seemingly drooling. Jean Suo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Had she known, she would have gone to the stables to tend to the horses and returned the following day. Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long live. Qi Qianyao greeted with a beaming smile. Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty. Long live. Long live, echoed the guards accompanying him. Seeing that Qianyao was still entranced, Jean Suo, out of desperation and daring to be irreverent, pinched Qianyao, who yelped in surprise, ouch, only to realize she had been touched. Upon gazing down at the men kneeling before her, and then at the strikingly handsome man at the forefront, Qianyao wished fervently to dig a hole and disappear into it. Please rise, heir. Do take a seat, she hastily urged. Upon hearing this, Qi Qianyao expressed his gratitude and, rising gracefully, made his way to the indicated chair and seated himself with effortless charm. Qianyao felt a touch embarrassed, scratching her head and absent-mindedly smoothing her long hair. Heir, your journey must have been arduous. Thank you for your efforts. It is of no consequence. I only recently learned of the ambitions of the treacherous Shuzhou, daring to invade the palace and endanger Your Majesty. I hope you were unharmed? Qi Qianyao inquired with concern. I am perfectly well. See, I am in good spirits. Qianyao replied, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she twirled around in front of him. Chapter 65. The eve of the grand wedding. One could only blame her previous life for never having experienced love. Finally encountering such a stunning gentleman, she felt an irresistible eagerness. Then I can rest assured. Hee. Qianyao giggled shyly. A moment of silence enveloped the Fengju hall, where an air of awkwardness lingered. Seated beside Qi Qianyao appeared somewhat restless. Despite the sweltering afternoon heat, which was alleviated by the ice blocks placed within the Fengju palace, she couldn't help but feel beads of perspiration forming on her palms and forehead due to her anxiety. Jin Suo could only stand by, watching fretfully. Qi Qianyao casually surveyed the transformed Fengju palace, his heart brimming with doubt. The decor seemed rather dissimilar to the tales of the lecherous and avaricious Empress. It was indeed intriguing how a serious illness could so drastically alter one's temperament. Your Majesty, I heard on my way to the palace that your performance of the surprising swan dance astonished the audience. I wonder when I shall have the fortune to witness it with my own eyes, Qi Qianyao said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing him reference the dance she had whimsically performed the previous night, Qi Qianyao's face flushed crimson, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "It was merely a spur-of-the-moment whim. Next time, I shall sing for you." The instant the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Singing? She knew nothing of the musical scales. However, perhaps modern pop songs would be acceptable. Clearly intrigued by her mention of singing, Qi Qianyao proposed. "Then I shall play a tune for your Majesty." "That sounds delightful," Qi Qianyao eagerly agreed. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange, sharing questions and answers, creating a warm atmosphere within the Fengju palace. As time passed, Qi Qianyao noticed Qi Qianyao exhibiting signs of fatigue and perceptively suggested, "Young master, you ought to retire to the Hulwan Palace for some rest. Tomorrow is, our grand wedding. But, your Majesty, we have yet to perform the heaven worship and ancestral rites. By rights, I should not take residence in the Hulwan Palace yet." Qi Qianyao dismissed his concerns, saying, "What does it matter? Rules are merely established by humans. We shall be wed tomorrow, thus it is merely a day early." Her words stirred a considerable tumult within Qi Qianyao. "Ah, truly, you are deserving of the title Empress of Fenglen." He conceded. "Very well, I shall not decline. I will heed your Majesty's wishes." With that, Qi Qianyao rose to pay his respects, but Qi Qianyao gently placed her jade hand on his arm, smiling and shaking her head to indicate no need for excessive formality. With a smile in his eyes, Qi Qianyao departed the Fengju Palace, accompanied by a retinue led by Lin Shirin towards the Hulwan Palace. As Qi Qianyao watched Qi Qianyu's retreating figure, she found herself lost in admiration. The young master was not only handsome, but his voice was also melodious and courteous, perfectly suiting her tastes. "Sigh," Jin Suo lamented. "Little Jin Suo, do you wish to go to the laundry at Xinjiang?" Qi Qianyao teased. Jin Suo's expression tightened as she replied, "I do not wish to go." Qi Qianyao, patting her shoulder in a manner that suggested she was a teachable child, instructed, "Then you shall convey a message to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, stating that from today onwards, we shall treat the young master with the etiquette befitting an imperial consort, without neglect." "I shall obey." This was the only thought occupying Jin Suo's mind. It was inappropriate to linger here. The Empress's infatuation was far too excessive. As soon as Jin Suo departed, Qi Qianyao retracted her infatuated expression and gazed contemplatively towards Hulwan Hall for quite some time. Subsequently, Li Shinaer, the head of the garment bureau, led a group of palace maids solemnly towards Fengju Hall. Narrowing her phoenix-like eyes, Qi Qianyao discerned their purpose for coming. Coincidentally, it was precisely what she had long yearned for, the wedding attire. Chapter 0066. The Eve of Marriage. 2. Your Majesty, this is the wedding robe modified according to your request. Please try it on and let me know if it meets your satisfaction, Li Shinaer said with a smile. Following this, the palace maids behind her entered the inner chamber in an orderly fashion, carrying ebony trays and placing them evenly. Qi Qianyao followed their pace into the room, arms outstretched. Li Shinaer waved her hand, and several maids stepped forward to assist the Empress in changing her clothes. The previous wedding attire had been excessively intricate and cumbersome. When Qi Qianyao tried it on, she nearly felt crushed under its weight. Thus, she had ordered modifications, resulting in the splendid red gown before her. The long dress was adorned with a vividly embroidered phoenix in flight, crafted with golden threads. The wide sleeves allowed for a gentle flow of air, ensuring she would not be drenched in sweat during the 3-hour grand ceremony scheduled for the morrow. Standing before the grand brass mirror in her wedding robe, Qi Qianyao gazed at her reflection, an indescribable pang of sorrow welling up within her. She had never anticipated that she would be marrying in this foreign realm. Contemplating the man with whom she would share her life, a wistful smile graced her lips. Li Zhongyi, you have worked hard. I am very pleased. The Garment Bureau shall receive generous rewards, Qi Qianyao declared with grandeur. After all, she was about to acquire a veritable treasure, so what did she care for such trifling rewards? Your humble servant expresses gratitude for your gracious favor. Li Shen heir and the maids bowed in appreciation. Not long after the attendants of the Garment Bureau departed, Lu Yian hurriedly entered Fengju Hall. Qi Qianyao pressed her forehead. The number of visitors today seemed excessive. Noticing Yian's somewhat unnatural expression, she felt a flicker of trepidation, fearing she might have inadvertently committed some error. Yian, is something amiss? Lu Yian waved his hand, instructing the guards to close the hall doors and stand watch, preventing anyone from entering. He then seated Qi Qianyao on a precious chair beside him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he produced an item from his bosom and spoke. Qianyao, I am aware of your amnesia, and thus far, you have not recalled even the slightest detail of your past. Nevertheless, I must present this to you. Qi Qianyao stared at the aged safety knot in her hand. Perplexed. What is this? This was given to my brother when he departed the capital to guard the borders, and you personally bestowed it upon him. Lu Yian's gaze drifted afar as he continued. Recently, my brother sent someone post-haste to return it to you. Ah? Qi Qianyao exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Xiaoxiu. She had never met him, nor had she even seen his portrait. She only heard countless tales of him. Feng Lin, the national general, the god of war. Invincible in battle. In short, rumors about him were abundant. Qi Qianyao fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the original owner had some entanglements with him? The pampered original owner unexpectedly crafted such an exquisite safety knot for him. Surely, there can be no mistake. Yet, her soul is no longer that of the original owner. Suddenly, a pang of sorrow strikes her heart. However, upon reflection, she dismisses it. What does it matter to me? With this thought, Qi Qianyao clutches the safety knot and murmurs to Lu Yian, I'm sorry, but I still cannot remember anything. Lu Yian's eyes reveal a hint of disappointment as she sighs inwardly. Perhaps a thought crosses her mind, and suddenly, she beams like a blooming flower at Qi Qianyao, saying, Qianyao, congratulations on your wedding. I have no gift for you, only a promise, to ensure the people live without worry and the world remains peaceful. Indeed, Yian. I understand. I hope that one day I can recall everything, Qi Qianyao responds. Whether she remembers or forgets, Lu Yian expresses her fondness for the present version of Qi Qianyao, suggesting that perhaps it is best not to dwell on unpleasant memories. Upon hearing this, Qi Qianyao smiles radiantly. Chapter 0067, The Grand Wedding. 1. The two continued their conversation, with Lu Yian recounting amusing childhood tales of the three of them, causing Qi Qianyao to laugh heartily, as if she were once again that carefree child. After enjoying dinner at the palace, Qi Qianyao arranged for her to be escorted back to the Prime Minister's residence. As night deepened, the palace was adorned with red lanterns, exuding an atmosphere of harmony and celebration. The streets of the capital were also festooned with decorations to commemorate the Empress's grand wedding. Yet that night, as Qi Qianyao held the safety knot, her heart remained unsettled. Perhaps remnants of the original owner's consciousness lingered, influencing her thoughts. She consoled herself. Mom and Dad, Xiao Rui, tomorrow I will be getting married. My partner is handsome, skilled in both literature and martial arts. Are you happy for me? Qi Qianyao whispered to herself before drifting off to sleep. In the early morning, at the break of dawn, Jin Suo roused Qi Qianyao from her slumber. Still groggy, Qi Qianyao weakly inquired, why must I rise so early for court? Oh, Your Majesty, today is your wedding day. Hurry and get up. The maids are here to prepare you. Jin Suo reminded her with exasperation. Wedding? Wedding? Ah, yes, I am getting married today, Qi Qianyao exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. However, Jin Suo seemed puzzled. What does getting married mean? Swiftly rising from her bed, Qi Qianyao quietly allowed Jin Suo and the other palace maids to dress her in the somewhat complex bridal attire, then obediently sat before the mirror for her hair to be styled. Today's intricate hairdo, a unique chignon she would wear henceforth, symbolized her status as a wife. Although she was an empress, capable of taking numerous male consorts, she would always remain the wife of one, regardless of the complexity of the hairstyle. Under Jin Suo's skilled hands, it became effortless. Qi Qianyao looked at Jin Suo, whose expression was more serious than ever, and felt a pang of gratitude. Should this girl ever leave her, she would truly miss her. Once the hair was styled, it was time for makeup. Unlike previous occasions, today's makeup was particularly refined. With slender willow leaf brows and vibrant red lips, ensuring Qi Qianyao radiated feminine allure at every moment. As time gradually passed, dawn broke, and Qi Qianyao faced her final task, donning the imperial phoenix crown, a symbol of supreme authority. Crafted from pure gold, the crown was intricately adorned with 9 phoenixes, each eye meticulously carved from the luminous pearls of Beihai. At its center lay a nearly transparent, radiant white jade, unique to the Anran continent. Once she placed the crown upon her head, Qi Qianyao felt as though her head had become unresponsive. Its weight was overwhelming. She had previously ordered modifications to her wedding attire, but had completely overlooked the significance of the crown. Time was slipping away. Only 3 hours remained. She fervently hoped that by the end of the ceremony, her head would still be intact. The auspicious hour has arrived. Your Majesty is requested to proceed to the Grand Ancestral Temple, the ceremonial officer whispered softly nearby. The grand ceremony commenced the moment Qi Qianyao stepped out of the Phoenix residence. She would walk towards the rising sun, step by step, to pay homage to her ancestors and seek their blessings. The journey from the Phoenix residence to the Grand Ancestral Temple, located at the easternmost edge of the palace, typically required a considerable amount of time in the Phoenix carriage. However, this time she had to walk, adhering to the formal ceremonial pace, taking 999 steps, symbolizing longevity and eternity. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when the moment came to take that first step, she genuinely feared exhaustion. Noticing the Empress's hesitation, the ceremonial officer gently reminded her, "Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived." Lord Bai has stated that this time is exceptionally favorable. Resolute, she decided to press on. With her arms crossed before her, Qi Qianyao raised her chin and, facing the east, took her first step. Jin Suo and Lin Shirin flanked her, while the orchestra led by Yi Feichen began to play jubilant melodies. With each step she took, a palace maid followed behind, and by the 97th step, there were 99 maidens trailing her. Upon reaching this number, no further maids followed. Initially, Qi Qianyao managed to endure, but as time wore on, the elaborate ceremony became increasingly taxing, compounded by the weight of the crown and the swaying pearls that hung from it, causing her discomfort. 561, 562. Qi Qianyao silently counted in her mind. The once radiant glow on her exquisite face had faded. Jin Suo, standing behind her, grew increasingly anxious as the sun ascended. Raising the temperature, she began to feel apprehensive. Others shared her concerns. Upon reaching the 899th step, Qi Qianyao's body swayed, her once steady pace faltering, eliciting concern from all who followed her. The sunlight became more blinding, and Qi Qianyao felt her strength waning. Yet, as she glanced forward, the sight of her fiery red wedding attire and her poised, captivating figure reignited her spirit. Just that one glance revitalized Qi Qianyao, and she pressed on towards the remaining 99 steps. She vaguely recalled that the ancient philosopher Kongzi had once said, "Desire is inherent to human nature." Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients rings true. 997, 998, 999. Finally, Qi Qianyao completed her final step before the gathered ministers after a full half hour. With his innocuous smile, Qi Qianyao grinned and extended his hand toward her. Qi Qianyao promptly placed her hand in his palm, and he clasped it tightly. Sharing a smile before the two entered the ancestral temple. Before the revered ancestors and deities enshrined within, they knelt in reverence and offered 3 resounding bows. Bai Buning observed the kneeling pair with a cryptic smile, remaining silent as he circled them with a lush willow branch, murmuring under his breath. Upon completion of the ceremony, he called out to the now standing couple outside the temple, proclaiming, "Today, the Phoenix Empress Qi Qianyao and the heir of Qi State, Qi Qianyao, adhering to the divine mandate and upholding ancestral teachings, are united in matrimony. May the deities bestow their blessings, and may the ancestors guard them as they journey together, growing old side by side. May the legacy of the Phoenix reign for millennia, and may the Anran continent eternally enjoy peace." Qi Qianyao and Qi Qianyao turned to face the assembled officials, raising their voices in unison. The ceremonial rites concluded as Bai Buning announced to the officials, "Long live His Majesty, long live the Empress, and long live the Emperor Consort." All the officials knelt in homage, their voices resounding in unison. Sensing the strength of Qi Qianyu's grip, he softly encouraged, "It will soon be over, just hold on a little longer." Qi Qianyao acknowledged his words with a slight movement of her delicate hand, and the two shared a smile at the sight of the officials and palace attendants kneeling before them. After the sacrificial ceremony, the couple proceeded hand in hand to the Chengyan Hall, where they ascended to the high seat once more to receive the kneelings and congratulations from the officials. This time, Fortified by Qi Qianyao support, Qi Qianyao felt a semblance of ease as the magnificent procession advanced toward the Chang'an Hall. She mused that this scene rivaled a modern military parade. While tiring, she found a peculiar enjoyment in it. Bai Buning stood behind them, still regarding the couple with that enigmatic smile, as a young attendant nudged him, asking, "Master, should we remind the Empress?" Bai Buning shook his head, gesturing toward the heavens, indicating that divine secrets should remain unrevealed. The young attendant appeared somewhat disheartened, gazing at Qi Qianyao and wondering why such a beautiful fairy sister had to endure hardship. Years later, the now-grown attendant would unravel the mysteries that had once plagued his heart. Chapter 0069. The Grand Wedding, 3. As the crowd walked toward the Chang'an Hall, Qi Qianyao and Qi Qianyao ascended the high seat that symbolized power. Inside the hall, Chen Xian, Yi Yuanwu, and others respectfully cleared a path for them. Each step toward the Phoenix throne was taken with great effort and intention by Qi Qianyao. Standing before the throne, the couple raised the Phoenix seal high, prompting another round of bows from the assembly. After the ceremonial formalities concluded, Qi Qianyao finally exhaled in relief as she settled into the warmth of the throne, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. On the 9th day of the 6th month in the 5th year of the Tianlin era, the Phoenix Empress Qi Qianyao and the Phoenix Emperor consort Qi Qianyao formalized their betrothal, celebrated by the entire realm and rejoiced by the populace. Once the grand ceremony concluded, Qi Qianyao and Qi Qianyao exited the Chang'an Hall and boarded the royal carriage, drawn by 8 spirited warhorses, to receive the heartfelt bows of the citizens outside the palace. As they journeyed along, the common folk lining the streets of the capital wore smiles of delight. Upon catching sight of the 2 figures within the royal carriage, they gasped in awe. The fair beauty of the Empress and the striking presence of the Emperor were indeed a perfect match. The thunderous sound of their collective reverence resonated from the depths of their hearts, leaving her somewhat bewildered. She turned to her companion, Qi Qianyao, who maintained his breezy smile, waving effortlessly at the crowd. Having risen at dawn, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon her as the carriage progressed. Qi Qianyao, perceptive as ever, softly suggested that the curtain be drawn, obscuring her from view, allowing her a brief respite. "Is that truly permissible?" Qi Qianyao questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. "You are the Empress. Your word alone suffices," he reassured her. Reluctantly, she decided to persevere until they returned to the palace. Secretly, she pinched her thigh hard, a tactic she had employed since childhood, effective against her aversion to pain. Qi Qianyao glanced at her, a light laugh escaping his lips, causing Qi Qianyao's cheeks to flush crimson with embarrassment at being caught in such a moment. Their entourage circled the capital for several hours before finally returning to the palace. Upon arrival, Qi Qianyao required a brief rest and a change of attire before they would jointly attend the evening banquet. Naturally, changing clothes would occur in their respective chambers. As Qi Qianyao entered the Fengju Palace, her legs buckled beneath her. With a swift motion, she cast aside the imperial crown, which felt like 1,000 pounds, onto the nearby round table, where it rolled a few times before Gold Lock rushed to catch it, alarmed at the potential mishap. This was a cherished heirloom passed down through generations. Ignoring her dignity, she clutched her waist and collapsed onto the bed, instantly drifting into slumber. The loud thud startled Gold Lock, who hurried over, fearing something was amiss, only to find the Empress fast asleep. With a sigh, Gold Lock, akin to a doting mother, removed the Empress's shoes, loosened her attire, and tucked her in. After completing these tasks, she settled onto a small stool, gently fanning herself with a jade fan. The chamber fell into silence, while outside, the palace echoed with laughter and merriment. As the time for the banquet approached, Gold Lock roused Qi Qianyao, who donned a simple red gown, her hair adorned only with a few golden hairpins. Once ready, a rumble from her stomach reminded her of the time. In haste, she snatched a few pastries from within the chamber, stuffing them into her mouth. Just then, a comically unfortunate moment occurred. Qi Qianyao arrived to escort her to the Chang'an Hall. "Cough, cough," she spluttered upon seeing him, choking in the process. Qi Qianyao quickly stepped forward, patting her back, still taken aback. "What are you waiting for? Fetch her some water." Gold Lock hurriedly poured a cup and offered it to the Empress, who downed it in one go but continued to cough, her golden hairpins swaying in the commotion. In that moment, Qi Qianyao mused that perhaps it would be better to simply collide with a grand pillar and lose consciousness altogether. Her face felt as if it had been sent back to the 21st century. As Jin Su was about to inquire of the Emperor's husband whether he should summon the royal physician, Qi Qianyao discreetly stimulated several acupoints on her back with his index and middle fingers. allowing Qi Qianyao to finally expel the remnants of the green bean cake from her throat. She vowed never to indulge in green bean cake again. Are you feeling better? Qi Qianyao asked, his concern palpable. After regaining her composure, Qi Qianyao, her flushed face returning to its natural hue, took a few sips of water and assured, I am fine. My Empress, the Emperor's husband, Prime Minister Liu has sent a servant to urge your presence. The time has come, announced the eunuch, who had just arrived outside the hall, evidently unaware of the recent harrowing events. Really, you are all right? I am well. Let us go, dear Emperor's husband, Qi Qianyao replied. Indeed, Qi Qianyao responded, taking her small hand in his, and together, accompanied by palace maids and guards, they walked briskly toward the Chang'an Hall. Along the way, Qi Qianyao's heart raced. She occasionally glanced at their joined hands, feeling the warmth and moisture of his grip, her cheeks reddening once more. Before long, they arrived at Chang'an Hall, where the ministers had long taken their seats, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the two enter hand in hand, the venerable officials of Fenglin were nearly moved to tears. After bowing in respect, the hall was graced by the presence of a significant figure at its forefront. Qi Qianyao had never encountered this person before, yet he sat alongside Liu Yan, seemingly occupying a position of even greater prominence, which piqued her curiosity. The middle-aged man at the head of the assembly met Qi Qianyao's gaze, as if pondering something. The hall was momentarily silent, and the man, seated in the elevated position, clasped his hands and addressed her. I am Qi Qianyao, the ruler of Qi. I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your joyous wedding, Empress. I delayed my arrival due to an unfortunate bout of illness. I hope for your forgiveness. At the banquet celebrating the Fenglin Empress, there existed an unwritten rule that attendees need not bow to the Empress and her husband during the feast. Thus, the man did not pay his respects, and Qi Qianyao, though taken aback, did not display anger. It was only upon hearing her name spoken that she exclaimed, Uncle, Your Majesty, this is a state banquet. You may simply address me as subject, Qi Qianyao replied, his tone steady. Qi Qianyao was the brother of Qi Qianyao's mother, Qi Wanjin. Years ago, her grandmother had given birth to 2 children, and upon reaching adulthood, her son ascended the throne in Qi. Qi Qianyao had anticipated her uncle's arrival, but had received word of his illness that delayed him. To her surprise, he still managed to attend the banquet today. Uncle, you need not say such things. Whether at a state banquet or a family gathering, you are always my uncle, Qi Qianyao declared, raising her cup and continuing. Uncle, your niece offers you a toast. With that, she downed the contents of her glass in one swift motion. In her past life, she had been without kin. Now, having traversed to this realm, she found herself still devoid of family. Yet, encountering her only blood relative in this life, her uncle, stirred a bittersweet joy within her heart. Excited, Qi Qianyao failed to notice the fleeting shadow of melancholy in Qi Xiangyao's eyes. Good, 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 my dear niece. Qi Xiangyao's boisterous voice resonated throughout the hall as he raised his cup and drank deeply in kind. Chapter 71. Assassination. The grand feast commenced in earnest, with all attendees approaching the Empress and the Emperor to offer their toasts. The inebriated Qi Qianyao began to see stars, prompting Qi Qianyao to discreetly signal to the officials who came to pay their respects, as they were loath to offend the Emperor. Consequently, none dared to toast the Empress any further. As the music and dance unfolded, Yi Feichen had transformed into the chief of the Internal Affairs Court, personally orchestrating the evening's repertoire. As the banquet progressed, Qi Qianyao succumbed entirely to intoxication. Observing a singer perform an unfamiliar ballad, she drunkenly berated, What on earth are you singing? It is utterly dreadful. The startled singer immediately knelt in supplication. Qi Qianyao waved his hand, and someone promptly escorted the singer away. He intended to comfort the now inebriated Qi Qianyao, but to his surprise, she ignored him entirely, twirling her long sleeves and, with a look of confusion, made her way to the terrace, dismissing the musicians by the guzheng. She sat down, and the notes of red beans resonated through the air. Before fully embracing the atmosphere of blossoming snowflakes, they trembled together, gaining a deeper understanding of what tenderness truly is. Qi Qianyao had learned only this one piece during her university years, performed at a welcoming gala. Her voice, a gift from birth, was ethereal and penetrating, laced with a hint of sorrow. With a flushed complexion and tear-filled eyes, Qi Qianyao completed the song, prompting resounding applause from the seated officials. Even Qi Qianyu's gaze betrayed a subtle, unnoticeable emotion. He quickly rose, intending to support her as she began to sway precariously. I will kill you to avenge an wrong. The previously subdued singer broke free from the grasp of the guards, brandishing a long sword aimed directly at Qi Qianyao's heart. On the terrace, Due to the Empress's formidable presence, the crowd had quietly retreated, leaving her utterly alone. Qi Qianyao, already intoxicated, found herself devoid of the strength to rise. Helplessly watching as the sword approached her. Was she to face death once more? She pondered in despair, just as she braced herself to endure the impending strike. The closest Qi Qianyao leapt forward, positioning himself before her and intercepting the blade meant for her heart. The guards, regaining their composure, swiftly apprehended the would-be assassin. This act of sacrifice jolted the inebriated Qi Qianyao back to reality, her eyes widening in terror as she witnessed blood streaming from Qi Qianyao's chest, staining his ceremonial robe a vivid red. Immediately summon the imperial physician. Take the assassin to the dungeons, ensure she is closely guarded, and no one is permitted to visit. Qingling, lead the imperial guard to search the palace, apprehend all suspects and confine them to the dungeons. Liu Yan commanded, his face a mask of fury. Due to the severity of the wound and excessive blood loss, Qi Qianyao fell into unconsciousness, yet the blood continued to flow profusely. Ah! Qi Qianyao screamed uncontrollably. In the rear hall, Yi Feichen rushed forward, sealing several acupoints of Qi Qianyao, and then carefully moved him away from Qi Qianyao. Qianyao, are you all right? Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Empress, are you well? The onlookers, their expressions rigid, inquired in a flurry. It seemed as if she had not heard their questions. Her gaze was vacant as it lingered on the unconscious Qi Qianyao on the ground. Tears that had long been welling up finally cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 0072. Severe injury. Yi Feichen's medical skills were no less than those of Qin Wanji. He retrieved numerous small porcelain vials from his sleeve and placed them aside. Commanding his aides to secure the wound, he forcefully extracted the bloodied sword. With a sharp hiss, he pulled aside the fabric, revealing a gaping wound on the exposed chest, causing everyone to collectively gasp in horror. What a deep wound! At that moment, Qin Wanji, accompanied by the imperial physician, rushed over. She knelt beside him, opening her medical kit, and together they swiftly tended to Qi Qianyao's injuries. Your Majesty, the danger has not yet passed. You should return to the Phoenix Hall with me. Liu Yan urged with concern. Qi Qianyao shook her head, her expression icy. Yan, you must personally investigate this matter. I will ensure that those who harmed Qianyao pay the price. With that, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. Reluctantly, Liu Yan complied and led the others to thoroughly investigate the incident. At that moment, Zhang Yong also arrived at the terrace, calling the individuals present in the hall aside to begin a search, forbidding anyone who remained under suspicion from leaving the palace. Qi Qianyao paid no heed to anyone else. Her full attention on Qi Qianyao's wound. Once the bleeding ceased and the injury was treated, she finally felt some relief, though Qi Qianyao's complexion remained as pale as paper. Your Majesty, the Emperor's injuries are grave. Lord Yi and I have managed to treat the wound, but it seems he must rely on his own strength to endure. Qin Wanji said, her face revealing concern. Indeed, Qi Qianyao replied softly. Soon, bearers arrived with a palanquin. Together, they placed him upon it and hastened toward the Heluan Hall. The guards also carried the palanquin, but Qi Qianyao gestured to them, silently following the palanquin that had distanced itself from her. Upon her arrival at Heluan Hall, she found Qi Qianyao lying quietly on his grand bed, his exquisitely handsome face devoid of color. Suddenly, she noticed someone crying. Turning her head, she saw a man with disheveled hair holding a sword, standing at the door. With a blank expression, she inquired, "Who are you?" The guard knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, I am the Emperor's attendant." "Then why were you not by his side today?" "I was ordered to the relay station to reward the brothers of Qi country. I am to blame," the man said, his voice laden with self-reproach. His confession of guilt left Qi Qianyao at a loss for words. Today, it was she who should bear the blame. Why? Why did the person on the bed risk everything to shield her from that blade? Lost in her thoughts of guilt and regret, Qi Qianyao remained entrapped in her contemplation. After a long while, her peripheral vision caught sight of the man still kneeling at the door, and she finally spoke. "Rise. Your master requires rest. And I too need to recuperate. You and my maidservants may wait outside." Outside the palace, not only were there palace maids and guards, but also all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau. On the first night, she had to rely solely on herself to endure. There was no other option. Throughout the night, Qi Qianyao was filled with anxiety, constantly reaching to touch his forehead to gauge his temperature, checking for signs of fever. Qi Qianyu's breath was exceedingly faint. Several times, Qi Qianyao thought he had stopped breathing, only to feel a faint breath when she extended her hand to check his nostrils, allowing her to finally relax. Among the anxious crowd outside the palace, Only Jinsuo had won the Empress's favor and entered the palace several times to suggest that His Majesty take a rest. However, Qi Qianyao declined each time, unwilling to allow Jinsuo to stay by her side. Tonight, she simply wished to quietly guard his side. This was her first experience of feeling drowsy without the need to pinch her thigh to stay awake. Chapter 0073. Who could it be as dawn broke? Qin Wanji entered the palace alongside Yi Feiqing to take his pulse. After examining his injuries, they exchanged glances and concluded that he should be fine. I wish to hear a definitive answer, Qi Qianyao coldly stated. Upon hearing this, both physicians appeared somewhat uncomfortable. But ultimately, Yi Feiqing reassured her that the emperor was out of danger. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Qianyao's vision went dark, and she fainted. Having just endured a fright and feeling guilty, she had spent the entire night anxiously vigilant. Now, upon hearing the reassuring news, her taut heart finally relaxed, leading her to faint from exhaustion. When she awakened again, a whole day had passed. She had slept the entire day, and having not eaten, she appeared feeble. Upon seeing her awake, Jinsuo hurried off to inform the chancellor, while Xiao Shirin rushed forward to inquire what Qi Qianyao needed. Her first words, however, were, "Has the emperor awakened?" Jinsuo shook her head dejectedly. Weak and fatigued, Qi Qianyao struggled to rise, her stomach audibly protesting. Jinsuo smiled and brought over a bowl of congee that had been prepared for her. "Your Majesty, you have no idea how many people were worried when you fainted. Could you bear to cause them such distress?" Feeling a mix of helplessness and gratitude, Qi Qianyao did not respond, but took the bowl of congee and sipped it slowly. Having remained in the imperial study, Lu Yian learned that the Empress had awakened and hurried to Fengju Palace. By the time he arrived, Qi Qianyao had finished her congee and completed her morning routine. "Qianyao, why are you up? Shouldn't you be resting?" he asked in confusion. "I must personally interrogate the culprit," she replied. At this, Lu Yian's expression shifted as he informed her that the singer had died from poisoning. "What? Poisoned? Who poisoned her?" And enraged, Qi Qianyao demanded. "The perpetrator committed suicide," Lu Yian replied tersely. His 3 words struck Qi Qianyao like a thunderclap, leaving her stunned. The dungeon was filled with her own people. How could someone lurking in the shadows have infiltrated? "Have you discovered anything?" Qi Qianyao, regaining her composure, leaned wearily against the throne and asked blankly. The singer was Li Anrong's lover during his time among the common folk. Previously, both she and Li Anrong's closest relatives had vanished without a trace, only to reappear in the palace 2 days ago. At this moment, Qi Qianyao finally comprehended why Li Anrong had the audacity to commit suicide by poison when apprehended. It must have been due to the fact that his loved ones and the songstress were under someone's control. Yet before her stood that person capable of manipulating everything from the shadows. Who could it be? What of Li Anrong's family? Have their whereabouts been uncovered? All deceased. Lu Yian felt helpless. That individual always managed to stay one step ahead, severing their leads. It was futile. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light. Yet there would inevitably come a day when the fox's tail would be revealed. By the way, Yian, let us dispose of that songstress's corpse by feeding it to the dogs. With that, Qi Qianyao closed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Her seemingly indifferent remark instilled a sense of dread in Lu Yian. Feeding a corpse to dogs? Yet, when confronted with those who sought her life, one ought not to harbor compassion. Such an act was indeed a leniency. Observing the situation, Lu Yian departed from the Fengju Palace, leaving with a quiet instruction to Jinsuo to take good care of her. Soon after, Qin Wanji arrived at Fengju Palace, her face etched with concern as she took Qi Qianyao's pulse. Fortunately, there was no grave issue. Rest was all that was required. She prescribed medication and handed the prescription to the accompanying physician, instructing her to prepare the medicine. Chapter 0074. To strike or not to strike, seeing the Empress in silence. Qin Wanji reassured her, "Since your fainting spell, Lord Yi has been vigilantly watching over the Holwan Palace. His medical skills surpass mine, so you need not worry. Your Majesty will be safe." "When will he awaken?" Qi Qianyao inquired, her brows furrowed tightly. "That is uncertain. Perhaps in a couple of days, perhaps." Qin Wanji's words trailed off, but for Qi Qianyao, who had witnessed numerous medical dramas in her past life, the implication was clear. Perhaps he would never awaken again. A self-deprecating laugh escaped her lips. Fate had indeed been fair to her. "Qianyao, do not dwell on such thoughts. I have faith in Lord Ye's medical prowess. After all, he has spent some time in a foreign land." "Foreign land? What manner of place is it? Is there a means by which they could rouse Qingyu?" Qi Qianyao seemed to grasp a lifeline. If those from the foreign land possessed the ability to save Qingyu, she would stop at nothing to rescue him. Qin Wanji understood the Empress's intent and, after careful consideration, replied, Though the foreign land is indeed wondrous, Lord Ye's skills are likely akin to those of its inhabitants. If he cannot find a solution, it is probable that none exists. No sooner had her words left her lips than Xiu outside the hall announced, "I report to your majesty, the rulers of Qi, Jin, and Qin seek an audience. Admit them. Your majesty, I shall take my leave for now. I will return later." With that, Qin Wanji departed the hall with her medicine box. As she reached the doorway, she encountered the three rulers head-on. Being a physician, she did not need to bow, but merely inclined her body in acknowledgement before hastily exiting to the Hulwan Palace. "We pay our respects to your majesty," the three remarked. "Rise, there is no need for formalities. Please, make yourselves comfortable." The three complied, taking seats on the opposite side. Their expressions filled with concern as they observed the Empress's weary visage. "May I inquire why the three rulers have come to see me?" Qi Qianyao took a sip of tea and inquired, "Your majesty, I have heard that the assassin is in a romantic relationship with the one who previously attempted to take your life, and that Li Onrong operates under the orders of the state of Shu. Therefore, we have privately discussed that should your majesty decree an attack on Shu, we shall dedicate all our efforts to serve you." Qi Xiang's words served as a reminder to Qi Qianyao. The state of Shu, the state of Shu. All leads pointed to it. Should she indeed wage war? A coalition of four nations attacking a land fortified by mountains and rivers as natural barriers could be considered relatively effortless. Yet, war invariably brings death. And death signifies the suffering of the common people. The rugged terrain of Shu makes a swift attack impossible. Prolonged warfare would undoubtedly bring anguish to the citizens of all five nations. For vengeance? Or for selfish desires? While she might find satisfaction, the populace would suffer. Contemplating this, Qi Qianyao reached a resolution within her heart. With a tone laden with gravitas, she expressed her gratitude to the sovereigns, stating, "This matter is of great consequence. I am not yet in a position to make a decision. Should I command an assault on Shu, rest assured, you will be informed beforehand." Without outright refusal or acceptance, Qi Qianyao believed she had responded admirably. The three others exchanged inscrutable glances, and then Qin Xian ventured to inquire, "Your majesty, may I boldly ask about the condition of the emperor consort?" At this utterance, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Observing Qi Qianyao's frigid demeanor, they realized the emperor consort's injuries were likely severe, and a collective sigh resonated within them. They lamented not only for the young emperor consort, but also for the empress, who had just recently wed. "You will be fine." Those four simple words could not encapsulate the profound sorrow. Chapter 0075. Unconscious, the group exchanged glances, acutely aware of the Empress's anguish, and respectfully excused themselves from the Fengju Hall. Only Qi Xiang paused at the threshold, turning back to say, "Yaoer, do not grieve too deeply. The Emperor Consort is destined for good fortune and will surely be unharmed." "Uncle," Qi Qianyao exclaimed, bursting into tears. This outpouring unleashed a torrent of sorrow, as she laid bare the heartache of her past and present before her uncle. Witnessing this, Qi Xiang rushed to embrace her gently, offering solace with the words, "It will be all right, it will be all right." A flicker of insight sparked in his mature eyes. It was evident that after releasing her pent-up emotions, Qi Qianyao felt considerably lighter, though a large portion of her tears had soaked Qi Xiang's robe, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Wiping her tears, she said, "Uncle, I feel so ashamed." "No need for shame, dear girl. It is better to release your feelings. Your uncle has seldom had the chance to see you over the years. In truth, I deeply miss you and Feng Lin," Qi Xiang remarked, gazing into the distance outside the hall, lost in thought. Qi Qianyao, aware that he had grown up in Feng Lin before reaching adulthood, detected nothing amiss in his words and continued, "Uncle, you are welcome to visit Feng Lin often and see Yaoer." She concluded, "You are my only remaining family. You still have the emperor." A single, swift remark from Qi Xianyang inadvertently pierced her wound. She bit her lip and replied, "Indeed, I still have Qingyu," her voice laden with sorrow. After exchanging heartfelt words within the hall, the two made their way to the Heilwan Hall to check on Qi Qingyu. Upon entering, they were met with a pungent aroma of medicinal concoctions that compelled them to cover their mouths and noses. Yi Feichen, who had been in the hall, immediately greeted them. His appearance weary, but Qi Qianyao swiftly halted him with a gesture, indicating that no formalities were necessary. Turning her gaze towards the motionless Qi Qingyu on the bed, his raven hair neatly arranged beside him, long and delicate lashes lay limply on his eyelids, his face devoid of any vitality. Witnessing his lifeless state, Qi Qianyao was reminded of that fateful day. Had the sword struck her instead, it would have been her in a state of unconsciousness. She owed him a life, and it seemed she could only repay this debt with her own. "Lord Yi, how is Qingyu?" Qi Qianyao inquired, taking a seat beside the bed. Lord Yi, perhaps due to his years of martial training, possessed a physique far superior to the average person. His injuries had stabilized over the past 2 days. He had not developed a fever, and there were no signs of infection or bleeding. It appeared that he was on the mend. Having pondered for a long while, Qi Qianyao ultimately refrained from voicing the question she yearned to ask, the one without an answer. Qi Qianyao remained steadfastly by her side. "Milady, the medicine is ready," announced a young palace maid as she entered the hall with a bowl of freshly brewed herbal concoction. Upon noticing the Empress and the ruler of Qi by the bedside, the maid trembled, nearly spilling the contents. But Yi Feiqian, quick-witted, steadied her just in time, garnering her heartfelt gratitude. "Dismiss the formalities," Qi Qianyao said without glancing at the maid. Yi Feiqian took the bowl of medicine from the pale maid's trembling hands, his heart racing. The ingredients were rare and invaluable. The relieved maid hastily exited the Heluan hall, her legs feeling weak. Chapter 0076. Averse to cleanliness, Yi Feiqian approached the bedside with the bowl of medicine, calling for Filiu, who had been waiting outside the hall. One of them carefully lifted Qi Qianyao, while the other attempted to spoon the medicine into his mouth. However, they soon discovered that Qi Qianyao had lost the ability to swallow. The medicinal liquid dribbled from his pallid lips. For the past few days, he had subsisted on liquid nourishment. Now, he seemed utterly devoid of strength. "If we do not administer the medicine soon," Yi Feiqian shook his head in dismay. "I shall take over. You may withdraw," Qi Qianyao declared, accepting the bowl of medicine. Yi Feiqian understood her intent and gently laid the emperor back down on the bed before exiting the Heluan hall, followed closely by Qi Qianyao and Filiu, who secured the door behind them. Recalling her own past experiences with medicinal concoctions, Qi Qianyao could not help but smile wryly as she inhaled the medicinal aroma. She was acutely aware of the potion's likely bitterness. However, she hesitated not a moment, taking a small sip before leaning down to align her lips with Qi Qianyu's. With a nimble tongue, she pried open his lips and teeth, gradually administering the bitter concoction into his mouth. The overwhelming bitterness flooded her senses, yet she had no time to grimace. After feeding him several dozen mouthfuls, she finally completed the small bowl of potion. It was only then that she relaxed, the taste of bitterness finally registering. Under normal circumstances, she would have undoubtedly erupted in expletives, for it was exceedingly bitter in her 2 lifetimes. She had never encountered anything more acerbic than this elixir. Yet, at this moment, she willingly embraced the unbearable taste. As she departed from Heluan Hall, she could not suppress a disdainful glance towards Yi Feiqian, regarding him with utmost contempt. To concoct such a bitter remedy, he must surely harbor a twisted disposition. Upon Qianyao's exit, Yi Feiqian was left in a state of perplexity. Am I to be blamed for the potion's bitterness? After all, a good medicine is often bitter. How can one call a medicine good if it is not bitter? The summer days felt interminably long. In recent days, the monarchs and ceremonial retinues from the 3 kingdoms had successively departed from the capital, while the spies sent to Shu Kingdom had yet to return to the palace. Lu Heng and his sister, confined in the secret dungeon, saw no daylight but dared not complain, due to the Empress's obsessive cleanliness, which was truly terrifying. She had taken to sending people daily to bathe the 2 prisoners. They endured this ordeal at least 10 to 20 times, or even more. The guards of the dungeon shared their own plight, advising, cherish life, stay away from obsessive cleanliness. Time flowed in this manner, and Qi Qianyu's health gradually improved, stabilizing under the diligent efforts of Yi Feiqian and Qin Wanji. Through acupuncture, massage, and herbal remedies, the pallor that had previously marred his face began to give way to a hint of color, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. One day, Qianyao finally received news from the spies and the officials dispatched to gather intelligence. The ruler of Shu Kingdom publicly claimed ignorance regarding the crown prince and princess's rebellion, asserting that through investigation, he had learned they were misled by treacherous individuals, leading them to commit such heinous acts. He implored the Empress for forgiveness for himself and his children. Following this, he executed dozens, branding them as the instigators of the crown prince and princess's rebellion. With reports of their deaths being particularly brutal, he personally penned a letter pledging eternal loyalty to Fengling, which was delivered to Qianyao by the ministers of Fengling. Upon reading the letter, Qianyao let out a cold laugh, tearing the document into fragments, and remarked to Lu Yian how splendidly Lu Ba had performed this superficial charade. It was evident that the innocents he had ordered to be executed were merely that, innocent. Lu Yian lamented the fate of the wronged citizens. By the way, Yian, the spies reported that Lu Ba does not believe his beloved children are still alive. Should we not prepare a grand gift for him? What sort of grand gift? Lu Yian asked, puzzled. Qianyao rose from her seat, a wicked smile gracing her lips as she coldly replied, "Naturally. A gift that will convince him that his children are indeed alive." Chapter 0077. What is love that night? Two piercing screams echoed within the dark prison. As a shadowy figure, devoid of expression, severed the little fingers of the two victims and handed over a pre-written letter to the waiting shadow guards outside. At this moment, Qi Qianyao sat serenely within the Heilwan hall, placing her empty bowl aside, a droplet of dark medicinal soup lingering at the corner of her mouth. During this period, she had personally administered the bitter concoction, which had once been unbearably acrid, yet now failed to register on her palate. The wounds had scabbed over, her complexion now rosy. But Qi Qianyao showed no signs of awakening. Her heart grew ever colder. She was resolute in exacting vengeance upon the Shu kingdom and the shadowy figure lurking behind it. No sacrifice was too great. Half a month later, she received a response from Lu Ba, who was willing to exchange a gold mine for the lives of his two children. In his letter, he implored her to cease the torment of his offspring and expressed a fervent hope that Qi Qianyao would persuade Lu Xiaoxiu to withdraw his forces from the border. He promised to guard his children closely, ensuring that no one would discover their clandestine transaction. At that moment, Qi Qianyao learned from her spies that Lu Heng and Lu Ying were the offspring of Lu Ba and his sister, a grotesque love affair. As Lu Ba's most beloved was none other than his own sibling. Moreover, they had borne two children together. The icy countenance of Qi Qianyao, which had remained so for nearly a month, finally contorted in disbelief. This was simply too unfathomable. How could progeny born of such close kin thrive and possess sound minds? Qi Qianyao felt her perception of the world being irrevocably altered. Surely it was due to the absence of smog and environmental pollution that they had grown up unscathed. She silently consoled herself with this thought. With the gold mine secured, Qi Qianyao dispatched the 4 elite shadow guards to personally escort the two children out of the capital and into the Shu kingdom, while sending word to Lu Xiaoxiu to withdraw his troops from the border. She also commanded him to send a select detachment to assume control of Lu Ba's gold mine, ensuring that this information remained undisclosed. It was indeed the wisest choice to employ the most trained and nearest troops to manage the secretive gold mine. Regarding the insurrection in Shu, Qi Qianyao issued a proclamation, confirming that it had no ties to the sovereign of Shu, yet she delivered a stern warning to the treacherous ministers and rebels. Thus, the matter settled. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion, save for the still comatose Emperor Qi Qianyao. What, in this world, is love that compels one to pledge life and death? A month passed, and Fenglin found itself in the throes of summer's most oppressive heat. Each day, after attending the morning court, Qi Qianyao would have Jin Suo bring the memorials requiring her review to the Heilwan Hall, where she would dine, rest, and manage affairs. For the past month and a half, this had been her routine. Through the course of treatment, Qi Qianyao had begun to swallow food, and his increasingly gaunt visage had regained a hint of vitality, which filled Qi Qianyao with exhilaration. Jin Suo, pray tell, what do these old wooden stakes think? Qianyao has merely been in a coma for a month and a half, yet they all submit memorials urging me to reinstate the emperor. Qi Qianyao exclaimed in exasperation. Standing silently by the side, Jin Suo found herself momentarily at a loss for words, truly uncertain how to respond to the question posed. Despite the fact that the emperor had rescued the Empress and his handsome visage, the Empress represented the hope of Fenglin. If the emperor were to remain in a state of unconsciousness for eternity, would it not spell the end for Fenglin? However, such thoughts were ones she dared not voice to the irate Empress, choosing instead to harbor them in silence. Unable to formulate a response, she resolved to remain quiet. Chapter 0078. Awakening safely noticing Jin Suo's silence, Qi Qianyao understood the turmoil within the girl's heart. She shook her head and said, "You may leave now. I wish to be alone." With that, the aggrieved Jin Suo could only depart from Heilwan Palace, her expression laden with sorrow. Setting aside the documents in her hand, Qi Qianyao strode heavily to the bedside, taking a seat beside it. Her slender fingers gently traced the handsome features of Qi Qianyao, as her heart grew heavy with unspoken grief. Suddenly, Qi Qianyu's eyelashes fluttered, and Qi Qianyao thought she might be imagining it. Yet soon after, his fingers began to move, and his tranquil face bore the faintest hint of expression, as if he were struggling. "Water, water." Qi Qianyao laboriously uttered those two words. After a moment of stunned silence, Qi Qianyao finally realized that Qi Qianyao had regained consciousness. He was speaking. He had awakened. "Someone, quickly summon Lord Yi and the Director Qin," she called out excitedly to those outside the hall. Upon hearing her tone, Jin Suo's mood lifted, and she promptly sent a maid to relay the message before hastily re-entering the hall. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" she inquired, rushing to the bedside. "Jin Suo, quickly fetch me water. Qi has awakened." Qi Qianyao's voice trembled with joy and tears. Jin Suo swiftly dashed to the table, filled a cup with tea, and delivered it to Qi Qianyao, who then helped the emperor into a semi-sitting position. Gently, Qi Qianyao offered the warm tea to his lips, and witnessing him swallow, her heart soared with delight. He had truly awakened. After drinking, Qi Qianyao seemed to regain some strength, slowly opening his eyes to reveal the long-missed allure of his peach blossom gaze. "Your Majesty, do not cry," he murmured softly. It was only then that Qi Qianyao realized her tears had obscured her vision. "Qingyu," she spoke tenderly. Qi Qianyao managed a faint smile, returning her gaze with a gentle smile before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. In a state of panic, Qi Qianyao called out, "Where's the doctor? Where are Lord Yi and Director Qin? I have already sent someone to fetch them. This back and forth will take time. Your Majesty, please be patient." Jin Suo explained as she set Qi Qianyao down and stood by the side. Concern often leads to confusion, and such was the case with Qi Qianyao at that moment. The combination of urgency and the sweltering heat caused beads of sweat to gather on her forehead and palms, her frustration mounting as her complexion darkened. The two who had hastened to her side immediately sensed something was amiss upon entering the hall. Qin Wanji attempted to take her pulse, but she refused, saying, "The emperor has just awakened. He spoke with me moments ago, and now he has fainted again. You two must first ascertain what is happening." With a sense of helplessness, Qin Wanji and Yi Feichen had no choice but to abandon their previous course of action. They stepped forward to take Qi Qianyu's pulse for examination. After a careful observation, the two whispered, "Your Majesty, it is our humble opinion that the emperor has merely just awakened. His heart is strong, yet his spirit is insufficient, which has led to another fainting spell. However, with proper rest, he shall awaken once more." "Indeed, Your Majesty," Qin Wanji added, "the emperor's wounds have scabbed and fallen away. His pulse and breath are steady, and he has regained consciousness. After this period of rest, he will awaken again." Upon hearing their assurance that he would soon awaken, Qi Qianyao felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Jin Suo was quick to support her. The two rushed to take her pulse, only to discover that the anxious Qi Qianyao had suffered from heat stroke. Chapter 0079. The legendary union of Jin Suo, whose heart had been suspended in worry, felt a surge of relief when she learned that the Empress had merely fainted from heat stroke. When Qi Qianyao regained consciousness, Qi Qianyao was also awake. They lay in the same hall, albeit on separate beds. Their eyes met, and a smile exchanged between them resonated deeply within their hearts. Due to her illness, Qi Qianyao was excused from court, ordering the ministers to merely submit their memorials to the palace. In the following days, she enjoyed a leisurely respite, assisting the recently awakened Qi Qianyao with his rehabilitation. They spent their days strolling through the imperial garden admiring the flowers and watching the imperial guards training, while Qi Qianyao would often play the piano, with Qi Qianyao singing modern melodies beside him. Having fully recovered from her heat stroke, Qi Qianyao observed that Qi Qianyu's physical condition was gradually improving as well. He could walk and jump, even showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship for her. Their bond had grown ever deeper, or so it seemed to Qi Qianyao. "Yao Yao, I heard that you received a sandalwood screen sent by Lu Heng?" Qi Qianyao inquired casually. Qi Qianyao nodded. "Indeed, it is stored in the storeroom." Although the screen was a gift from Lu Heng, it must be said that it is undoubtedly a unique treasure of Anran continent. There was a hint of regret in her tone. "I have traveled extensively in my youth and have never encountered a sandalwood screen of such exquisite craftsmanship. I wish to see it in person," Qi Qianyao expressed with anticipation. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Qianyao agreed. After several inquiries, no suspicious aspects had been uncovered regarding the screen, and taking a brief look would pose no danger. Accompanied by palace maids and guards, they comfortably made their way to the storeroom. Qi Qianyao instructed for the doors to be opened, and they proceeded inside, guided by the guards to the innermost part of the storeroom, where they beheld the screen that had previously captivated their attention. Qi Qianyao approached and examined it for a long while before exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a rare and unparalleled treasure of Anran continent. Yao Yao, do you not think it a pity for such a masterwork to be left in a storeroom?" "It is indeed somewhat regrettable," Qi Qianyao replied sincerely. "Yao Yao, why not bestow upon me this screen? I wish to place it within the Heluan Hall for posterity." The eloquence of his words caused Qi Qianyao's cheeks to flush. The implication of his statement was unmistakably clear. Yet, she harbored reservations about the possibility of tampering with the screen. Qi Qianyao felt a flicker of concern. Qi Qianyao gently tapped the screen and remarked, What could possibly be amiss? Yao Yao, you must have investigated this screen thoroughly. I presume you uncovered nothing of significance. Qi Qianyao nodded, unable to resist Qi Qianyou's entreaty and feeling it inappropriate to decline. She understood his passion for talent, thus instructed the personnel of the Internal Affairs Office to relocate the screen to Heilwan Hall. Throughout history, love has often been blind, even leading to the disarray of the mind. Nevertheless, there are always those willing to succumb, deeply ensnared in its grasp. For several months, from summer to autumn, tranquility reigned as the gold mine, under Liu Shaoxiu's vigilant oversight, was clandestinely exploited. The edict Qi Qianyao had promulgated upon her arrival was beginning to bear fruit. While Qi Qianyao remained in a state of recovery after an extended period of unconsciousness. During these days, although they shared the same bed, they refrained from any further intimacy. This serene existence gradually instilled a sense of unease within Qi Qianyao. A life too smooth often heralds the impending tempest. Chapter 0080. Hearts in accord, she remained ever vigilant against the unseen figure lurking in the shadows, and Qing Ling was persistently dispatched outside the palace for investigations. However, she noticed a subtle shift in someone close to her, perhaps a burgeoning romance. Jin Suo, do you suppose that since Lin Shiyin passed the examination for female officials, she has lost interest in visiting my study? Qi Qianyao mused, her gaze fixed upon the memorial in her hands. Jin Suo pouted in agreement. Indeed, she has also ceased to seek my company lately. I have heard whispers that Lord Lin and General Fei seem to share a hint of a hem. The usually composed Xiao stammered when discussing gossip. A hint of what? Qi Qianyao's curiosity was piqued. 2 months prior, Lin Shiyin had resolutely informed her that she had discovered her true aspirations, after which she had applied for the position of a female official in the Internal Affairs Office, astonishingly securing the role of chief scribe in the Shunxing Sea. Although taken aback, Qi Qianyao felt a swell of pride and chose not to question her motives, instead supporting her decision by penning a letter of recommendation. Given that Lin Shiyin hailed from the Fengju Hall and was favored by the emperor, along with the emperor's personal endorsement and her own capabilities, she successfully passed the examination and attained the rank of a chief female official. As for General Fei, he was none other than Fei Lu, who had followed Qi Qianyao since childhood. During a martial arts competition among the imperial guards, Fei Lu, feeling spirited, stepped forth to compete and astonishingly defeated 10 opponents in succession. Thrilled by his prowess, Qi Qianyao conferred upon him the title of Gallant General, granted him a residence, and entrusted him with military training responsibilities, elevating him to the 5th rank. The thought of these two brought a radiant smile to Qi Qianyao's face. Xiao remained silent for a considerable time, while Jin Suo persistently gestured for her to refrain from speaking further. Should the Empress become displeased, the budding romance of Xiao Shirin could be abruptly severed. To their surprise, Qi Qianyao burst into laughter and commanded Jin Suo to summon Xiao Shirin immediately. Jin Suo, upon hearing this, playfully remarked, "Your Majesty, you wouldn't be plotting to separate the lovebirds, would you?" Qi Qianyao playfully struck her on the head, teasingly retorting, "Do I strike you as someone who would do such a thing?" "Indeed," replied Jin Suo, and like a gust of wind, she dashed out of the imperial study. Qi Qianyao withdrew her foot, commenting on Jin Suo's swiftness, noting how quickly she had been trained, and mused on the nature of the women around her. In the shadows, Feng's expression tightened, sweat beading on his forehead, afraid to utter a sound. Xiao, will you be the next to marry away from my side?" the Empress inquired. "Your Majesty, I have yet to find someone of my heart," Xiao replied earnestly. A soft, indistinct laughter echoed from somewhere, and Qi Qianyao thought to herself that autumn had arrived, drawing ever closer to spring, and the imperial study was quite lively. Jin Suo arrived at the Ministry of Justice, locating Lin Shiyin, and pulled her along toward the imperial study. Lin Shiyin was utterly bewildered by the sudden urgency, wondering if something had happened to the Empress. However, upon glimpsing Jin Suo's broad grin, revealing her gleaming white teeth, she dismissed the thought. What could possibly be afoot? Upon stepping into the imperial study, Lin Shiyin immediately sensed something was amiss. Everyone was smiling at her, particularly the Empress, whose enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with an irresistible allure. "Your humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty," Lin Shiyin curtsied. "Rise, dear Shirin. I must ask you, do you have someone in your heart?" Qi Qianyao inquired with a smile. Having flushed from her hurried run, Lin Shirin's face deepened in color upon hearing the Empress's question. Her gaze darted around until it met Jin Suo's affirming eyes, prompting her to respond, "Yes, Your Majesty, I indeed have someone I cherish. If I were to arrange a marriage for you, would you accept?" "I would be willing," Lin Shirin replied, kneeling once more. My beloved is the valiant General Filio. Her expression radiated shyness and happiness. Having received her confirmation, Qi Qianyao felt a surge of excitement, akin to that of a friend who has found someone worthy of a lifelong commitment. So you wish to marry him? Qi Qianyao began to ask, but Lin Shirin interjected. I wish to wed him. The Empress declared, in our realm, a woman may choose to marry or be married according to her own will. Jin Sua, draft the edict. I shall bestow a marriage upon Lord Lin and General Filio, and I shall also confer upon Lord Lin the title of First-Rank Lady of Command. Qi Qianyao commanded with a smile. The title of First-Rank Lady of Command holds no real power, merely a position of prestige. Qi Qianyao wished to grant her a dignified status, ensuring that her people would have a glorious marriage. I humbly express my gratitude for your gracious favor, and may our sovereign reign for eternity, Lin Shirin proclaimed as she knelt in reverence. Upon witnessing this, Qi Qianyao rose from her ornate chair and personally assisted her up, whispering words of happiness into her ear. This sentiment was directed not only at Lin Shirin, but also resonated with Lin Rue from another era. Qi Qianyao not only graciously bestowed the union upon them, but also took it upon herself to consult the Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious date, even insisting on officiating the ceremony alongside the emperor. Such immense honor and imperial grace surely incited envy among countless individuals in private. As the preparations for Lin Shirin's grand wedding progressed, Qi Qianyao's body underwent subtle changes. For reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably fatigued each evening, prompting her to seek the pulse of Qin Wanji, yet no discernible cause could be identified. She attributed it to her own exhaustion and the natural weariness of night. The date set by the Astronomical Bureau was merely 10 days away, an arduous timeline, yet one that invigorated Qi Qianyao, particularly with Qi Qianyao by her side, frequently offering guidance and suggestions. On the day of the wedding, they arrived early at the illustrious general's residence. Prior to their arrival, they had informed others to treat them as ordinary individuals, devoid of excessive formalities. The Empress's decree was absolute. Any dissent would be met with dire consequences. Thus, the guests indeed regarded them as common folk, with the timid ones choosing to overlook them entirely, fearing any misstep might displease the Empress or the Emperor, a fate that could cost them their lives. Unbeknownst to many, the Empress held the flying lady in high esteem, with all arrangements personally orchestrated by her. My niece works in the palace and has informed me that the flying lady was previously a favored maid in attendance to the Emperor, someone remarked. The Emperor dotes on her immensely. Is that so? Then I shall indulge myself, another enthusiastically responded. Seated at the head of the table, Qi Qianyao reveled in the lively discussions below, her heart brimming with joy, for this was the outcome she desired. She wanted everyone to recognize Lin Shirin as her own. Yao Yao, I thank you on behalf of Fei Lu, Qi Qianyao whispered in her ear. Your words flatter me. Fei Lu is a commendable man, and for Shirin to marry him is a blessing. Qi Qianyao replied, turning to meet his alluring gaze, her eyes shimmering with affection. Chapter 0082. A cloud of doubt in recent days. She had discreetly inquired with Yi Feichen regarding Qi Qianyu's capabilities, given his current health. He was indeed able to consummate their union. A blush crept upon her face, realizing that her thoughts had wandered far from the occasion at hand, Shirin's wedding day. Your Majesty, Emperor, long live, exclaimed a somewhat elderly gentleman as he strode forward and knelt. Qi Qianyao furrowed her brow in confusion. Who are you? I am the old servant. Lin Beishong, Lin Shirin's father. Ah, it is Lord Lin. Please rise. There's no need for excessive formality. Qi Qianyao gestured with her delicate hand, urging him to stand. However, Lin Beishong did not rise, but instead straightened his posture and bowed deeply, expressing, I am grateful for your care of my beloved daughter. The Lin family has amassed generations of fortune to receive such honor. Lord Lin, you speak too heavily. I share a profound affinity with the esteemed Lady Qianjin, and indeed, the young Shirin is worthy of such grace. Upon finishing her words, Qi Qianyao stepped forward to assist him. As Lin Songbei beheld the Empress's smile, he was reminded of her former elegance, a stark contrast to the lascivious demeanor he had previously observed. Could illness truly transform a person so drastically? Amidst their conversation, Jin Suo called out from outside, announcing the arrival of the bride and groom. There appeared Lin Shirin, veiled in red, as Fei Lu gently clasped her hand, leading her step by step towards the dais. They knelt, bowing to the Empress and the Emperor, then prostrated in homage. They honored heaven and earth with their second bow. Rising, they turned towards the outside, performing a deep bow in sincere reverence. The couple faced each other, bowing once more. With the rites completed, They were escorted into the bridal chamber. With the officiant's resounding proclamation, Fei Lu's subordinates surged forward, ushering the bride into her new abode. While he remained behind to entertain the esteemed guests, Qi Qianyao observed Fei Lu's bustling figure and heard the sounds of merriment emanating from the bridal chamber. She turned to Qi Qianyao with a gentle smile, saying, "Qianyao, let us return to the palace. I am feeling somewhat fatigued." Indeed, fatigue had been increasingly overwhelming her in recent days, the cause of which eluded her understanding. Qi Qianyao replied, wrapping his arm around her as they made their way outdoors. Jin Suo, along with a group of palace maids and guards, departed the general's residence as well. As they settled into the royal carriage for their return to the palace, Qi Qianyao could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Resting her head against Qi Qianyao and drifting off. Along the journey, Jin Suo, having noticed the Empress's unusual behavior of late, furrowed her brow with growing concern. Seizing an opportunity, she discreetly tugged at Xiao's sleeve and quietly inquired, "Xiao, have you noticed that the Empress has been excessively drowsy of late?" Xiao, who had long harbored similar suspicions, nodded in acknowledgement and pondered aloud. Indeed, it seems to occur primarily when she is in the Emperor's presence. Especially during the time spent in Heilwan Hall, she slept for an unusually long duration. Jin Suo immediately concurred, realizing she was not alone in her suspicions. Amidst the bustling crowds of the street, the two engaged in hushed conversation, and after a deliberation, they formulated a plan to ascertain the truth of their concerns. Upon returning to the palace, Qi Qianyao was gently roused by Qi Qianyao. However, she remained deeply asleep, prompting him to carry her back to Heilwan Hall. The palace maids and eunuchs looked on, whispering amongst themselves, remarking on the affectionate bond between the Empress and the Emperor. Remarkably, Qi Qianyao slept until the following morning, missing the appointed time for court assembly. Alarm surged within her. How could she have slumbered for so long? Chapter 0083. The state of slumber. Qi Qianyao pressed her hands to her head, feeling dizzy from the prolonged sleep. Turning to the side, she noticed the absence of her companion. Yet, the creased bedding indicated that Qi Qianyao had spent the night beside her. "Your Majesty, you have finally awakened," Jin Suo exclaimed, rushing into the hall at the sound of Qi Qianyao's voice. Qi Qianyao massaged her temples and chided Jin Suo. "I have slept for so long. Why did you not awaken me for court?" "Your servant dares not disturb you since your marriage to the Emperor," Jin Suo stammered. "But did the officials speak of anything in your absence from court?" "Though I did not attend, the Emperor did. He mentioned that you have been quite fatigued lately. Thus he excused you from today's morning court. The officials had little to say on the matter. However, Chancellor Lu came seeking you later, only to be halted by the Emperor at the palace entrance, claiming you were still resting and should not be disturbed." At this point, Jin Suo paused, her gaze faltering as she could not meet Qi Qianyao's eyes. Qi Qianyao's emotions wavered as she inquired, "And then?" "Then, the Emperor took the memorial delivered by Chancellor Lu to the Imperial Study to review it," Jin Suo concluded, unable to suppress a shiver. In truth, her intention behind relaying this was to draw the Empress's attention to the matter. Unfortunately, Qi Qianyao was suddenly besieged by a splitting headache, her hands vigorously massaging her temples, seemingly in an attempt to alleviate her discomfort. She offered no response. Seeing the Empress's contorted expression, Jin Suo gasped, "Your Majesty, I shall summon the chief physician, Qin." "There's no need. I merely require a moment's rest," Qi Qianyao replied, lying down once more to resume her slumber. Meanwhile, Jin Suo was increasingly convinced of her suspicions and swiftly exited Heilwan Hall, heading towards the Imperial Medical Institute. Upon her arrival, Jin Suo discovered that Chief Physician Qin had left the palace for his rounds today. This initiative was one of Qi Qianyao's endeavors for the common people, as she had established a medical clinic in the capital where palace physicians attended daily to treat impoverished citizens. Today it was Qin Wanji's turn. Along with Lord Yi, Jin Suo murmured to herself, promptly departing the Imperial Medical Institute. Yet, en route to the Bureau of Ceremonies, she was ambushed, darkness enveloping her as she fainted. Xiao had been covertly observing Qi Qianyao from the Imperial Study. Noticing he merely glanced at the memorial without taking further action, she recalled Jin Suo's words regarding their plan. She resolved to return to Heilwan Hall to check if the Empress had awakened. Just as she turned to leave, she caught sight of Qi Qianyao in the Imperial Study, his enchanting peach blossom eyes betraying a glimmer of ruthlessness. Back at Heilwan Hall, Xiao was surprised to find the palace maids outside unfamiliar, her heart racing. She entered the chamber to find the Empress still asleep on her couch. After some deliberation, Xiao approached to rouse her, but despite calling several times, the Empress did not respond. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, What could possibly be amiss with the Empress? Suddenly, she heard voices outside the door. Without a moment's thought, Xiao leaped from the window, realizing that the immediate priority was to alert others to the Empress's unusual state. Yao Yao, you lazy creature, rise and have your meal. Qi, you gently called from before the bed. As Qi Qianyao slept deeply, she caught a whiff of something fragrant, stirring slightly from her dreams. The throbbing in her head easing a touch. How long have I been asleep? Qingyu, Qi Qianyao asked, her phoenix eyes half closed. Not long ago, you see. Today I instructed the royal kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Braised pork, spicy fish head, and the leap over the dragon's gate. Come, arise and savor them. Qi Qianyao, though reluctant, rose from her bed and took a seat at the table. After picking up a piece of braised pork, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Where was Jinsuo? Qingyu, where's Jinsuo? That girl has vanished. She inquired, mouth full of meat. Oh, Jinsuo? She came to request leave, saying she received urgent news from home. Her mother has fallen gravely ill and may not survive. Qingyu replied in a remarkably calm tone. Qi Qianyao, however, did not perceive anything unusual. After forcing down a few more bites, she continued, Did you give Jinsuo some silver? Qingyu nodded, acknowledging that she was your closest confidant, and naturally, she received a substantial amount. That is good. Having eaten a little and sipped a bowl of soup, drowsiness overtook her once more. Qi Qianyao yawned several times, covering her mouth, and murmured, Qingyu, what is happening to me? I can't seem to stop thinking about sleep. Yao Yao, you are simply overworked. If you feel the urge to sleep, then do so. I shall handle everything. Qingyu's voice, soothing as a lullaby, resonated, prompting Qi Qianyao to groggily approach the bed and succumb to slumber once again. A hint of mockery played at the corners of Qingyu's mouth. How audacious she was. When Jinsuo awoke from her unconsciousness, her hands and feet were bound, and she found herself engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. Straining to listen, she discerned the sound of flowing water. She cried out for help, only to be met with echoes, with no response. Panic and despair consumed her as she struggled in the darkness for what felt like an eternity. Just as she was on the verge of surrender, she recalled the emperor. The emperor had treated her with such kindness. Once a mere palace maid of no renown, she had been valued and favored. He never made her perform menial or arduous tasks, delegating only light duties while frequently inquiring after her well-being, treating her as a friend and imparting valuable lessons on life and duty. No, she could not simply give up. She must escape this darkness. She had to save the Empress and expose Qingyu's hypocritical facade. Qi Qianyao was unaware of how long she had been asleep. Upon awakening, daylight still bathed the outside world. She struggled to rise from the bed and called out, Is anyone there? Xiao, Jinsuo, Qingling, where are you? After her cries, she remembered that Qingling had been dispatched by her, and even her shadow guard had been sent away, all due to the recent intelligence regarding the traitor. Jinsuo's mother has fallen ill, and she has gone home, Qi Qianyao muttered. And where is Xiao? As this thought crossed her mind, she called out again, Xiao, where have you all gone? After a prolonged silence, there was still no response, nor did anyone enter the hall. Stealthily, she rose from the bed, donned a cloak from the rack, and made her way toward the door. Just as she was about to open it, Qingyu pushed the door open from the outside. As if grasping a lifeline, she inquired of Qingyu in confusion, Where have you been? And where is Xiao? I called out for quite some time. Yet no one came in. Qingyu chuckled gently, placing his hands on her shoulders, and replied leisurely, Today is the official examination for military officers. Have you forgotten? Perhaps the young ladies have been caught up in their merriment, eager to witness the grandeur of the future martial champions at the training grounds. Chapter 0085. The splendor on horseback. Oh, then shall we go as well? Qi Qianyao expressed her desire, for she had yet to witness the military examination. I too wish to see it. Qingyu regarded her with an amused smile and nodded. Very well, I shall accompany you. Subsequently, he assisted her in donning a simple yet elegant outfit, meticulously enhancing her brows and tying her hair. Qi Qianyao transformed into a female warrior, exuding a vigor that surpassed even that of men. For a fleeting moment, Qingyu found himself momentarily entranced. Once they were dressed, Qingyu took her hand and exited the Heilwan Hall. Outside, several young palace maids awaited them, unfamiliar to Qi Qianyao, who refrained from inquiring, thinking they might be new arrivals in the palace. As the two, clad in their vigorous attire, appeared at the training grounds, they elicited waves of astonished gasps. Hasn't the Empress not attended court for several days? How could she appear here? It is said that the Emperor summoned her. Had it not been for his assistance in managing affairs of state, I suspect the court would be in disarray. Indeed, I have heard that the Empress has been confined to the Heluan Hall, either sleeping or cough, you know. Alas, Qi Qianyao, whose hearing was not as keen, remained oblivious to their discussions. Upon seeing the Empress and Emperor simultaneously appear, the examiners promptly vacated their seats. Qi Qianyao expressed her gratitude and, alongside Qi Qianyao, took a seat to observe the military examination below. The current event was horseback archery, a test not only of equestrian skill but also of marksmanship. A young man on horseback executed a backflip before drawing an arrow, aiming, and shooting, hitting the bullseye, prompting a chorus of applause from the onlookers. After witnessing 10 participants, only 3 managed to hit the target 3 times in succession, qualifying them for the next round. Just as the examiner was about to announce the results, Qi Qianyao calmly interjected, "I wish to give it a try." As her words resonated, the crowd, including those within the arena, wore expressions of disbelief. Only Qi Qianyao, beaming with delight, remarked, "The Empress wishes to try. Do you not desire it? How could you possibly refuse?" The crowd shook their heads vigorously, as if in a frenzy. "Yao Yao, be careful," Qi Qianyao whispered beside her. "I will be, Qianyao," she assured him, and with that, Qi Qianyao strode confidently forward, leaping several times to enter the arena, her stunning visage now radiating with a dazzling brilliance. A flicker of doubt crossed Qi Qianyao's mind. The information he had received indicated that Qi Qianyao could neither ride nor shoot arrows. He had merely intended to provoke her, hoping to stir her competitive spirit, yet to his astonishment, the confidence she exhibited on her face suggested otherwise. At that moment, Qi Qianyao assumed the standard posture of a royal equestrian, gracefully mounting the horse with a fluidity that made a sound as her legs pressed against the steed's flanks. The horse, obedient beneath her, galloped several laps around the arena, while she demonstrated a series of equestrian maneuvers, a playful reminder of her university mentor, a graduate of the Royal Academy, who was passionate about horseback riding. In her previous life, she had diligently saved money from tutoring to acquire the necessary skills, enduring a month of eating instant noodles to do so. With a swift motion, she drew an arrow, aimed, and shot, striking the bullseye. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Who would have imagined that their Empress could display such grace and mastery while mounted? Chapter 0086. The Winds of Change. Qi Qianyao furrowed his brow. This was entirely unexpected. He casually signaled towards a particular direction, and someone understood, picking up a stone from the ground and flicking it towards the horse's hooves. As anticipated, the old steed faltered, collapsing and taking Qi Qianyao down with it. She hit the ground with a violent thud, losing consciousness, just before succumbing to darkness. Her instinct compelled her to glance at Qi Qianyao, who was smiling. Now, Qi Qianyao felt a wave of pain coursing through her body, her head throbbing as if besieged by a multitude of ants. She remembered falling from the horse and the smile of Qi Qianyao before she lost consciousness. A chilling sensation enveloped her heart. She longed to speak, but her dry throat betrayed her, silencing her voice. Unbeknownst to her, the palace had undergone a profound transformation. Not only the palace but the entire capital, even Fenglin, had changed. When she finally mustered the strength to open her eyes, she found herself lying in the Fengju Hall, the dim candlelight flickering in the vast emptiness of the palace, enveloped in an eerie silence. "Someone," Qi Qianyao whispered faintly, but her voice was swallowed by the stillness. She realized that she might have fallen into an endless trap, yet she dared not dwell on it. That smile seemed to suggest that the source of all this turmoil lay with him. The fall had been severe, resulting in several minor fractures that sent waves of pain throughout her body. Within the Heluan Hall, Qi Qianyao resumed his true demeanor, icy and menacing. He addressed the kneeling figures clad in black, commanding, "Search. Scour the entire palace and find that little palace maid." "Yes," replied dozens of black-clad figures, swiftly darting from the hall and disappearing into the night. A sinister smile played on Qi Qianyao's lips, his peach blossom eyes glinting ominously. He could not allow years of meticulous planning to be thwarted by a mere girl. At that moment, a handsome man clad in armor entered from outside the hall, his subordinate. "Filiu." He held a serpent-shaped sword in his hand, kneeling respectfully as he addressed, "Master, the Prime Minister's residence and the General's manor are currently besieged by our forces. Furthermore, Zhang Yong has replaced all the guards inside and outside the capital with our own men. Without your permission, not even a mosquito can enter." "Excellent. You shall lead the troops to the homes of the officials and allow them to choose their path," Qi Qianyao said, his long fingers lightly tapping on the table, producing a crisp sound. At this moment, everything was under his control. Zhang Yong, the valiant general, along with his father, the deputy minister of war, Zhang Hao, had been his eyes and ears in the capital for years. Qi Qianyao turned to glance at the screen in the hall, a chilling smile evident on his face, seemingly mocking the self-righteous Qi Qianyao. The palace was under strict guard, and no one was permitted to enter or leave the city. Any intruders would be met with merciless execution. At that moment, Qing Ling, accompanied by her men, had been lured to a trap 100 miles outside the capital, drawn by misleading clues. As she pursued the trail, she unwittingly fell into the snare. By the time she sensed something amiss, it was too late. Their forces inside and outside the capital had been completely annihilated. She could only retreat with her dwindling companions back to the city, but alas, even her meticulously chosen team had been infiltrated by Qi Qingyao's loyalists. Qing Ling and her subordinates were captured and imprisoned in the dungeons of the capital. Chapter 0087. Deeply entrapped with a creak, the doors of the Phoenix Palace swung open, revealing Qi Qianyao, the source of all confusion. "What have you done to me?" Qi Qianyao screamed from her bed. Qi Qianyao sat leisurely in a chair, a playful smile on his lips. "Isn't it a bit late to be asking what I've done to you? Humph. You have brazenly carried out all these deeds. Do you think my people are ignorant? Do not forget, I still hold a trump card." With a voice nearly hoarse, Qi Qianyao coughed uncontrollably after speaking. "Are you referring to Lu Xiaoxiu?" "Indeed. He is rather difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, he is far away on the borders. By the time he arrives with his army in the capital, my affairs will already be concluded. And do you know what is most crucial? The most important thing is that no one will be there to inform your Lu Xiaoxiu." Qi Qianyao laughed maniacally. Qi Qianyao mustered all her strength to disdainfully snort. "Oh, and do not expect your most cherished ones to come to your rescue. Just lie here obediently and witness how I ascend the throne. Remember, it was you who abdicated to me." With that, Qi Qianyao laughed heartily once more and departed from the Phoenix Palace. Qi Qianyao, upon hearing his words, felt her body stiffen, a chill penetrating to her bones. She could not fathom why Qi Qianyao was acting this way. He had not been like this before. A splitting headache surged through her, and gasping in pain, she succumbed to unconsciousness. On the following dawn, Emperor Qi Qianyao, bearing the edict of the beloved Qi Qianyao, entered the Chengqian Palace with a countenance steeped in sorrow. He addressed the officials within, stating that the Empress was gravely ill, as diagnosed by the imperial physician, with little time remaining. Thus, for the sake of the empire, she had bequeathed the throne to him. "I shall not betray the imperial grace, lingering in Chengqian Palace for eternity." The ministers present had evidently pledged their allegiance to Qi Qianyao. Some did so of their own volition, while others, having their families in his grasp, were compelled to comply. Those who resisted, naturally, were absent from the hall. An edict personally drafted by Qi Qianyao thus spread throughout the capital. Far away on the frontier, Lu Xiaoxiu remained blissfully unaware of the seismic shifts occurring in the capital. A distance of 1,000 miles separated the frontier from the capital, and Qi Qianyao was correct. By the time the news reached Lu, it would indeed be too late for him to intervene. The citizens of the capital reacted with mixed emotions. Some rejoiced, while others lamented for the Empress, and certain men secretly celebrated the ascension of a male ruler. Trapped in darkness, Jin Suo, after enduring struggles and the pangs of hunger, finally groped her way to a stone in the shadows, seemingly grasping at hope. With fervor, she began to rub the stone against her bindings. Meanwhile, the elusive Shadow Guard, engaged in a fierce battle against a group of dark-clad assailants in the outskirts, found themselves ensnared in a trap while pursuing leads, now grievously wounded and once again surrounded. They fought valiantly. It seemed that all those close to Qi Qianyao were ensnared in dire straits. Your Majesty, please awaken." The ever-cautious Xiaoxiu, having learned of the Empress's presence in Fengju Palace, reluctantly set aside her escape plans to see how the Empress fared. Qi Qianyao sensed someone speaking, calling her name, and with great effort, she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xiaoxiu by the window, her heart swelled with joy. "Your Majesty, it is a relief to see you unharmed. You cannot imagine." Xiaoxiu relayed all the news she had gleaned while hiding within the palace for several days. Chapter 088. The death of Xiaoxiu. The light in Qi Qianyao's eyes dimmed as she realized that the traitor lurking among them was none other than the Deputy Minister of War and his son. "What of the others?" she inquired. "I have not seen Jin Suo, nor have I any knowledge of Lord Qin or Lord Yi," Xiaoxiu replied, her disappointment evident. "Xiaoxiu, find a way to leave the palace and relay the news to Lu Xiaoxiu. He will surely come with an army to rescue us. At this juncture, he is truly our only hope." "Very well, Your Majesty, you must hold on. I shall endeavor to escape and deliver the message." Xiaoxiu's ordinary visage now radiated an unwavering determination. "Huh, do you truly believe your plans will unfold as you wish?" With that, Qi Qianyao arrogantly pushed open the door and entered. His subordinates searched throughout the night, but failed to locate the missing girl. He had indeed underestimated her all along, compelling him to devise a plan to draw her into the Phoenix residence. Otherwise, did she truly believe she could enter the palace so easily? Xiao, hurry! Qi Qianyao shouted. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao attempted to flee, only to find all escape routes tightly sealed by Qi Qianyu's men. With a desperate resolve, she aimed to capture Qi Qianyu, but before she could execute her move, he pressed the seven-star sword against her neck. Qi Qianyu's speed was unparalleled, so swift. Under his grasp, Xiao felt as fragile as an ant ready to be crushed. Qi Qianyu, let her go? Qi Qianyao roared. Why should I? Do you truly believe you have any grounds to negotiate at this point? With that, Qi Qianyu nonchalantly drew the sword across Xiao's throat, deepening the crimson line as blood gushed forth. Qi Qianyao, you are unworthy, he declared, sheathing the seven-star sword and turning to depart the Phoenix residence. Xiao's lifeless body lay on the ground, still struggling, unwilling to succumb to death. Xiao. Qi Qianyao's voice pierced the air in a furious cry. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the pillow as she struggled to rise from her bed. With a thud, she fell to the floor, desperately crawling towards Xiao's body. She could not allow her friend to depart this world with unclosed eyes. Qi Qianyu returned to the Heluan Hall, stained with a few drops of blood, disdainfully ordering his servants to bring him a fresh brocade robe. Qi Qianyao, in a state of disarray, crawled to Xiao's side, gently closing her unseeing eyes. Xiao, rest easy. I shall avenge you if I can escape this place, she whispered. Pain began to torment Qi Qianyao, yet she persevered through the agony, refusing to lose consciousness again. After enduring that inhumane suffering, she crawled toward the ornate chair, her hands clutching the intricately carved phoenix as she summoned the strength to rise and sit upon it. Grabbing tea and pastries nearby, she forcefully consumed them. She needed to regain her strength and conserve her energy for the trials ahead. The Prime Minister's residence of Lu'en was already besieged, impenetrable as a fortress. No mosquitoes could escape, nor flies could enter. Her network of informants had been severed, leaving her in ignorance of the events transpiring outside. Yet she sensed that something monumental was occurring within the palace. Reason dictated that she must not act rashly. She needed to find a way to escape the Prime Minister's residence. In the midst of their predicament, the others began to resist. Chapter 0089. Struggles and Adversity. When Jin Suo finally managed to sever the ropes binding her with stones, she hastily untied the cords around her feet and staggered, following the sound of water. After an indeterminate time, she finally glimpsed a flicker of light. It was the moon. Jin Suo, she gasped in delight, quickening her pace to escape the suffocating darkness of the cave. Once outside, she discovered she had been cast into a desolate graveyard on the outskirts. Perhaps it was her fortunate fate that she fell into a dark pit, landing in a cavern. The timid girl spent a considerable amount of time in the graveyard before she stumbled upon a woman who had been deceased for an unknown period. With no time to ponder the situation, she shed her own regal attire and donned the garments stripped from the corpse. She made her way to a nearby riverbank, attempting to cleanse herself somewhat. Judging the direction, she recalled the method taught to her by the emperor. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body and the unpleasant stench clinging to her, she hurried towards the capital. The graveyard was not far from the capital, though the path was treacherous. Jin Suo stumbled numerous times, her hands and feet grazed and wounded, yet she finally arrived at the city gates, only to find them heavily guarded, with soldiers patrolling incessantly. At that moment, she was unaware that these guards were no longer loyal to the Empress. Seeing a glimmer of hope, she dashed towards the gate, ready to cry for help. Just as the words were about to escape her lips, a hand suddenly covered her mouth. Turning around, she was startled to find Feng, a member of the Shadow Guards. In a secluded spot, Jin Suo discovered that the once mysterious and formidable Shadow Guards had dwindled to merely 4 members, all bearing injuries. What happened? Jin Suo asked in alarm. We were betrayed. All the brothers of the Shadow Guards perished, leaving only the 4 of us, Feng replied with palpable anger. Jin Suo could hardly believe it. Were not the Shadow Guards all exceptional masters? Rain, typically fastidious, was drenched in blood, his eyes blazing with fury as he explained that they had been ambushed by trained phantoms, and surviving 2 traps was nothing short of a miracle. And you? How did you sustain such injuries? Feng inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity. Jin Suo recounted her previous suspicions, her summons for a physician, her ambush, and her entrapment in the cavern among the corpses. The 4 exchanged glances, their perception of the young girl shifting dramatically. What shall we do now? Jin Suo asked Feng, her uncertainty evident. The citizens of the capital have been deceived by Qi Qianyao. Our immediate priority is to convey the truth about the palace's situation, Feng stated coolly. Jin Suo found this reasoning sound. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, how shall we proceed? The four exchanged glances. Given their current injuries, seeking external aid was impossible, leaving them to rely on others. Can Jin Suo and Lin Shirin be trusted? Feng pondered aloud after careful consideration. Jin Suo seriously contemplated this question, recalling their moments spent together in the palace and the kindness bestowed upon her by the Empress. However, Lin Shirin was now married to Filiu, a confidant of Qi Qianyao. Could she still be trusted? After much deliberation, Jin Suo concluded, whether she is trustworthy or not, we can only attempt it once. I can only hope she does not betray the Empress's past kindness towards her. With that, the group swiftly devised a plan. Feng, Yu Lei, and Jian would create chaos to draw the attention of the guards at the city gates, allowing Jin Suo to sneak into the city and seek Lin Shirin's assistance. Chapter 0090. A call for help. Suddenly, a cacophony of intense combat erupted, swiftly capturing the attention of the soldiers who seized their weapons and rushed towards the source of the commotion. Feng promptly darted out, dispatching the remaining soldiers with a single move, while Jin Suo pressed on, charging into the city with fervor. Upon witnessing Jin Suo's entrance, Feng hastened to assist his comrade. Presently, it seems only the residences of General Shan Yong and General Ing Yong remained unencircled by heavy troops. Jin Suo had visited on the day of Lin Shirin's grand wedding and quickly arrived outside the residence of General Ing Yong, knowing the front entrance was impassable. Thus, she circled around to the back door. As she pondered her next move, her gaze fell upon a large barrel stationed beside the residence, designated for collecting refuse. Mimicking the method she had observed outside the city gates, she gathered a few small stones and tossed them into the distance, successfully drawing the guards' attention. Seizing the opportunity, Jin Suo slipped into the barrel. Fortunately, it was still early, and the barrel contained no refuse. She concealed her mouth and nose with trembling hands. After enduring several hours in the barrel, dawn broke, and someone approached, lifting the barrel and placing it onto a cart that was drawn into the residence through the back entrance. Jin Suo cautiously peered through the lid's crevice, observing that the cart had halted in the backyard. The cart driver, urgently needing to relieve himself, left, allowing her to swiftly leap from the barrel. The backyard was devoid of guards, and with her newfound evasion skills, she deftly avoided several patrols. Guided by her memory, Jin Suo arrived at the door of the bridal chamber, where candlelight flickered inside, and two figures were engaged in conversation. Unable to discern their words, she soon saw Filiu exit the room, with Lin Shirin cautioning him, "Husband, do take care. Fear not. The troublemakers have been apprehended. I merely intend to interrogate them." Filiu replied nonchalantly, leaving Jin Suo astonished. Troublemakers? Could it be that the shadow guards have been captured? She vehemently shook her head, dismissing the thought. Those four were formidable and surely would be fine. Seeing Filiu exit the courtyard and finding it vacant, Jin Suo stealthily approached the room, waiting for the opportune moment to enter. "Who are you?" Lin Shirin cried out. Jin Suo quickly raised her hand, whispering, "It's me, Shirin. I am Jin Suo." "My lady, what troubles you?" A guard outside inquired. "Cough. It's nothing. A mouse entered the room, but I have driven it away," Lin Shirin replied calmly. Once the guard departed, she seized Jin Suo's arm, asking, "What has happened? Why do you look this way?" "Ah, it's a long story," Jin Suo lamented, sinking to the ground as she recounted the events of her recent tribulations, embellishing certain aspects of her plight to evoke Lin Shirin's sympathy and elicit her assistance. Upon hearing her tale, Lin Shirin's eyes brimmed with tears as she implored, "Jin Suo, tell me how I can help. I never imagined that Emperor Qi Qianyao could be such a person." Upon witnessing Lin Shirin's reaction, which resonated with her own fervor, Jin Suo did not hesitate. She swiftly climbed to the side, retrieved the 4 treasures of the study from the table, and penned a letter of distress to the Grand General of the state. In conclusion, she produced a unique token belonging to the shadow guards from her bosom and entrusted it to Lin Shirin, saying, "Little Shirin, the Emperor has been so kind to you. This time, you must assist him. Deliver this letter and token out of the capital. Filiu is a confidant of Qi Qianyao. I am confident you will find a way. As for General Fei, as long as he has not committed heinous acts, I believe the Emperor will surely pardon him." Chapter 0091. The poison of heart corrosion. Lin Shirin accepted the letter and token, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she vowed, "I will do so. Without the Emperor, there would be no me today." Upon witnessing her earnest demeanor, Jin Suo felt a weight lift from her heart. As dawn broke, she realized she must hasten to the palace to ascertain the fate of the Empress. "Little Shirin, I must take my leave." "Take care," she said, hastily grabbing a few pastries from the table and quickly exiting the room. She was utterly famished, after all. No sooner had Jean Saw departed than Lin Shireen wiped her tears with a handkerchief, gazing at the letter in her hand for a moment. Removing the lampshade by the window, she set the letter ablaze, reducing it to ashes. As for the token, she did not even glance at it. Instead, she marched to the kitchen and cast it directly into the stove. Once the letter was sent, Lu Xiaoxiu would undoubtedly lead an army to the capital, and neither Qi Qianyao nor Filiu would survive. She loved Filiu and could not bear the thought of his death. Thus, she regrettably chose to betray the trust of Qi Qianyao and Jean Suo. Unbeknownst to Jean Suo, all of this transpired quietly. Within the palace, a figure stealthily evaded the guards, moving with such swiftness that even in daylight, he was difficult to detect. At that moment, Qi Qianyao sat upon the throne in the Phoenix Hall, enduring excruciating pain and overwhelming drowsiness, which left her in torment. Her hand clenched tightly around a sharp hairpin. Her lips bloodied from biting down, her gaze fierce as she fixed her eyes on the palace door. If she could not escape, she would take matters into her own hands and ensure he suffered, even if it meant her own demise. The shadow darted about, seemingly in search of something. At last, upon reaching the Phoenix Hall, he found the object of his desperate quest, Qi Qianyao. Employing a few silver needles, he incapacitated the guards outside, sealing their acupoints. With a swift turn, he entered the hall. Hearing the commotion, Qi Qianyao glanced toward the side door and beheld a figure, none other than the long-missing Yi Feichen. Master Yi, Qi Qianyao rasped, her voice hoarse. Seeing Qi Qianyao alive brought a sigh of relief to Yi Feichen, who did not speak, but stepped forward to grasp her wrist. Checking her pulse. As he had suspected, Qi Qianyao had been poisoned, afflicted with the most dreadful and enigmatic heart corrosion powder from the Aran continent. The torment surged through her nerves once more, and despite her fierce resistance, all efforts against the heart corrosion were futile. Unable to endure, Qi Qianyao felt a wave of heat rise in her throat, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Feichen deftly turned his wrist and retrieved a set of silver needles from his sleeve. He skillfully punctured 9 acupoints on Qi Qianyao, including Bai Wei, Tanzhong, Shinkei, and Shinting, driving the needles 3/10 deep. This act momentarily alleviated Qi Qianyao's afflictions, diminishing her excruciating headache and drowsiness. Master Yi, what poison have I been afflicted with? Qi Qianyao inquired softly. Yi Feichen instinctively pressed his lips together and replied, "It is the heart-corroding powder, a slow-acting poison. Initially, it induces headaches and lethargy, but ultimately, it seizes one's mind, rendering the victim a mere puppet." Upon hearing the nature of her poison, along with its symptoms and consequences, Qi Qianyao let out a cold laugh. Heart-corroding powder, a puppet? Huh, I shall not let him have his way. After her declaration, Yi Feichen remained silent, withholding the grim truth that there was currently no antidote for the heart-corroding powder. As he noted that the guard's paralysis would soon end, he spoke again. The palace is now filled with his people, heavily guarded. I must leave to seek assistance from others. Chapter 0092. The truth revealed before he could finish his thought. Qi Qianyao interjected, I am already aware of that. Moreover, having me with you is a burden. If you can escape the palace and relay the message, rest assured, I will endure until help arrives. She no longer referred to herself as I, as the title had lost its significance. Those willing to risk danger for her were worthy of her sincere regard. As Yi Feichen prepared to depart, he produced a porcelain vial containing a detoxifying pill. While it could not cure the poison, it would provide temporary relief from her symptoms. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the lifeless body of Xiaoxiu on the ground, now rigid and devoid of vitality. A pang of sorrow struck him. He had never anticipated that Qi Qianyao could be so cruel. Not long after his departure, the guards outside broke free from their paralysis and forcefully opened the palace doors, only to find Qi Qianyao unharmed within. Slightly relieved, they retreated. After attending to pressing matters, Qi Qianyao was informed by his subordinates that someone had intruded into the Phoenix residence but had not taken her away. Intrigued, he made his way from the study to the hall, observing the corpse still sprawled on the floor. With mild dissatisfaction, he summoned others to remove the body. Qi Qianyao remained silent. The man before her was mad. If she insisted on keeping the body, Xiaoxiu might end up without even a complete corpse. Qi Qianyao found a chair and sat down with delight, gazing at Qi Qianyao, who looked at him with loathing. Why haven't you fled? You're still alive. Why would I run? Oh, do you wish to see me dead? That would surely disappoint our Empress. It seems you will never witness my demise, for you shall perish before me. With that, Qi Qianyao threw back his head and laughed heartily. Qi Qianyao felt a chill at his laughter, regretting her previous infatuation with him. Why? She could not help but ask. Because a woman should not be an empress. Qi Qianyao could not suppress a laugh. Isn't it you who cannot resist the allure of power? You are partially correct, but don't you wish to know how I poisoned you? Qi Qianyao observed her with amusement. I do not wish to know. Qi Qianyao turned her face away, refusing to look at him any longer. However, Qi Qianyao had no intention of granting her wish. He stepped forward and, with a firm grip, seized her chin, forcing her face to face him. In his devilish voice, he began to recount the details of his poison plot, including the schemes of feigned suffering and the assassination by the songstress, which was indeed part of their plan. Yet, he had never anticipated the depth of the songstress's love for Lian Rong. That single strike had been devastating, surpassing everyone's expectations. Nevertheless, it became a blessing in disguise. That unforeseen attack caused Qi Qianyao to lower her defenses completely, saving him the trouble of executing his meticulously crafted scheme. It also precipitated the advancement of their plans. As for why Qi Qianyao succumbed to the poison while he remained unscathed, it was because she was subjected to a slow poisoning without preparation. In contrast, he had been taking a measured dose of the antidote daily, preventing the toxin from accumulating within him. In the end, he revealed to Qi Qianyao a shocking truth. The entire scheme had been orchestrated by her uncle, Qi Qianyao, who had promised Qi Qianyao a throne. In exchange, Qi Qianyao granted him the freedom of Qi Nation and its territories. Upon hearing this, Qi Qianyao's mind was set at ease, unraveling the confounding questions that had plagued her. She finally comprehended that those surrounding her were all wearing masks. Despite her modern upbringing and progressive thoughts, she was utterly outmatched in the treacherous game of palace intrigue. Even her perceived victory over the Shu kingdom had been a mere allowance from Qi Qianyao, intended to foster her trust in those around her and to empower them. Chapter 0093, Sacrificing for Salvation. Qi Qianyao spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, unceremoniously splattering it across Qi Qianyao's face. He released his hold on her and pulled a silk handkerchief from his sleeve, vigorously wiping away the filth from his visage, his smile only widening. This version of Qi Qianyao was truly amusing. With a forceful flick, he discarded the handkerchief onto the ground and instructed his guards to keep a close watch on Qi Qianyao, ensuring not even a mosquito could enter. He had more pressing matters to attend to: his ascension to the throne. He aimed to ascend smoothly, backed by the loyalty of his ministers, so that even if Lu Xiaoxiu arrived with an army at the capital, there would be no recourse. After Qi Qianyu's departure, Qi Qianyao, who had begun to feel a semblance of improvement, found her heart agitated once more due to the intense emotions surging within her. She endeavored to maintain her composure and swallowed an antidote pill. In the prolonged silence, she came to many realizations. She incessantly reflected on her missteps, recognizing that her greatest weakness lay in her excessive trust in others, completely forgetting that this was an era rife with struggles. For the sake of power, anyone could disregard everything. Suddenly, she no longer wished for anyone to save her. Qi Qianyu's cunning and ruthlessness were unparalleled by any among them. Her only hope now was that those around her could survive and thrive. The verdant mountains remain, and thus, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Yet, circumstances often deviate from one's desires. In the stillness of the night, Qi Qianyao sat languidly on her ornate chair, teetering on the brink of slumber, when the plaintive cry of a cat jolted her awake. It was a signal from Jin Suo. She searched for Jin Suo's silhouette amidst the darkness, only to be startled by a commotion outside, the footsteps gradually receding. A beam of moonlight suddenly pierced the roof, casting down a rope. The clumsy Jin Suo, once the subject of Qi Qianyao's jest, now descended silently into the chamber. Under immense pressure, the latent potential of a person is unfathomable. Jin Suo, you must flee. The guards will return shortly, Qi Qianyao said, her heart heavy as she addressed the shadow. Jin Suo made a shushing gesture, signaling her to remain silent. She then approached Qi Qianyao without a sound, beginning to remove her garments. Bewildered, Qi Qianyao began to comprehend her intentions. You must leave. Xiaoxiu is dead. You cannot sacrifice yourself for me. Jin Suo, have you forgotten? I am the Empress. I will find a way to escape. Upon hearing Qi Qianyao's words about Xiaoxiu's demise, Jin Suo paused momentarily, then continued, Your Majesty, the Qin court minister will likely not hold out much longer. I have already sent word to General Lu through Xiao Shirin. You must exit the palace first. Once General Lu's army arrives, victory will be ours. It turned out that after Jin Suo left the general's residence, she had concealed herself outside the palace, seeking an opportunity to enter, inadvertently encountering Qin Wanji, who was also waiting for a chance. The two conspired and mingled within the preparations for the new emperor's ascension, gaining entry into the palace. Qin Wanji created a diversion to lead the guards away, while Jin Suo employed the techniques once imparted by Feng to infiltrate the hall, intending to switch places with the Empress. Upon hearing their plan, tears streamed uncontrollably down Qi Qianyao's face. If she did not leave soon, not only would Jin Suo perish, but Wanji would also meet her doom due to the guards' pursuit. In silent accord, they swiftly exchanged attire. At that moment, an idea struck Qi Qianyao. She carefully approached the wardrobe and retrieved a box from the bottom shelf. This was a mask crafted by the steward of the general's residence. On that day, she had asked Lu Yan to assist in bringing it into the palace. Lost in her romantic entanglements, she had carelessly stowed it away and forgotten about it. Opening the box, illuminated by the moonlight, a rather unsettling mask came into view. Its visage was exceedingly plain, contrasting sharply with her own striking features that drew attention. Without hesitation, Qi Qianyao donned the mask, which fit perfectly. As she discerned the approaching footsteps of the next wave of guards, she enveloped Jin Suo in an embrace, assuring her that she would come back with help. Initially, she intended to climb the rope to the roof and escape, but weakened by poison, her strength faltered. At that moment, Qi Qianyao lost her balance and instinctively grasped a hanging curtain to steady herself. With a sudden sound akin to a brush sweeping across a surface, a narrow passage, just wide enough for a single person to traverse, emerged from the previously unoccupied space surrounded by 4 grand golden pillars. Both individuals were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected scene, yet a sense of exhilaration washed over them. Qi New York swiftly grasped Jae-in-su's hand, urging, "Let us escape together. They are unlikely to discover this passageway for the time being. We still have time." Upon hearing this, Jae-in-su hesitated for a fleeting moment. Indeed, this was a rare opportunity. However, she felt compelled to buy more time for the Empress, vowing to prevent any further mishaps. Remaining behind, she could still delay the guards as much as possible. With resolute determination, Jae-in-su forcefully pried Qi New York's hands from her wrist. Her striking phoenix eyes gleaming with an indomitable spirit as she declared, "Your Majesty, Jae-in-su has no regrets in this life. You must survive. For the sake of FNGLN, for the maidservant and She 11, and for the fallen shadow guards." Jae-in-su, Qi New York cried out. As the sounds of approaching footsteps grew increasingly imminent, Jae-in-su urged her to proceed. Reluctantly, Qi New York began her descent down the stone steps of the passage. The stone door behind her promptly sealed shut. Jae-in-su hastily restored the surrounding area to its original state. Even if it cost her life, she could not allow anyone to discover the Empress before she escaped. Suddenly, the palace doors swung open, and the guards, upon seeing Qi New York still slumped on the throne, looked up to notice the ropes dangling from the ceiling. They immediately pursued the perceived escape route. In their eyes, Qi New York had been poisoned and was incapable of fleeing. The traces on the ceiling surely indicated the presence of someone who had come to relay news. Once the guards had vacated the grand hall, Jae-in-su finally lifted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Qi New York ventured into the passage, the oil lamps affixed to the stone walls ignited spontaneously. Surely, every emperor's chamber possessed such a hidden corridor. However, as Qi New York's spirit occupied this body, she was oblivious to the existence of this clandestine passage concealed amidst the 4 golden pillars. Indeed, the most perilous locations often harbored the greatest safety. Leaning against the stone wall, Qi New York quickened her pace, determined to exit this passage and hasten her entry into the palace, thereby increasing Jae-in-su's chances of survival. The passage was lengthy, and Qi New York was certain that emerging from it would lead her outside the palace. She dared not pause for rest, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Just as she felt on the brink of collapse, the passage finally came to an end, yet no door was in sight. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, she began to explore the walls, unwilling to believe that the Empress who had designed this passage would neglect to leave an exit. As she searched, she discovered a peculiar stone brick. After striking it several times with no response, Qi New York forcefully pried it loose, her fingers sustaining several scrapes in the process. Behind the stone brick lay a recess, and upon touching it, she realized that its shape remarkably mirrored that of her jade pendant. Chapter 0095, No Regrets in Death. Removing the pendant from her neck, she placed it into the recess, and immediately, some rubble and dirt fell from above. When she looked up, she beheld a square opening revealed above her. It must be said that the Empress who designed this passage, regardless of her identity, truly left a complete escape route. Even if the pursuers discovered the secret path, without the jade pendant, they would require a certain amount of time to unlock it. This time was sufficient for a swift escape. As the stone cover of the secret passage closed automatically, Qi Qianyao covered it with ample dirt and branches. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself in a forest, one that she did not recognize. At this moment, dawn was breaking, nearly 4 o'clock, and she estimated that her position was in the outskirts of the capital. Given her current appearance, if she were to re-enter the city, she would undoubtedly attract the suspicion of the spies surrounding Qi Qianyao. Therefore, she decided to recuperate before devising a plan to change into ordinary clothes. She intended to find an opportunity to blend back into the capital and make contact with Lu Yan. After orienting herself in the woods, she committed the location to memory. This was the western outskirts of the capital. She vaguely recalled that a village should be nearby, so she chose a distinctly different path. After a brief rest, she erased her traces using her own methods and set off in the opposite direction as the sky gradually brightened. Within the palace, Jean Suashin in the Phoenix residence remained still. She knew that once dawn broke, her identity would be immediately revealed, and she seemed to hear the familiar sounds of ceremonial music. This melody was reminiscent of the day 5 years ago when the Empress ascended the throne. The very music she had heard upon being chosen for the palace. At that time, she thought, how remarkable it was for a woman to be Empress. She too aspired to become an extraordinary woman. Later, she heard many unfavorable rumors about the Empress, of her indulgence in pleasures and neglect of state affairs. Jean Suashin believed these must be fabrications until one day, she finally beheld the Empress. She was breathtakingly beautiful, truly exceptional. In this lifetime, Jean Suashin had served the Empress, completed tasks for her, and even saved her life. Jean Suashin thought she had fulfilled her initial desire to enter the palace and become someone significant. Your Majesty, I can no longer style your hair. Once in heaven, I shall surely bless you, and in the next life, I will serve you again. With that, Jean Suashin cast a final glance towards the direction of the secret passage and, undaunted, produced a fire starter hidden among her hair. Someone, quickly bring water to the Phoenix residence. Fire! Fire! Outside the hall, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder as more guards rushed in with water buckets to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, the newly renovated Phoenix residence, with its excellent wooden beams, contained an abundance of silk and brocade. A small spark had swiftly ignited into a raging inferno. Even a torrential downpour could not extinguish it. Jean Suashin laughed brilliantly amidst the flames. This was her final act for the Empress. She intended to die in the Empress's stead. For only by making everyone believe the Empress had perished would the true Empress have sufficient time to gather her forces. Meanwhile, Qin Wanji, imprisoned in the dungeon, overheard the guard's conversation and wept bitterly, realizing that Jean Suashin had sacrificed herself in flames for the Empress. As for her, Qi Qianyao would not let her go. The Empress held deep feelings. She could not survive to hinder them, having remained alive until now to await the signal from the Golden Lock. With the Golden Lock gone and the Empress safe, it was now her turn. She produced the poison powder concealed between her fingers and consumed it. Chapter 0096. The ascension of the new emperor. Quietly seated in a corner, she succumbed to death, her blood flowing from all 7 orifices. For her family, and for the Empress, she departed without regret. As Qi Qianyao ascended the throne, he received a report from his guards informing him of a water disaster at the Phoenix residence. Upon their intrusion, they found Qianyao lifeless, her body charred black. With a smile on his face, he suppressed the news until it was time for the officials to be informed. When he raised the imperial seal, tears welled in his eyes as he announced to the ministers that the Empress had accidentally toppled the candlestick, thus passing away. Everyone knew it was no accident. But what did it matter? Qi Qianyao was now emperor, and he had the final say. In the first year of Tianqi, the former emperor passed away, and Qi Qianyao ascended the throne, changing the nation's name to Qianyao, ostensibly to commemorate their deep marital bond. The funeral of the former emperor was scheduled for 3 days hence. Upon his ascension, Qi Qianyao issued his first decree, dismissing the former chancellor, Lu Yan, on the grounds of abusing power and attempting to dominate the court. When the eunuch bearing the decree arrived at the chancellor's residence, Lu Yan refused to accept the edict. Refusing to kneel, she merely stated, "If Qi Qianyao is so capable, let him kill me then." When this reached Qi Qinyao's ears, his expression remained impassive. With Qianyao dead, the unexpected circumstance left him with only Lu Yan's life to barter for the military power held by Lu Shaoxiao. He awaited news, as scouts reported that Lu Shaoxiao's troops had already set out, expected to reach the capital within half a month. Although the news spread faster than anticipated, Lu Shaoxiao was still too far away. Half a month was ample time for him. Is the charred body confirmed to be Qianyao? Qi Qianyao inquired of the physician who had just examined the corpse. The physician trembled, stating that the body had been severely burned, rendering its features unrecognizable. However, he could confirm that it was a female, aged between 30 and 36, with a physique matching that of a late empress. Nodding, Qi Qianyao allowed the physician to leave the Heluan Hall, now known as the Jiutian Hall. According to the guards, they had indeed seen Qianyao within the palace, and the physician's words corroborated this. Yet Qi Qianyao could not fathom why Qianyao would choose to take her own life. With doubt in his heart, he commanded that the corpse of Qin Wanji, who had perished in the dungeons, be hung outside the city gates, publicly declaring that the director of the imperial hospital had conspired to harm the late emperor. By the time Qianyao found a humble abode 10 miles into the woods, it was already afternoon. Having altered her appearance, no one would connect her to the empress. Within the fenced yard, a simple couple was feeding chickens. Qianyao approached them and said, "Uncle, Aunt, could you spare some food? I have not eaten in a long while." The couple exchanged glances, scrutinizing Qianyao, who resembled a refugee. The kind-hearted woman asked, "My dear girl, are you from Qi State?" Qianyao nodded, mimicking the accent of Qi Qianyao as she spoke. "Alas, I have heard that the nation of Qi recently suffered a devastating flood. The young lady must have come to seek refuge with her relatives in Qianyao, I presume?" As the matron spoke, she opened the gate crafted from wooden bars and gently assisted the frail Qi Qianyao into the house. Qi Qianyao, perplexed, inquired, "Qianyao?" The matron proceeded to the kitchen to fetch something to eat for Qi Qianyao, while the uncle poured tea and continued, "Little lady, you may be unaware, but today in the palace, the late emperor of Fengling accidentally knocked over a candlestick and was burned alive. The imperial consort has ascended to the throne, renaming the country Qianyao." Qi Qianyao's hand trembled as she held the cup, her heart sinking, and her complexion turned ashen. She was still alive. Yet the deceased was indeed Jin Suo. With this realization, Qi Qianyao understood Jin Suo's motive, self-preservation. Chapter 0097, The Nation as Surname. The given name as title. Noticing Qi Qianyao's distress, the uncle expressed concern. "Dear girl, are you unwell? Your complexion appears rather pallid, and your body is covered in wounds." "I was robbed by a band of thieves on my journey. They took everything from me," Qi Qianyao lamented, tears streaming down her face. The genuine concern and sympathy reflected in the eyes of the matron and uncle were unmistakable. The matron offered her an abundance of food and even brought out a vintage dress belonging to her late daughter, who had tragically died 3 years prior during childbirth. "If you do not mind, dear girl, you may wear this," she explained. Qi Qianyao nodded gratefully, repeatedly expressing her thanks. After the meal, the uncle prepared a bucket of water for her to cleanse herself. Qi Qianyao seized the opportunity to wash away the grime from her body and changed into the fresh attire. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she explained to the matron and the uncle that she currently possessed no money and vowed to repay their kindness in the future. She needed to travel to the capital to find her relatives and could not linger. Concerned for her well-being, the couple wished to offer her shelter for the night, but Qi Qianyao politely declined. As she prepared to leave, they gifted her some loose silver coins, advising that it is prudent for a young lady to carry some money, and also provided her with some provisions for the long journey ahead to the capital. Before departing, Qi Qianyao left them with a name, stating, "You may remember me as Feng Yao." She wished for them to remember this name, as she would bear the surname of the nation and the given name as her title. Until she exacted her revenge upon Qi Qianyao, Feng Yao would be her identity. After resting, her pace quickened naturally. Upon her arrival at the capital under the cover of night, she spotted a corpse hanging from the city gate. Recognizing it immediately, Qi Qianyao's heart ached. It was Qin Wanji. The poison of heartache began to take effect, prompting her to hide and consume a pill. Regaining her composure, Qi Qianyao approached the city gate. Though the guards were stern, her exceptional skill in disguise allowed her to pass through effortlessly. Once inside the capital, her first destination was to seek out Liu Yan to discuss their strategy. However, on her way to the prime minister's residence, she encountered a familiar figure, Lin Shirin. Radiating joy, adorned in gold and silver, she strolled through the streets with her maid, completely transformed from her former self, as the new emperor had elevated Filiu to a first-rank title. Lin Shirin had ascended to become the most esteemed general's wife in the capital. Upon hearing the news of Qi Qianyao's demise, any semblance of sorrow in her heart was overshadowed by a sense of relief. The empress was dead, and Qi Qianyao had taken the throne, bestowing the greatest advantages upon her own husband. While at an art shop, Lin Shirin felt an intense gaze piercing through her, yet when she turned to look, there was no one in sight. At that moment, Qi Qianyao finally ceased to mistake Lin Shirin for Lin Rue, recognizing that their resemblance was merely superficial. With a heavy heart, Qi Qianyao arrived at the prime minister's residence, only to find herself encircled, unable to find a way through. She understood she must wait for an opportunity, a suitable chance. Armed with silver, she took up lodgings in a nearby inn. 3 days swiftly passed, and today marked the day of the late emperor's funeral. She had observed the guards' routines over the past few days, having purchased some croton seeds from a pharmacy. She stealthily added them to the next shift's meal as noon approached. Unexpectedly, when noon arrived, the guards did not change shifts. Instead, they brought forth a prison card and apprehended Lu Yian. Qi Qianyao had fabricated evidence and falsely implicated Lu Yian, imprisoning her in the dungeons. Qi Qianyao remained oblivious to Qi Qingyao's true intentions. Chapter 0098. The Death of Yian. That evening, a proclamation was posted in the palace, declaring that Lu Yian had deceived the late emperor and committed treason, punishable by death. She was to be executed at noon the following day. In the dungeon, Lu Yian smiled at Qi Qianyao, confident that he would not kill her. This was merely a ploy to draw out her allies. Yet, Qi Qingyao's calculations were flawed. Long before she departed the prime minister's residence, Yi Feichen had come to see her. He had infiltrated the palace to examine the corpse, which bore a striking resemblance to Qi Qianyao. Yet one crucial detail remained. The body showed no signs of poisoning. Yi Feichen concluded that the Empress was alive and conveyed this information to the prime minister's residence, allowing Lu Yian to successfully relay the message as well. After all these years, her brother's influence was not for naught. However, the current circumstances were not favorable for action. Qi Qianyao, you may believe you are a step ahead, but you shall never foresee the will of fate. With that, Lu Yian reclined upon the grass bed, turning her gaze away from him. As long as the Empress lived, they would forever remain the victors. Qi Qianyao let out a cold snort, contemplating who would ultimately prevail in this contest. The following day, the execution ground was teeming with onlookers, some who had benefited from the Lu family, others who bore grudges against them, and many simply drawn by the spectacle. Qi Qianyao stood among the crowd, knowing that the executioner, Filiu, would preside over the proceedings. As noon approached, a woman clad in prison garb was dragged out, her face concealed by a hood. Qi Qianyao could not ascertain whether this was indeed Lu Yian, relying solely on the figure's physique. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the woman's movements intently. When Filiu cast down the execution token, the executioner swiftly lowered the guillotine, and the woman was bisected, blood gushing forth in a torrential spray, staining the ground around her. Initially uncertain, Qi Qianyao's mind buzzed as she recognized the gesture before her. It was one she had taught them, an action unknown to the people of Anran continent. Lord Lu, may your journey be smooth. In a swift motion, numerous citizens fell to their knees, weeping. These simple folk, having benefited from her kindness, cared not for Lu Yian's identity, nor for who currently reigned as emperor. Their only concern was to repay her grace. Suddenly, Qi Qianyao staggered, the poison within her surging, and she collapsed to the ground. When she awoke 3 days later, a physician stood by her side, having adhered to the noble principle of healing the ailing. Observing her unconsciousness, he promptly carried her back to safety. Upon examination, he discovered that the unassuming young woman before him had been grievously poisoned. Despite employing numerous remedies over the 3 days, he found himself at a loss. Convinced she would not survive, yet, to his astonishment, she regained consciousness. Thank you for saving me, Qi Qianyao said weakly. A healer acts out of compassion. I merely fulfilled my duty, he replied. But may I inquire who could have inflicted such a venomous deed upon you? Dr. Li Wei asked. Qi Qianyao, uncertain of the circumstances surrounding her poisoning, offered a vague response and inquired if he knew the extent of the poison spread. Li Wei shook his head in despair, eventually uttering 4 words, into the very bones. Upon hearing this, Qi Qianyao smiled. After much contemplation, he shared a rumor he had heard in his youth. The poison you have suffered is a chronic toxin. If an antidote is not found within 6 months, it will prove fatal. Though my knowledge is limited, I have heard of a divine physician in the Qin kingdom, skilled in both nurturing and detoxifying. It would be prudent for you to seek him. Qin kingdom? Qi Qianyao murmured to herself. Chapter 0099. A journey to Qin kingdom at present. Lu Shaoxiu's army had yet to enter the capital, and Ian's fate remained uncertain. Even with the peculiar gesture made by the corpse, Qi Qianyao believed that Qi Qianyao would not easily eliminate Ian. Qingling's whereabouts were still unknown. The Qi kingdom and Qi Qianyao maintained a cooperative relationship. Capturing them would require more than just Lu Shaoxiu's forces. Currently, the Shu kingdom regarded her as an adversary, should she rashly attack Qi Qianyao. An alliance with Shu would be inevitable. In this moment, it seemed that only the Qin and Jin kingdoms remained as potential allies. After much contemplation, Qi Qianyao resolved to personally journey to the Qin kingdom, both to discuss cooperation and to seek an antidote. If she were to perish, it would not be tragic, for it would not be her first death. However, she could not recklessly gamble with the safety of the citizens and the lives of the soldiers. Victory would be splendid. Yet what if she were to fail? It would lead to needless suffering and sacrifice. Nonetheless, should she leave the capital, it was imperative to leave a message behind. She wanted them to know she was alive and had ventured to the Qin kingdom. She recalled the peace knot, a symbol known only to Lu Ian and Lu Xiaoxiu. For reasons unknown, she had inexplicably taken it with her upon leaving the palace. Li Longzhong insisted on keeping them at the medical hall to recuperate. Through her observations over the past few days, Qi Qianyao felt that Li Wei was worthy of her trust. Following psychological assessments and subtle expressions, on the day of her departure, Qi Qianyao entrusted her token of safety to Li Wei. She simply stated, "My name is Feng Yao. Please ensure that this token reaches General Lu when he enters the capital. He will understand." Li Wei gazed intently at the young woman named Feng Yao. Though her features were unremarkable, her sparkling eyes possessed an enchanting allure. Being a native of Fenglin, he reassured her, "Rest assured, Miss Feng. I shall do everything in my power to deliver this to the general. The Lu family has guarded the borders of Fenglin for generations, ensuring our safety. I cannot believe that Chancellor Lu would commit such a heinous act. She must surely be wronged." Qi Qianyao remained silent, solemnly thanking him before taking the bundle Li Wei had prepared and departing the capital. From this moment forth, Qi Qianyao was no more, only Feng Yao remained. When the day of her resurgence arrived, she would ensure that those who had wronged her would face their reckoning. Fenglin would bear the surname Qi. Qin Nation lay to the west of Fenglin. Upon exiting the capital, Feng Yao journeyed westward, avoiding the main roads. Her suspicions of Qi Qingyu led her to believe that spies would be strewn along the routes to other nations. Although the smaller paths proved more treacherous, their complex terrain would aid her escape. As the poison spread more aggressively through her body, her health deteriorated. The detoxification pills left to her by Yi Feichen were dwindling. Yet fortunately, before her departure, Li Wei had gifted her a pouch of silver needles and instructed her on acupoints. Relying on her memory, she identified the 9 acupoints that Yi Feichen had needled on her previously. However, performing the procedure alone was challenging. Thus, she hurried to find a town or village to seek a doctor for assistance. After 10 arduous days of travel, with her rations fully consumed, she finally stumbled upon a small town still under the jurisdiction of Fenglin. Upon her arrival, she used her silver to secure lodging and searched diligently for a woman studying medicine. After receiving her treatment, she succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, the capital was in disarray. With doors tightly shut, at the gates of the city, General Lu Xiaoxiu, leading an army of over 3,000, returned to the capital. Chapter 0100. Lu Xiaoxiu returns to the capital. Qi Qianyao stood atop the city gate, surveying the troops below. Indeed, the seasoned soldiers, accustomed to guarding the borders, bore a stark contrast to the idle forces within the capital. The aura of their presence was unparalleled. On horseback, Lu Xiaoxiu, clad in armor, bore a striking and sharp visage, weathered by the sands of battle. His eyes radiated a murderous intent, cold and unfeeling, as if he could rend the one in the yellow robe to pieces at any moment. Lu family army. Lu Xiaoxiu bellowed. The 3,000 soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming, instilling fear in the guards at the city gate. In a single leap, Lu Xiaoxiu grasped the Xianyuan's sword, and in an instant, he was atop the city wall, standing across from Qi Qianyao, his intimidating aura palpable. Qi Qianyao gestured into the air. Lu Xiaoxiu raised an eyebrow, curious to discern the trickery of the individual before him. Soon, a cadre of men clad in black escorted a woman in prison garb onto the city wall. Cloaked in a hood, she was brought before Qi Qianyao, who promptly removed her mask. "Brother," Lu Ian cried out. Upon seeing that his sister was alive, Lu Xiaoxiu understood the intentions of his adversary. This was a negotiation, a bargaining chip in a game where only 2 individuals could sway his emotions, Qi Qianyao and his sister. With Qi Qianyao deceased, the only leverage left was his sister. "What are your terms?" Lu Xiaoxiu inquired, his lips parting slightly. "Quite simple." Qi Qianyao replied with a sinister smile, "Your military power in exchange for your sister's life." Lu Ian struggled, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Brother, do not acquiesce to him. My life is inconsequential. Avenge our sister for the Empress." Hesitation flickered across Lu Xiaoxiu's features at her words. Noticing this wavering, Qi Qianyao signaled, and a throng of captives appeared within the city, bound and helpless, comprising Lu Xiaoxiu's family, servants, and relatives, numbering over 100. "Well, a fair deal, wouldn't you say?" Qi Qianyao taunted. From below, the intermittent cries of children and the elderly began to rise, soon joined by the lamentations of women. their whimpers evolving into a symphony of despair. It must be said, Qi Qianyau's strategy was indeed ruthless. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiu's indecision linger, Qi Qianyao waved his hand, and more unfortunate souls emerged onto the streets, aged, sickly, and frail. Lu Xiaoxiu's brow furrowed deeper. "I require a day to contemplate," he stated calmly. "Agreed," Qi Qianyao replied readily. With that, Lu Xiaoxiu leapt from the city, landing gracefully upon his steed. A gesture was all it took for his soldiers to turn and clear a path. Lu Xiaoxiu led his forces 10 miles away, setting up camp. At that moment, a soldier approached with news of a suspicious individual apprehended in the nearby woods. Lu Xiaoxiu, now relieved of his armor and visibly fatigued from the accelerated journey back to the capital, which should have taken a month but had been reduced to 20 days, lamented the timing of their return. "Bring him in," he commanded coldly. Soon, a soldier ushered in a middle-aged man, disguised and held firmly, who was none other than Li Lang, sent by Fengyao. "Who sent you?" Lu Xiaoxiu asked, polishing his Xianyuan sword without a glance in the man's direction. Li Wei stammered, "I bear an item entrusted to me by a lady named Fengyao, and I have awaited your arrival in the woods for 10 days. "Fengyao?" Lu Xiaoxiu frowned slightly. He had no recollection of any woman by that surname. He gestured to a soldier, who approached Li Wei and retrieved an object from his embrace, presenting it to Lu Xiaoxiu. In the moment that Lu Xiaoxiu had been calmly polishing his sword, upon seeing the token of safety in the soldier's hands, a spark ignited in his previously somber gaze. He took the token, murmuring the name Fengyao, reverberating with the weight of its meaning, by the nation's surname, by the name of the character. Fengyao is, in fact, Qi Qianyao. Lu Xiaoxiu understood. This was a revelation that she was still alive. Chapter 0101, Surrendering Military Authority. "Where's Miss Feng now?" Lu Xiaoxiu inquired eagerly, gripping the safety charm tightly. Li Wei reported earnestly that Miss Feng had been poisoned severely, and an old scholar had heard of a divine physician in the Qin kingdom capable of antidotes. Hence Miss Feng had journeyed there. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiu personally assisted Li Wei to a seated position within the tent, meticulously questioning him about Fengyao's condition. Li Wei, drawing upon his knowledge, provided a detailed analysis and described Fengyao's appearance. When Li Wei mentioned that Fengyao was plain, yet possessed a pair of expressive eyes, Lu Xiaoxiu was truly reassured that Qi Qianyao still lived. The disguise was a gift from Steward Ren. At that moment, Qing Ling returned with others. Lu Xiaoxiu instructed his confidant to ensure the safety of Li Wei and his family, emphasizing that no accidents must occur. After Li Wei and the others exited the tent, Qing Ling, filled with dark energy, knelt and said, "Master, I have gone to gather intelligence. Although the guards are formidable, there are ways to rescue her. No need for a rescue. I will transfer the military authority to Qi Qianyao. Qianyao is alive, and she is poisoned. I must find her," Lu Xiaoxiu replied, his tone laced with concern. Qing Ling, upon hearing this, asked excitedly, "Is your majesty truly alive?" Lu Xiaoxiu nodded, convinced by the evidence before him and Li Wei's description. Overwhelmed by the thought of Qi Qianyao's survival, Qing Ling could not hold back her tears. On that fateful day, after her team was ambushed, while returning to the capital, an internal traitor caused them to be captured in the dungeons. Fortunately, there were allies within the prison, which was unexpected. Under the circumstances of mutual assistance, Qing Ling managed to escape with crucial intelligence. In truth, Qing Ling was a covert operative under Lu Xiaoxiu. When she relayed the news, she learned that others in the capital had already disseminated the information but refrained from acting due to the Empress's safety. She had awaited Lu Xiaoxiu's orders, remaining hidden within the capital. The day the Feng residence was engulfed in flames, she and her covert team arrived too late. She had always blamed herself for not entering the palace sooner to rescue the Empress. Now, she felt relieved that the Emperor was still alive. The following evening, at the same location, Lu Xiaoxiu surrendered his military authority over the border troops and resigned from the position of Grand General of the nation. Under the watchful gaze of Qi Qianyao, he disbanded the Lu family army. At this moment, Qi Qianyao dared not provoke Lu Xiaoxiu and honored his promise by releasing the Lu family's servants, relatives, and Lu Yan. As the two siblings departed the capital under the cover of darkness, Lu Yan informed Lu Xiaoxiu of the news that Qi Qianyao was still alive. Lu Xiaoxiu acknowledged he was already aware, but emphasized that the priority was not revenge, but rather to locate Qi Qianyao and alleviate her poison. Lu Xiaoxiu instructed Lu Yan to journey to a foreign land to seek the proprietor of Chunfeng Lu, assuring her of his assistance. He would also find Qi Qianyao and, once her poison was cured, reunite with her in the foreign realm. "Brother, Qianyao has lost her memory. She no longer remembers you," which makes finding her quite challenging, Lu Ian expressed with concern. Lu Xiaoxiu was somewhat taken aback. This was indeed news to him. However, he soon found solace in the thought that her amnesia might be a blessing, for if she had forgotten the past, she would not harbor any resentment towards him. This time, I shall remain by her side, ensuring that she never has to confront the tumultuous storms of life alone again. Qianyao has become more understanding. She will comprehend your intentions. Brother, please take care of yourself. With that, Lu Ian collapsed into his embrace, releasing all the grievances she had endured during this period. Fei Chun is a good man. He has been following us closely. As we journey to foreign lands, his protection brings me peace of mind. Just then, from the shadows, Yi Feichen appeared, clad in white, holding a jade flute, standing before the two of them. Stumbling and faltering, I have finally found you.